In a weekend where the magic of the cup had been lacking, could Championship strugglers Huddersfield pop the defending champions bubble and cause an almighty upset? The first half of the first half was, well, uneventful before City struck.
And Foden with the shot, finds the back of the net.
On the narrowest of angles, they took a narrow lead. City then upped their pressure and got an instant reward.
Alvarez for Manchester City, a second goal.
2 goals in 5 minutes. City were purring as they headed into the break. When you're 2-0 down, who don't you want to see come off the bench? Yep, this guy. City welcoming back Kevin De Bruyne for his first appearance since August. That, before they netted goal number 3.
With support from Oscar Bourne, it's in off the underside of the bar.
They may have been deflected, but the 20-year-old won't mind that. Huddersfield tried to give their travelling fans something to cheer about, but were denied. And their afternoon was about to get much worse, as Phil Foden made it 4.
Into the bottom corner. What a beautiful finish that was from Phil Foden.
De Bruyne then marked his return with an assist, setting up the also returning Jeremy Doku, who had at home number 5. City through to the next round without even breaking a sweat. Joe Curry, BBC News.
The satisfaction as a manager to play these games like it was a final of, in the important competition, how humble we are, how fight each other, how old and comfortable the principles, what you have to do to be a solid team, we do it again. So I'm really pleased to still managing this group of players and to go through.
And the other third-round ties, Premier League Luton and Nottingham Forest, they were held by League One sides Bolton and Blackpool. West Ham will also have to replay against Bristol City from the Championship. Wins for Leeds, Wrexham and West Bromwich Albion, who knocked out non-league Aldershot. One more third-round tie to come, League One Wigan hosting Manchester United on Monday. The Chelsea and Australia striker Sam Kerr is set to miss the rest of the season after suffering an anterior cruciate ligament injury. It happened during her club's warm weather training camp in Morocco. Chelsea say that Kerr will be assessed by a specialist in the coming days, then begin her rehab. It's likely that she's going to miss the rest of the domestic season, potentially the Olympics as well, if Australia qualify. She's been Chelsea's top scorer for their past 3 seasons.
That's huge. I think she had a really tough season, last year, because of the fact that Frank Kirby was out for a lot of it, and Neil Harder was out for a lot of it, and Sam Kerr had to carry a lot with Chelsea being there really after Beth England being sold too. She was really their only main striker. So I think that would be a huge blow for them, because I think she could play in a game for 90 minutes or 89 minutes, have a really quiet one, and then, go right and puts a ball into the box, or Lee Charles puts a ball into the box, and you know that Sam Kerr is a banker. If it's on her head or she's in that position, she's going to put it away.
Fans, players and coaches have paid their final respects in Brazil to Mario Zagallo, the first man to win the World Cup. Both as a player and a manager, a public wake took place in Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. Zagallo was seen by many as the embodiment of the Brazilian national team, their flair and skill that gained a global following. There was a short parade through the streets of Rio before his burial service at the São João Batista Cemetery. Zagallo won 2 World Cups as a player in 58 and 62, one as a manager with that great Brazil team of 1970. He was also on the coaching staff in 1994. Rafael Nadal has pulled out of the Australian Open that starts next weekend. He's only just returned to action from nearly a year out. He's picked up another hip injury. He felt discomfort in the same area during his quarter-final defeat to Jordan Thompson at the Brisbane International. A scan has revealed a very small muscle tear. The Spaniard says it's not the same issue that saw him need an operation back in June, but he's not ready to compete over 5 sets, and he's returning to Spain for treatment.
Everyone's holding their breath, and I'm sure Nadal was too, because he knows that he's really only one relatively serious injury away from his career ending. And I think he's at peace with that. And that's why he wasn't getting too lightheaded about the success he had last week. He had 3 match points, remember, to take his place in the semi-finals in Brisbane. And he's also now not getting too down about this latest setback. What we don't know yet is whether he will be able to spend enough time on court to build up the match count that he's going to require if he is going to be as competitive as he would like it to be a little bit later in the year, especially on the clay court season.
The Masters snooker is underway in London, and there was an upset in the opening match with the world champion Luca Brecel going out in the first round. Belgium's second seed beaten by 6 frames to 2 by England's Jack Lisowski and Alexander Palace. Lisowski was 4-0 up. Brecel pulled a couple of frames back, but Lisowski rallied to win and book his place in the quarters. Next up for him, the 2015 Masters champion Shaun Murphy. He also won by 6 frames to 2 against the Chinese debutant Zhang Anda, who's the world number 13. Murphy's currently ranked number 6 in the world. Ethiopia's Tigist Katima has broken the world record for the fastest marathon debut by a woman. 25-year-old won the Dubai Marathon in 2 hours, 16 minutes and 7 seconds. Now that is the 8th fastest time by a woman, and she smashed the course record by just over a minute as well. Let's just quickly recap our top story. Arsenal, most successful side in the FA Cup. They are out at the first hurdle this season in the third round, losing 2-0 at home to Liverpool, a match that they dominated. So Liverpool go through. They are in the 4th round draw on Monday. From me, Ollie Foster, and the rest of the Sports Day team, goodbye for now.
Hello there. While the falling rain has now eased, then there's still plenty of groundwater out there. The rivers will also take some time to subside, and the number of flood warnings has been in steady decline, but there are still plenty of them out there. All of the details on those are on the BBC Weather website. But the weather's certainly changed. For the week ahead, it's still looking mostly dry, few showers for the North Sea basin coast. It will be feeling cold, frost, fog and ice, all forming through the overnight periods. And it's all thanks to this area of high pressure that's been building in through the course of the weekend. It's set to stick around, and it will block these Atlantic systems moving in from the west. So we should stay mostly dry. And this is how we're starting off on Monday morning, with a widespread frost, some patches of fog out there too, and they will be slow to lift and clear as we head through the morning. Also some icy stretches and still some showers streaming in from the North Sea on quite a brisk northeasterly wind across the London area, East Anglia and the southeast of England. Wintry over the higher ground. We could possibly see a light dusting of snow for some places, but those showers forming in lines. And as the wind picks up, becomes more easterly, it will drive these showers further west into central southern England, perhaps even into eastern Wales. But for many away from the fog patches, there will be some weak spells of winter sunshine, some areas of cloud. Thickest, I think, out towards the east again. Top temperatures between 2 and 5 degrees Celsius. So feeling cold, but feeling even colder still in exposure to that brisk northeasterly wind, and that is always going to feel strongest towards the south. So here it will feel sub-zero, I'm afraid, for most of the day. As we head through Tuesday, there's a little more of a breeze towards the south. The wind is picking up, so this will help break up the cloud. There should be some more sunshine, maybe some showers towards the southwest of England and through the Channel Islands, but otherwise it is looking dry. Again, there will be some weak winter sunshine on offer. Temperatures once more between 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, but plenty of added wind chill again in exposure to that easterly wind. On Wednesday, more cloud, more moisture, and some slightly less cold feeling air perhaps. Most of the cloud will be towards the north of the UK. The best of the sunshine will be further south. And you'll notice that temperatures start to improve a little as we head through Thursday and Friday, but a lot more cloud around, more moisture in the air, still possibly some frost by night. Bye-bye.
مجبور هستی که بخاطر زنده ماندن خود ترکش کنی.
Behind every headline,
What was going through your mind?
I was positive that I was going to die.
This squad is killing us.
There is a human story.
These TikTokers accidentally found a bot. There's real people behind these stories.
This is our world.
There are people here who've lost loved ones.
A series of documentary films that reveal the human drama at the heart of global events.
We literally took nothing at all.
Trying to save lives, we have to protect our people.
Everyone okay?
We know that the clock is ticking, but I choose to stay hopeful. This isn't a movie. This isn't a game. This is real.
Our world. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Oh.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. The world's top diplomats call for a stop in civilian casualties amid an uptick in fighting in Gaza as Israel steps up its attacks. Plus, Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina wins another consecutive term in office after an election marred by widespread crackdowns. And tonight marks Hollywood's first big awards show since twin strikes shut down Tinseltown. We'll bring you the big winners from tonight's Golden Globes. Hello, I'm Carl Massman. Eyewitness reports from Gaza say many people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a building in the Jabalia refugee camp in the north of Gaza. Images there show bodies of women and children in the rubble. There's been no comment yet from Israel. Meanwhile, Israeli airstrikes hit Khan Yunis early on Sunday, killing and injuring dozens more. The eldest son of Al Jazeera's Gaza bureau chief was killed in that airstrike in southern Gaza. This is a picture of him with his son, who is on the right. There's been violence in the West Bank as well. 9 Palestinians and 2 Israelis were killed on Sunday. The Hamas-run health ministry says that nearly 23,000 people have been killed since the war began. Speaking from Qatar, the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, said Palestinians must not be put under pressure to leave Gaza and must be allowed to return to their homes once conditions allow. Mr. Blinken is currently on a week-long diplomatic tour of the region to prevent the conflict from spreading.
As we've made clear also from day one, it's imperative that in dealing with this very, very difficult challenge, that it do so in a way that puts a premium on protecting civilians and making sure that people get the assistance they need.
The BBC's Weir Davis has more from Jerusalem and a warning viewers may find some images in his report distressing.
Images coming from Jabalia in northern Gaza today are difficult to watch. Reporters quickly on the scene described dozens of bodies lying in the rubble of a destroyed building, many of them women and children. Unconfirmed reports say at least 70 people were killed here in what was reported to be an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military has not yet responded to a BBC request for more information. Across Gaza, say aid agencies, the civilian toll is unbearable.
Wow.
This the aftermath of another attack in Khan Yunis. Health officials say that even medical facilities, including hospitals, are unsafe as Israel's relentless campaign continues against Hamas military targets.
The staff inside of this hospital are heroes who are doing everything they can without sleep, without food, without knowing if their own families are safe, in order to save the lives of others. So this hospital and the staff in this hospital have to be protected.
With an increasing sense of urgency, the American Secretary of State is on a whistle-stop tour of Middle Eastern capitals. With real concern about the humanitarian situation and the possibility of a region-wide conflict, Antony Blinken is being urged to use America's influence over Israel to demand an immediate ceasefire. But even if Washington presses that point, Israel's leader isn't yet listening.
We are not stopping until victory. The war must not be stopped until we achieve all of its goals. The elimination of Hamas, the return of all of our hostages, and ensuring that Gaza no longer poses a threat to Israel. I say this to both our enemies and our friends.
While al-Dadu wishes fighting would end, he's already lost family and several colleagues. Today, the Al Jazeera correspondent buried his son Hamza, also a reporter, killed in an airstrike after Israel says they were targeting a suspect and were aware of others in his car. The latest of at least 75 local journalists to have been killed in Gaza, paying the highest price to report this war to the world. Buddha Davis, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, for more on the situation in the Middle East, I spoke to former U.S. Ambassador to Malta and Middle East Policy Council President Gina Abercrombie-Winstanley. Ambassador, I want to start with some comments by the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, on Sunday, saying more needs to be done to prevent civilian casualties. How much influence, though, does the U.S. have right now to change the behavior of either Israel or Hamas?
Thank you. Well, the influence is considerable. It is a matter of whether that influence, that pressure, that leverage will be used. The statement from the Secretary of State, the public one, is one that has been repeated behind the scenes almost from day one. It is one that has been ratcheted up for the last over 3 months. And now it is clear to everyone, to the public, that there is a stark disagreement about the prosecution of this war. There are domestic political constraints as to how much pressure the administration can put on the government of Israel, but the reality is that there are growing questions among the American population about this prosecution.
This will now be the 5th time that the Secretary of State has made a trip to Israel since the October 7th attacks. There has been mounting criticism on Israel. You say the U.S. has leverage. Might they begin to change tactics potentially if there is that urgency to reduce the number of civilian casualties?
The possibility is certainly there. This will remind us all, those of us who remember the term shuttle diplomacy, secretaries of state going to the Middle East, to Israel, and to partners. This is a prime example of that. There are a number of pieces of leverage that the administration has. You know, there's the nuclear bomb of cutting off aid to Israel or stopping to provide the diplomatic protection, particularly in multilateral fora. In the United Nations, but there are many other things that can also happen. The government can make more clear in public statements that the support for the way that the government is prosecuting the war, it has diminished. When you think about that first day when President Biden flew out to Israel and embraced the Prime Minister of Israel, there is a clear understanding now that the prosecution of this war may be helpful to the Prime Minister and may not be in the best interest of the people of Israel as well as the people of the region. So more statements making that clear could go on. As the aid comes forward, it could be examined more carefully. Conditions can be placed on it. You see questions coming from members of Congress. I know that there were senators out looking at how the humanitarian aid gets into the Gaza Strip. That is a primary concern from the government, whether it's the executive branch, the president, or the legislative branch. And so those challenges of getting aid into Gaza, seeing that there are decisions made that things that were previously cleared or blocked at the border and sent back, that it's only 200 trucks getting in as opposed to the 500 to 700 that are needed to get in. All of these things can put additional pressure.
And meanwhile, of course, regional tensions also ramping up. Hezbollah in Lebanon, and of course with the Houthis in the Red Sea as well. How concerning do you think that is for Secretary Blinken? He's making several visits as well to partners in the region in Arab countries.
This is of considerable concern, hence this trip. Keeping in mind that Israel is our ally, we want the best for Israel. We want Israel safe and secure, but that requires safety and security for others in the region as well. So in addition to some very tough talk with the government of Israel, we are indeed making the case to our partners and allies in the region that it behooves all of us to do the best to keep this conflict confined as much as possible. I've said from the beginning that there are any number of ways it can expand unexpectedly and unplanned by mistakes happening, by missiles going in different directions than intended. So the danger is extremely high. And we see that not only us, but the countries, the Egyptians, Emiratis, all the people with whom the secretary is engaging, everyone is going to try their best to confine this conflict.
Gina Abercrombie Winstanley, former U.S. Ambassador to Malta and Middle East Policy Council President, thank you very much for your perspective. Well, initial results in Bangladesh show the country's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has secured another 5 years in office after a campaign marred by violence. Bangladesh's chief election commissioner has told the BBC that the ruling Awami League, that's Ms. Hasina's party, has won more than half the seats in parliament. Though official results have not yet been declared, it will be Ms. Hasina's fifth term. She's already the country's longest serving prime minister. The Electoral Commission says the turnout was low, standing at about 40%. The country's main opposition party did not participate, accusing the government of being unable to hold free and fair elections. Human rights groups have reported a severe crackdown on democratic freedoms ahead of the election, with nearly 10,000 activists arrested. At least 14 polling stations were set on fire, and the commuter train was allegedly set alight as well, killing 4 passengers. Our South Asia correspondent, Samira Hussain, has more.
The results of these elections come as no real surprise. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was all but guaranteed a win. But now there are going to be some questions about whether the results actually reflect the will of the people. The country's main opposition party were boycotting the elections, saying that they didn't believe that the government could hold free and fair elections. They also encouraged their supporters not to go out and vote. And then there was this general sense of apathy amongst voters. Because the main opposition party wasn't on the ballot, in terms of choices of who to vote for, you could either vote for the ruling party or you could vote for an independent candidate, most of whom are supportive of the ruling government. And then if you have to take into consideration the environment in which these elections were taking place, many human rights groups have been increasingly critical of Bangladesh and its crackdown on democratic freedoms. Nonetheless, these elections have taken place, and Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina looks to be able to form a government and another 5 years in office. But there are questions about whether or not the international community will see this as legitimate.
The U.S. aviation regulator has said that 171 Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes will remain grounded until it's satisfied that the planes are safe. The Federal Aviation Administration has been inspecting the jets after part of an Alaska Airlines plane's fuselage fell off in midair on Friday. The FAA said its first priority was keeping the flying public safe. Now, the grounding of the jets has had a big impact on travelers. Alaska Airlines canceled a further 170 flights on Sunday. That's on top of the 160 flights canceled on Saturday. The airline said approximately 48,000 passengers have already been affected. United Airlines says it canceled 180 flights on Sunday after canceling 90 on Saturday. Both airlines told passengers to expect more cancellations throughout the week. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board said they're still searching for the plug door that blew out of the plane. They're asking the public for help. They think the door fell to the ground in the western suburbs of Portland, Oregon, about 6.5 minutes after the jet took off on its way to California. Around the world and across the UK, This is BBC News. All right, let's take a look now at some of the stories making news. Measures are being considered by the government to clear the names of hundreds of sub-postmasters convicted in the Post Office Horizon scandal. More than 700 branch managers were incorrectly convicted of false accounting, theft, and fraud based on faulty software. Fewer than 100 people have had their convictions quashed. The Prime Minister said the government was reviewing options. Rishi Sunak has said it was his job when he was Chancellor to question the cost of the government's Rwanda scheme, but denies ever doubting that it could work. Papers seen by the BBC this week suggested that in 2022, Mr. Sunak wanted to scale back plans to send asylum seekers to the African nation. The documents also indicated he was not sure that the policy would be a deterrent. Strikes on the London Underground, which would have crippled services from this evening until Friday, have been suspended. Little or no service was expected across the entire network from Sunday evening to Friday morning. The union said positive discussions meant further talks could take place. You're live with BBC News, and right here in Washington, congressional leaders say they've reached a deal on the overall spending level for the rest of 2024. Now, the bipartisan agreement would total $1.6 trillion, and now the clock is ticking. Lawmakers have to negotiate and finalize the bill's text with just 12 days before funding for many federal agencies expires on January 19th. The rest runs out on February 2nd. So far, none of the bills that would fund the government for a full year have made it through the Republican-controlled House and the Democratic-led Senate. Congress has relied on short-term funding extensions to keep the government operating. Speaker Johnson acknowledged in a statement the funding levels deal, quote, will not satisfy everyone. Earlier, I spoke to Kadia Goba from Semaphore. This is a big number, $1.6 trillion, this agreement. Of course, it's just an agreement. It's not a bill. Can you walk us through the details here and just tell us how significant this agreement really is?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty significant. As you mentioned in the lead up, there's a January 19th funding deadline, and the anticipation was that Congress would not be prepared for this. So they're showing, way in advance that they've been working on it. And like you said, this is something that they are putting forth. There's an agreement with Speaker Johnson and Majority Leader Schumer over in the Senate to fund a little $800 billion in defense and more than $700 billion in non-defense measures. Now, this is that top line from last year that was negotiated between Kevin McCarthy and also, obviously, the Senate, whereas at $1.59 trillion. Some hardliners are not going to be happy with this because they wanted the funding levels to be lower, but I'd say it's a win for overall Congress because I think they can get this passed, or at least pass it on the floor.
You think that this can actually pass because this has been going back and forth. We saw the previous speaker, Kevin McCarthy, essentially ousted over some previous agreements over funding. So do you think that this will lay a solid framework now for Republicans and Democrats to work together and get the funding for the government passed?
Yeah, I think I'm cautiously optimistic is probably the better way to put it. There are going to be some hardliners that aren't going to be happy with this because they did want some of that border funding implemented here. So I would say they're probably going to do, the leadership is probably going to do some magic and, throw it in a suspension bill, which would, override the rules portion so it can't be blocked on the floor or before it comes to the floor, just so they can get it passed. And again, to avoid the government from shutting down.
Just a few days left for some congressional magic, as you call it. January 19th, the first deadline, February 2nd, the second deadline. Meanwhile, we, of course, have the conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza. The White House is pressing for a congressional aid package for more military funding for both Ukraine and Israel. I want to play for you now. This is the Republican House Speaker, Mike Johnson, speaking earlier on Sunday on CBS's Face the Nation. Take a listen.
We have to insist upon securing our own country. And also if we get the necessary information and the necessary answers with regard to what is the end game in Ukraine and how will we be responsible with the expenditure of those resources. The White House has not given us the necessary information.
the House Speaker there sounding still fairly skeptical about extra military funding to Ukraine. According to your reporting, where does any kind of aid package stand right now in Congress?
Well, it's all going to be contingent on whether or not Democrats and Republicans can agree on this border measure. Now, I was down there last week in that very same spot with the Speaker and dozens of Republican members. And to me, it kind of felt like they were all on the same page with making this a rally cry for 2024. So it's kind of still up in the air whether they're going to push forward. Now, there are specific measures that the Senate has proposed, and the conflict is that the House members want this measure called H.R. 2 that passed almost a year ago to go forward. It's a little more strict than what Republicans in the Senate and Democrats in the Senate have in mind. So it's going to be a matter of if they can agree on passing something. And that will determine whether that $105 billion that the White House is requesting for aid to Ukraine and other countries will even go forward.
Still lots of work to be done, and we are just getting started with 2024. Kadia Goba, politics reporter with Semaphore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Hollywood's first big award ceremony of the season, the Golden Globes, has wrapped up. The world's biggest stars walked the red carpet, and we now know the winners. Lily Gladstone won Best Actress in the drama Killers of the Flower Moon. That makes her the first Indigenous actress to win in that category. A bit of history there. Succession dominating the awards on the TV side, picking up 4 different Golden Globe awards. Barbie getting 2 awards, one for Best Song, and a new award this year for cinematic and box office achievement. Cillian Murphy winning the Best Actor category for his role in Oppenheimer, with the Christopher Nolan film also picking up the most awards of the night, 5 of them in total, including Best Motion Picture Drama. For more, I'm joined by our North American correspondent, Peter Bose. He's in Los Angeles for us. He's been following the ceremony. Peter, coming in, this was billed as a battle of Barbie, I guess, versus Oppenheimer. The big winner tonight, Oppenheimer. What more did you see there?
Well, yeah, and if we did look at this as a battle between those two movies, and the reason being, of course, they were both hugely successful last year. They were released during the same weekend, and that's why so much attention has been paid to them. Well, clearly, Oppenheimer, by getting the most awards, is the winner of the night. A little bit unfair because they were actually competing in separate categories, a drama and a musical comedy. The one category they were competing against each other was in terms of box office achievement, and Barbie won the day there. And that's probably an accurate assessment of the real life situation, because Barbie as a film did make the most money, about $1.5 billion over the last 12 months, the most successful film of the last year. So I think what we read into this is that Oppenheimer is probably in pole position when it comes to the rest of the award season, crucially the Oscars, in a couple of months' time. Barbie, I think, is probably going to struggle at the Oscars.
Both a couple of really fun films, and of course, many people turning out to watch both of those in the movie theaters this year. The Golden Globes also, of course, about television, and many people watched the finale of Succession, and it was a big night for that television show as well.
Yeah, really just one story of the evening from television. Succession winning a slew of awards. Just quickly go through them. Sarah Snook, Matthew McFadden and Kieran Culkin winning in the acting categories. It was the best TV series drama for its final season. And I think as one of the producers put it on stage, this was a bittersweet situation. Bittersweet because they were so successful. I got the sense that they didn't really want to end it, but they ended this series on a high. And you often find that in the final season of a very successful show like that, they tend to do well in award season, because this is the final opportunity to award it. And of course, this is the series about the dysfunctional media family. It did so well, I think, in large part because of the writing, which was sarcastic at times. It was clever, it was intriguing, there were cliffhangers. and it is a series like no other. So I think really getting its just desserts there in terms of these many awards.
The Golden Globes kind of kicking off the award season. It's like you said, maybe been seen as kind of a precursor to the Oscars, but it really is entering into a new era, as some people are calling it. What are some of the changes that we saw this year, not only on stage, but as you alluded to, there are some new awards even that were handed out this year?
Yes, Best Cinematic Achievement was one of the new awards, which we know went to Barbie. Best Comedic Performance, Stand-Up Comedy Performance, that went to Ricky Gervais. Ricky Gervais, of course, a past host of the Golden Globes, controversial during his times, and he wasn't actually here in Hollywood to pick up his award. Perhaps that was to some relief of members of the audience who are usually they're the victims of him poking fun at them during these kinds of events. But more seriously, for the Golden Globes, this year was significant because, well, the Golden Globes were back with a much bigger voting pool, about 300 voters around the world, criticized a couple of years ago for having no black voters amongst its then about 90 journalists from the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. So its lack of diversity was the big controversial issue. Really, the original organization has been disbanded. They've been reformed as a for-profit organization run by a media organization. They have a very different look. I've got to say, though, the show looked pretty much like any other Golden Globes that I've covered over the last couple of decades. The audience were having fun. They wine and dine the audience. It is the big party at the beginning of the year that Hollywood looks forward to.
Always a bit more relaxed and dressed down maybe than the Oscars. We've got about a minute left here, but you know, this was the first award show since we saw those big strikes last year that seemed to kind of, you know, shut down the media business there. I guess, what's the mood like there? Was the buzz back in Hollywood?
Well, I think the buzz as far as this show is concerned is definitely back in Hollywood. But I've got to tell you, behind the scenes, a lot of people in this town are still struggling. Those strikes, writers and actors, back to back and simultaneously for a while, were really crippling on many of the industries that rely on the entertainment industry here. And the business has been slow to restart. The strike ended after strike just before Christmas, and here we are at the beginning of January. Things still haven't really got moving. So this is a town that's still suffering to some extent.
Peter Bowes there for us in Los Angeles following the Golden Globes, which have wrapped up tonight. I'm Carl Nassman in Washington. That's all for us. Stay tuned for more on BBC.
Hello there. While the falling rain has now eased, then there's still plenty of groundwater out there. The rivers will also take some time to subside, and the number of flood warnings has been in steady decline, but there are still plenty of them out there. All of the details on those are on the BBC weather website. But the weather's certainly changed. For the week ahead, it's still looking mostly dry, a few showers for North Sea facing coast. It will be feeling cold, frost, fog and ice, all forming through the overnight periods. And it's all thanks to this area of high pressure that's been building in through the course of the weekend. It's set to stick around and it will block these Atlantic systems moving in from the west. So we should stay mostly dry. And this is how we're starting off on Monday morning with a widespread frost, some patches of fog out there too, and they will be slow to lift and clear as we head through the morning. Also some icy stretches and still some showers streaming in from the North Sea on quite a brisk and northeasterly wind across the London area, East Anglia and the southeast of England. Wintry over the higher ground, we could possibly see a light dusting of snow for some places, but those showers forming in lines. And as the wind picks up, becomes more easterly, it will drive these showers further west into central southern England, perhaps even into eastern Wales. But for many away from the fog patches, there will be some weak spells of winter sunshine, some areas of cloud, thicker stepping out towards the east. Again, top temperatures between 2 and 5 degrees Celsius. So feeling cold, but feeling even colder still in exposure to that brisk northeasterly wind, and that is always going to feel strongest towards the south. So here it will feel sub-zero and break for most of the day. As we head through Tuesday, there's a little more of a breeze towards the south. The wind is picking up, so this will help break up the cloud. There should be some more sunshine, maybe some showers towards the southwest of England and through the Channel Islands, but otherwise it is looking dry. Again, there will be some weak winter sunshine on offer. Temperatures once more between 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, but plenty of added wind chill again in exposure to that easterly wind. On Wednesday, more cloud, more moisture, and some slightly less cold feeling air perhaps. Most of the cloud will be towards the north of the UK. The best of the sunshine will be further south. And you'll notice that temperatures start to improve a little as we head through Thursday and Friday, but a lot more cloud around, more moisture in the air, still possibly some frost. Bye now.
Want to understand what the news means for you? The latest news feed on Sounds keeps you up to date and lets you explore the stories you're interested in. From breaking headlines
There's been a wave of missile strikes across Ukraine.
to expert analysis and deep dive podcasts.
No one knows what's going on in the head of Vladimir Putin.
Make sense of the latest stories whenever suits you. Open the BBC Sounds app and tap on podcasts for the latest news.
Download the BBC News app now and get the latest headlines as they happen. Personalise your app to learn more about the stories you care about and watch BBC News live wherever you are. Stay up to date whatever you're up to. Download the BBC News app.
This programme asks plain questions with the help of the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world and gathered here in this building. I'll also draw my time reporting on global conflicts and meeting countless heads of government. Frontline experience that helps me know who to talk to and who to listen to, meaning our analysis is objective, unbiased, and I promise you with absolutely no spin. That's why we call our programme Unspun World.
Watch on BBC iPlayer. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
Oh, hot talk.
Welcome to Hard Talk. I'm Stephen Sacker. One of the key drivers of human thought and behaviour throughout history has been knowledge of our own mortality. From childhood, each of us knows we will die. Religion, philosophy and science all wrestle with that fact and have, in different ways, embraced the quest for immortality. My guest today, Stephen Cave, Director of the Cambridge Institute for Humanity and Technology, is at the centre of a growing debate about the merits of extending human longevity. Is it wise to seek to live forever? Stephen Cave, welcome to Hard Talk.
Thank you for having me.
It's a great pleasure. You believe that our human awareness of our own mortality is absolutely central to the human story. Why?
Well, all creatures strive to live on, to keep going. They wouldn't be around us anymore if they didn't. You know, the mouse that didn't care about surviving wouldn't pass on its genes. So we come from a long line of creatures that are determined to keep going. But we have these big brains that's part of our survival mechanism, if you like, that allow us to see the future, to generalize, and we're conscious of ourselves as individuals, and that means we're conscious of our own deaths. And of all the billions of creatures on Earth, very few creatures have to live with that terrible awareness that one day all of their efforts will come to nothing. And so if we look back through human history, what we see is humanity struggling to make sense of this. Some of the earliest archaeological evidence we find of human development is grave goods, for example, suggesting people very early believed in an afterlife. The oldest work of human literature, the Epic of Gilgamesh, is about the quest for immortality and wrestling to come to terms with mortality.
And of course, we have religions and cultural artifacts that are ways of projecting ourselves into the future. And of course, we try very hard to stay alive in this world.
Right. So what you are saying is that we are trying to make sense of our own mortality, but we're also sort of wrestling against it, trying somehow or other to find a recipe to avoid it, to avert this ultimate finish.
Yeah, there are lots of ways in which we can come to terms with mortality. We can tell ourselves that, this life is just the beginning, that the real life is in another realm somewhere else. But the basic plan is to stay alive today for as long as we can.
Religions, of course, they have their own belief systems, and whether it be Western or Eastern religions, they have different forms of an afterlife. Let's just at the beginning of this conversation be clear about you yourself. You have no belief whatsoever in an afterlife.
That's true. I grew up in a Christian culture here in England. But I was skeptical of the stories I was being told, when my grandparents died when I was quite young, and I wasn't even convinced the people telling those stories really believed in them. I think we live in something of a time of crisis for these kinds of belief systems, at least in the West.
You talk about the death of your father, and that giving you a whole new sort of awareness of the self being something which has a physical form in terms of the brain, and that when the brain dies, that self is terminated. Why was the death of a loved one so central to that deeper understanding you gained?
Well, a lot of people have this experience that, when they're children, don't think much about death, but then when they experience it, it could be the death of a pet, but it could be it's often the death of a grandparent or some other loved one. Then they think, okay, where have they gone? And then they realize, well, hang on, if it could happen to them, it could happen to me. And that moment is a terrifying one. But with my father, it was a little bit different, because I was trained as a philosopher in the Western tradition, which is very dualist. That means a separation of mind and body. And we're used to the idea, prevalent in Christianity and other religions, that the mind, the spirit, the soul will go off to some other realm. But when you see someone suffering from brain cancer, as was the case with my father, then you realize that actually the mind, the true self, is very much bound up with this physical body, and of course, in particular, the brain.
Now, before we get into the detail of your analysis of different ways in which human beings right now are pursuing longevity, I just want to sort of address what I see as a basic contradiction in your work. You seem to be saying that we humans are immature in the sense we fear death, and that's why we are so attracted to belief systems which tell us we don't necessarily die. On the other hand, you seem to be saying it is extraordinarily positive and useful that we've developed all these different ways of coping with death and with the fear of death, because it's motivated so much creativity, so much that's positive in human development. So are you essentially selling us a negative story or a positive story?
Well, I wouldn't say we're immature in being unable to face death and having to tell ourselves these stories. This is a human constant.
Well, forgive me, but I'm quoting from you now. As a species, you say, we need to outgrow our fear of death.
I think there's something I talk about, the wisdom narrative that can be found in many cultures, looking back throughout recorded history, both in religions like Christianity, particularly in the Old Testament, and in Buddhism, and in other kinds of belief system like ancient Greek philosophy, which are about trying to come to terms with death and facing mortality and thinking about the benefits that can come from that. For example, appreciating the time that we have here on Earth.
In the past on this program, I have talked to scientists who have devoted a great deal of time, money, and effort to the study of how to block, even reverse, the aging process in human beings. Dr. Aubrey de Grey is one very well-known gerontologist proponent of this effort, and he reckons that within our lifetimes, we may see human beings living for hundreds, if not 1,000 years. Is that not something to embrace, indeed to encourage scientists to work upon?
No, well, there are many age-related diseases which are extremely debilitating, and many lives are too short. There are many people right now who would benefit from the kind of technology that Aubrey and others are working on. But if we are going to try to radically extend life, which is something humans have always dreamt of, then we need to prepare. We're not ready for the consequences of that right now.
But are you saying that if we prepare ourselves, and your think tank and research institute is one of those that talks about this a great deal, you're saying that if we think about it deeply enough, it would be a good thing?
I think it could be. I mean, because I've been skeptical about the possibility of immortality, skeptical about the desirability of immortality, people tend to frame my work as saying that, 70 or 80 years is enough. Now, I hope that when I'm 70 or 80, I will want to continue to live on. I hope that everyone will feel like that about their lives. So I think the kind of research that's happening now that could help people to live a few decades longer is very welcome.
You're at the intersection of sort of philosophy, technology, and science. When you look at today's scientific breakthroughs and technological developments, do you believe that real significant progress is being made in life extension?
Yes, there is progress. There are reasons to be skeptical and there are reasons to be optimistic. And we have to balance these two. The reasons to be skeptical are this is something humans have not just been pursuing for thousands of years, but genuinely believed that they were on the verge of for thousands of years. The ancient Egyptians thought they were on the verge of creating an elixir. The ancient Chinese thought it. Scientists have been thinking it for centuries. But there has been real progress in the last decade in extending the lives of other organisms like fruit flies and nematode worms and even mammals like mice.
And if I may introduce the jellyfish. We now know there is one species of jellyfish, some call it the immortal jellyfish, which has the ability, I think it's technically called transdifferentiation, to redevelop itself, to go back to its earliest form and then grow again. We seem now to be able to learn a great deal in terms of genetic engineering from other living organisms. If we can tap the codes that allow that to happen, surely immortality is no longer some sort of myth or dream.
Well, I think real progress is possible. Never before in human history have we put so much talent and so much money into this area of research, and there have been some real breakthroughs. So I've moved from a position of skepticism to one of thinking that this is possible. And if it's possible, then we need to prepare because we're not ready now.
Does it worry you, and you've already talked about the money, that some of the most enthusiastic proponents of developing this research are the richest and arguably the most powerful private sector business people in the world, thinking of Jeff Bezos, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk. They all seem somewhat obsessed with this area of scientific research, extending human life. They have the money to do it, but it raises questions about whether the work they do will be open to others or will be reserved for themselves.
Well, it's such an important question. I mean, if they're donating large sums of money that drive forward basic research for the benefit of all, then that should certainly be welcome. But one of the real concerns about the consequences of life extension technology is that it will be the privilege of a rich elite. And that, I think, would have disastrous consequences.
Philosopher who I believe you know, certainly I'm sure you know his work, John Davis, he wrote a book called The New Methuselahs. He said, imagine a world in which the wealthy few live on in endless youth, an elite gerontocracy of near mortals. He said it would be a world where they behave like ranchers watching a herd of cattle, that is, the likes of you and me, whose members change with the years while they remain in control. That's dystopian. That is truly scary.
Yes, it's terrifying. I mean, time is the most precious thing that we have. Discrepancies in life expectancy now, here in England, for example, might be about 10 years between rich and poor or different areas of the country. And whenever that's reported on, it's rightly with a sense of outrage. Something must be done. Now imagine if those differences weren't a decade, but were centuries or thousands of years. I hope we would find that unacceptable.
You, in your latest book entitled Should You Choose to Live Forever, you debate with a US-based philosopher, John Martin Fisher, who's extremely enthusiastic about this research and about what it could achieve for humanity. You, much more skeptical. Basically, his message to you is you are a curmudgeon. That just like, for example, Thomas Malthus in the 18th century, who couldn't see the transformative effect that technology would have on food production, you can't see the ways in which the human spirit of sort of innovation and development will allow us to live longer and benefit from that rather than suffer from it.
Well, John is an excellent philosopher based in sunny California, and he likes to contrast his sunny Californian optimism with my English melancholy. Curmudgeon, exactly. And but I think we need to be cautious, and we need to look at possible downsides. Broadly speaking, I'm incredibly excited by new technologies, life extension technologies, and lots of others. But my mission, and that of the new institute we founded, is to make these transformations go well. And we only do that by thinking also about how these technologies, including this one, life extension, can go wrong, and what we need to do to make them go well.
You say you're broadly and in principle excited. You don't come across as excited. You come across as deeply concerned. You talk about the Earth's carrying capacity. That, I guess, means its resource base and what it can, the number of people it can manage to keep alive on this planet. You talk about the carrying capacity being overburdened, and you say that a longevity of 120 to 160 years for the average human would make life pretty much impossible.
Well, I am very concerned. I think everyone ought to be concerned about the drain on the planet's resources that we're exerting with 8 billion people, and we need to be tackling that. And my worry is when people say, it would be fantastic if we have a breakthrough in life extension, and sure, there'll be problems, but we'll solve them. Well, fine, but let's, show me how you can solve the problems of the biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse and global warming now, and then I'll believe you if you tell me you can do it if everyone's living to 120 and population has doubled.
Now, those material challenges are clearly very real, but you go beyond the material challenges. You talk about the philosophical objections that you have as well. You seem to be suggesting that actually, if we could live much longer and, posit the notional forever, i.e. immortality, it would be extremely bad for us. Bad for us because it would drain us of motivation, we would all be bored, and we would be unhappy human beings. Do you really believe that?
The philosophical debate about immortality has been focused on genuinely unending life. And I think given the prospect of eternity, we would either have to become something very different to the very finite creatures we are now with a limited set of interests, or we would become terribly bored and fall into ennui. But that doesn't mean that applies to the real prospects of life extension of, a few decades. But it is worth bearing in mind that, hundreds of millions of people right now are already depressed. This is worth taking seriously. There's an old joke about two ladies in a canteen, and one says, "The food here is terrible." And the other one says, "Yeah, and the portions are so small." Like, well, why would you want a larger portion of terrible food? I mean, we have...
I like the joke and I get the message, but there are equally many millions of people living around the world who are deeply depressed by the notion that actually, before very long, they're going to die. And it gives them an overwhelming sense of the pointlessness of everything.
That life can be full of joy. And I think our priority should be to enable as many people as possible to live in full health for as long as possible. And so if the focus of this kind of research is on what's called compressing morbidity, making people who are aging healthier and extending people's lives that way, I'd be very supportive. But extension for a few, while others are living a life of depression and debilitation, wouldn't be right.
Your debate opponent in this book, John Martin Fisher, he asks you to indulge in a thought experiment. He says, you, Stephen, imagine that I have an elixir which can, when you reach the age of 80, can prolong your life by a week. And at the age of 80, your life is good. You're in good physical and mental health. Would you drink that elixir just to ensure that for the next week, you go on living that good life?
I hope I would. I hope that's what I want to do when I'm...
You hope you would. So if you would drink it for 1 week, what would you do at the end of that 1 week? Would you want to drink it again?
That's much harder to say.
Why? If you've just had a great week because of the elixir, surely you'd want another great week and another after that. I mean, his message beyond the thought experiment is that actually when you drill down into it, if you have a good life, why not want to prolong it for as long as you possibly can?
Well, I completely understand the impulse. And I'm all for creating a world in which as many people as possible can have that kind of life that they embrace. And that's why, I'm very supportive of much of the research that's going into, cellular rejuvenation and the other things that will help us to tackle the diseases of aging. I hope these breakthroughs will come. But as a society, we need to think carefully about what that means for ensuring people have good mental and physical health for as long as possible.
What do you think of those people, some of them very, very rich, some of them indeed scientists, who actually, while they wait for the magical forever life solution to be found, they want their own bodies to be frozen cryogenically for liquid nitrogen to perhaps give them, albeit a very small chance of being revived at some later point when we have found this miraculous answer to forever life?
Well, the belief that we can one day be resurrected, whether by gods or by scientists, is a very ancient one. So I understand the impulse. I think the chances of success are very, very small. Freezing someone is very bad for you. As a rule, it would be considered murder. Your cells turn to slush and so on. But if you say this to someone who signs up for this practice, they'll say the chances might be small, but they're better than coming back from cremation. So, I understand why they're taking the odds.
Let's leave the freezer to one side. Let's think about a different way in which we might in the future think of immortality. That is AI, artificial intelligence, giving us the capacity to download what is the essence of ourself. That is what happens in our brain. Download the memories, the thoughts, the emotions, the material that makes us us onto a computer, to digitize it, to turn ourselves into digital cells which can be kept in a metal box forever. Isn't that going to be a form of immortality?
Well, it is certainly something that some people believe is a form of immortality and is already on offer. I mean, there are already companies promising something like this, whether as a way of managing grief, so if it's a loved one that dies, or as a route to immortality when thinking about your own prospects. But I don't think this is a route to immortality.
It's not just a means of maintaining sort of memories. It's not like keeping photos on your phone. This can be generative. This can be the essence of you, which generates new thoughts, new conversations, which keeps you, in a sense, alive. Now, your institute works on technology in the future and humanity. Is that not something that actually is a realistic possibility?
Yes, it's a great question. And we're in deeply philosophical territory when thinking about, is that really you? I don't think it is. I think I'm this particular animal, this particular body, this organism, and no organism is transferred when my psychological data is transferred onto a computer. But there are, philosophers who differ, and we do in fact have a research project that's thinking about what this will mean for how we grieve, how we think about our own mortality, for religion, if this becomes a common practice, which it might.
Let's talk a little more about artificial intelligence. I've already referred to colleagues of yours who, with the greatest of respect, call you a curmudgeon on the issue of prolonging life. They also, I think, call you a curmudgeon when it comes to your attitude to artificial intelligence, because there are so many people out there working on this who are deeply excited and positive about the future. Demis Hassabis of Google DeepMind, he says, that things are changing at digital speed. We are in the renaissance of scientific discovery. AI has the potential, he says, to help with humanity's greatest challenges. It's going to be transformative. It's going to be beneficial. You, on the other hand, seem to spend your time talking about the need for global regulation. Why are you being, again, curmudgeonly?
Well, those two things are definitely not opposed in global regulation and innovation. On the contrary, I think we need regulation in order to make this technology go well. That's my mission with all of these technologies, to ask how do we make them go well. Of course, they have enormous potential to bring prosperity. That's the history of technology, that in the long run, it tends to bring great prosperity, and we enjoy the life that we do at the moment, and only through technology can we support it.
It's sort of easy to call for regulation and demand that the international community acts together to achieve meaningful regulation, but isn't the truth of it? It's never going to happen, because the key drivers of AI development are vast corporations driven by greed, I suppose, on one level, and nation states who are driven to a large part by national security interests and great power rivals. The idea that those different actors are all going to come together and be collaborative, it defies what we know about human history and human nature, doesn't it?
Well, there's no denying it's incredibly hard. And at the moment, researchers in my institute and across the world are looking at what kind of precedents are the best to follow for AI. Is it something like the way we manage nuclear weapons? Is it something like the way we manage chemical weapons? Or is it more like climate change, for example?
What do you think?
Well, I don't think the nuclear weapon analogy is a good one because we're talking about one very specific technology that's very hard to build, whereas AI, it isn't one problem. It's something that's going to impact on every aspect of life, and it's something that we're all going to have access to. So we need to think of it as a very broad range of problems: AI in healthcare, AI in weapon systems, AI in misinformation, for example, and use different regulatory mechanisms, different ways of cooperating in order to manage those.
But this conversation has been again, a fascinating mix of philosophy, history, science, and technology. What makes you think, viewing humanity over a span of time, that human beings are going to find the ways to turn our ever deepening knowledge of AI and its capacities into something positive rather than something that sows the seeds of our own destruction?
Well, we might not. Well, now you're the curmudgeon now. I mean, I'm trying to be optimistic and suggest that some kind of collaboration is possible. There are real precedents for coming together to solve urgent problems. Often it takes too long, as it is with climate change. But I think we should be optimistic that people have started thinking about the impacts of AI and how to contain it relatively early. I mean, with other technologies like, printing or cars and so on, it took centuries or decades to come up with meaningful regulation. So I think we should be optimistic about the many initiatives that are already springing up.
Stephen Cave, been fascinating. Thanks for being on Hard Talk.
Thank you very much.
Hello there. While the falling rain has now eased, then there's still plenty of groundwater out there. The rivers will also take some time to subside, and the number of flood warnings has been in steady decline, but there are still plenty of them out there. All of the details on those are on the BBC Weather website. But the weather's certainly changed. For the week ahead, it's still looking mostly dry, a few showers for the North Sea basin coast. It will be feeling cold, frost, fog and ice, all forming through the overnight periods. And it's all thanks to this area of high pressure that's been building in through the course of the weekend. It's set to stick around and it will block these Atlantic systems moving in from the west. So we should stay mostly dry. And this is how we're starting off on Monday morning with a widespread frost, some patches of fog out there too, and they will be slow to lift and clear as we head through the morning. Also some icy stretches and still some showers streaming in from the North Sea on quite a brisk northeasterly wind across the London area, East Anglia and the southeast of England. Wintry over the higher ground, we could possibly see a light dusting of snow for some places, but those showers forming in lines. And as the wind picks up, becomes more easterly, it will drive these showers further west into central southern England, perhaps even into eastern Wales. But for many away from the fog patches, there will be some weak spells of winter sunshine, some areas of cloud, thickest, I think, out towards the east. Again, top temperatures between 2 and 5 degrees Celsius. So feeling cold, but feeling even colder still in exposure to that brisk northeasterly wind. And that is always going to feel strongest towards the south. So here it will feel sub-zero, I'm afraid, for most of the day. As we head through Tuesday, there's a little more of a breeze towards the south. The wind is picking up, so this will help break up the cloud. There should be some more sunshine, maybe some showers towards the southwest of England and through the Channel Islands, but otherwise it is looking dry. Again, there will be some weak winter sunshine on offer. Temperatures once more between 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, but plenty of added wind chill again in exposure to that easterly wind. On Wednesday, more cloud, more moisture, and some slightly less cold feeling air perhaps. Most of the cloud will be towards the north of the UK. The best of the sunshine will be further south. And you'll notice that temperatures start to improve a little as we head through Thursday and Friday, but a lot more cloud around, more moisture in the air, still possibly some frost by night.
Newscast is different to the stuff that we all do in our day jobs because it's like a proper chat.
Something big's just happened, and we're just like, right, gonna do an episode. So you all try to get together, we're just all working something out, and then you sort of have a eureka moment.
What you need to know when you need to know it. Newscast.
Listen every day on BBC Sounds.
The world of film is changing faster and faster all the time. I've been reporting on cinema for more than 40 years. So what's it like to be an Oscar nominee? Our global Talking Movies team
How did that work on set?
brings you up to date on the latest in movie making from around the world.
Looking at stories from other cultures.
Interviewing top filmmakers and stars.
People seem to be emotionally charged by the film.
From blockbusters to art house cinema, we'll spotlight the brilliant and unique voices bringing their stories to the big screen.
Talking Movies. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from London, this is BBC News. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken travels to the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia as he continues his Middle East tour aimed at preventing the escalation of the Israel-Gaza war. UK government ministers meet today amid calls for one MP to face questions in Parliament about the post office scandal. Police in Australia dismantle a criminal gang attempting to smuggle hundreds of lizards to Hong Kong. The atomic bomb drama Oppenheimer was big at the Golden Globe Awards in Los Angeles, taking home several of the night's big prizes. And the first American spacecraft to attempt to land on the moon in more than half a century is poised to blast off in a few hours' time. Hello and a very warm welcome to the programme. I'm Sally Gundop. We start with the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who's travelling to the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia today as part of a Middle East tour aimed at preventing the regional escalation of Israel's war in Gaza. He'll hold talks with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which are expected to focus on containing the threat posed to international shipping in Red Sea by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels of neighbouring Yemen. His visits came against the background of escalating conflict in the Gaza Strip, with reports that dozens of people were killed by an Israeli airstrike at a refugee camp in the north of the territory late on Sunday. The Israeli military has not yet responded. Wira Davis sent this report from Jerusalem, a warning it contains distressing images from the start.
Images coming from Jabalia in northern Gaza today are difficult to watch. Reporters quickly on the scene described dozens of bodies lying in the rubble of a destroyed building, many of them women and children. Unconfirmed reports say at least 70 people were killed here in what was reported to be an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military has not yet responded to a BBC request for more information. Across Gaza, say aid agencies, the civilian toll is unbearable. This is the aftermath of another attack in Khan Yunis. Health officials say that even medical facilities, including hospitals, are unsafe, as Israel's relentless campaign continues against Hamas military targets.
Staff inside of this hospital are heroes who are doing everything they can without sleep, without food, without knowing if their own families are safe in order to save the lives of others. So this hospital and the staff in this hospital have to be protected.
With an increasing sense of urgency, the American Secretary of State is on a whistle-stop tour of Middle Eastern capitals. With real concern about the humanitarian situation and the possibility of a region-wide conflict, Antony Blinken is being urged to use America's influence over Israel to demand an immediate ceasefire. Even if Washington presses
Yes, here we go one time. Yes, oh yes.
We are not stopping until victory. The war must not be stopped until we achieve all of its goals.
I'm a fat motherfucker. I blame the NHS and Matt's Bakers. Yeah, oh yeah.
I say this to both our enemies and our friends.
While Al-Dabu wishes fighting would end, he's already lost family and several colleagues. Today, the Al Jazeera correspondent, his son Hamza, also a reporter, killed in an airstrike after Israel says they were targeting a suspect and were aware of others in his car. The latest of at least 75 local journalists to have been killed in Gaza, paying the highest price to report this war to the world. Buddha Davis, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, with me in the studio is Mohammed Taha, who is, of course, as you know, from BBC Arabic. Mohammed, good to see you again this morning. So talk us through what happened overnight in more detail.
Yeah, we heard about this strike on northern Gaza, on Jabalia, where a house that was inhabiting more than 80 people, some of them fled to this home to have a refugee. Some of the people were in the house were prisoners in some of the Israeli prisons at some point, and they were released in this area. This house were struck by an air strike, and more than 60 people were killed in that house. There is a similar incident happened in Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza, where more than 15 people killed in a strike on a house. The main point in this strikes that Israel is no more giving any warnings to these homes before the strikes. That's why we can see more and more rising numbers of deaths in these homes. This is also being added to the tragedy that Antony Blinken talked about, which is the killing of 3 journalists. One of them is Hamza Dahdouh and Mustafa Turaya. That put the numbers of journalists who were killed in this conflict to 109 journalists. One of them was Mustafa Al-Sawaf, who used to be a contributor for the BBC Arabic Radio for a long time.
Let's talk about the Secretary of State then, his agenda today. We've mentioned he's travelling to the UAE, Saudi Arabia. What's being said in the Arab press, the Arab media about his trip?
This is the 5th trip of Antony Blinken in the region, and the most wide trip. He's been to Turkey, to Greece, to Jordan, to Qatar, and then UAE and Saudi Arabia today. It doesn't look like Antony Blinken has managed to achieve a lot in this trip so far. His main reason for the visit is to containing the conflict, and now we can say comfortably that there are 7 fronts on this conflict. There is the war in Gaza, in West Bank, in Jerusalem. There were a stabbing in the last 24 hours. In Lebanon, the Hezbollah strike the Myron side, and also what's happening regarding the Houthis and in Iraq and Syria.
Of course, he is, expressing and communicating the White House line, trying to get the message to Israel that they shouldn't be targeting civilians, they shouldn't be targeting women and children, etc. What's the feeling about to what extent Israel is listening to him in that respect?
currently they are not listening. They are, as we can see during the Anthony Blinken visit, we can see a rising numbers of civilians. The civilians are suffering. They eat one meal a day. They don't have clean water. They don't have showers, as they say. They are really, most of them are in Rafah area in very dire situations. And even the target that Anthony Blinken is trying to achieve, which is releasing the hostages, this is not moving as well.
Okay, Mohammed, thank you so much. Good to see you again. Mohammed Taha there from BBC Arabic. Well, let's now bring you some other news. The US aviation regulator says 171 Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes will remain grounded until it's satisfied they are safe. Thousands of passengers saw their flights cancelled, with Alaska Airlines cancelled 170 flights on Sunday, with more planned for today. We'll have more detail on that in our business coverage in 20 minutes. Republican and Democratic congressional leaders in the US say they've agreed the main elements of a $1.6 trillion budget deal designed to avert a damaging government shutdown later this month. It's yet to be approved by the House of the Senate. Again, more detail later. Farmers in Germany are beginning a blockade of roads across the country at the start of a week-long protest against plans to phase out fuel subsidies, a concession that saw the government backtrack on plans to remove certain agricultural tax breaks was not enough to stop farmers expressing their discontent at the proposals. Hundreds of Brazilian football supporters have been paying their last respects to Mario Zagallo, who won 2 World Cups as a player before leading the national team to victory as manager in 1970. He went on to win a 4th World Cup at Brazil's assistant manager in 1994. Zagallo died on Friday at the age of 92. UK government ministers are meeting later today, a week earlier than planned, amid calls for one of them to face questions in Parliament about the post office scandal, in which hundreds of sub-postmasters and mistresses were wrongfully convicted. So far, fewer than 100 have had their cases overturned, but the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, says he's looking at ways to potentially clear them all. Mark Ashdown reports.
The only way to stop it is to prove that I'm not a thief, right? It must be a bug. It must be.
Lee Castleton's years of suffering were laid bare in the recent ITV drama. He was accused of theft by the post office and pursued through the courts.
£26,000 gone missing.
You what? 26 grand. He was left bankrupt, shunned by his community, and even considered ending his life. He said the public support this week has left him stunned.
It's very lonely being the only one, as the post office would constantly tell each of the victims. So now we're together in this, and we just need to keep walking forward, no matter what the punches are, no matter how hard the war gets.
Lee was among around 700 post office managers convicted over a 16-year period from 1999. In fact, faulty software in the Horizon IT system was to blame. The Prime Minister said the Ministry of Justice is looking at the best way to speed up the process for overturning convictions and handing out compensation.
It's right that we find every which way we can do to try and make this right for the people who were so, I said, wrongfully treated at the time. The compensation is a part of that. But as you say, there are legal things that may be possible as well.
Currently, each person with a conviction has to appeal to the post office directly to try to overturn it. Campaigners say many have been left traumatised and don't trust the process. Just 93 convictions have been quashed. The committee set up to oversee compensation payments has written to the government, urging it to intervene and exonerate all of those accused as one. And the Metropolitan Police is investigating whether crimes were committed in the way hundreds of innocent people were prosecuted and convicted in what's become known as Britain's biggest miscarriage of justice. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
Police in Australia have dismantled a criminal gang that was attempting to smuggle hundreds of lizards to Hong Kong. Detectives discovered more than 250 of the creatures destined for the international pet market. Let's go live to our correspondent in Sydney, Phil Mercer. Phil, tell us more. It's quite a haul.
It is. Australia is home to a wondrous array of flora and fauna, and the government in Australia believes that native animals and plants, for that matter, are increasingly being targeted by criminal gangs who see easy profits to be made in this country by, for example, catching wild lizards and sending them around the world for profit. Now, the police here in Sydney have conducted a series of raids, and they say that they've recovered more than 250 lizards along with snakes and eggs. And it's alleged that a criminal gang had been catching these creatures in the wild and sending them by post to Hong Kong, more than 5,500 kilometers away. Now, the alarm was raised in September when an illicit consignment was found. That prompted a nationwide investigation, ending in these raids in Sydney. 4 people have been arrested. They're facing various charges, including the illegal exporting of native animals. As for those animals that were found, the lizards, the snakes and the eggs, they've been given the once over by vets, and there is a happy ending in terms of the wildlife. They've been released back into the wild. As for those people accused of trafficking or attempting to traffic these animals, they are due back in court in a few weeks' time.
Okay, Phil, good to hear that. Thank you very much. Phil Mercer there in Sydney. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. So let's take a look at stories making the news elsewhere. Police in Lincolnshire say 2 people have died after their car became submerged in water. It happened on Saturday in the early afternoon near Grimsby and the mouth of the River Humber. A 16-year-old boy and a 40-year-old man were pronounced dead at the scene. Their next of kin have been informed. Transport for London says there will still be some disruption to tube services this morning, despite the RMT union calling off a planned strike. London Underground workers had been due to walk out for 5 days. The union said positive discussions meant further talks could take place. The pioneering British surgeon, Professor Sir Roy Khan, has died at the age of 93. He carried out Europe's first liver transplant, operating in 1968. Sir Roy was regarded as a world-leading surgeon working at Adam Brooks Hospital in Cambridge. He was the first to use drugs to control the rejection of donated organs. More details on our website. You're live with BBC News.
BBC, oh my God.
Oppenheimer was among the big winners at the Golden Globe Awards in Los Angeles, taking home several of the night's big prizes, including Best Director for Christopher Nolan and Best Drama Film Actor for its lead, Cillian Murphy. Other winners included Emma Stone, who won Best Comedy Film Actress for Poor Things, whilst the French thriller Anatomy of a Fall took the Best Foreign Language Film Award. The star-studded event follows a year in which productions ground to a halt because of strikes by writers and actors. So let's go live to LA now, speak to our correspondent there, Peter Bowes. Hello to you, Peter. So in many ways, this was a good night, was it, for the Golden Globes, given its own history and the fact that we just mentioned those strike action?
It was a good night for the Golden Globes, Sally, just because they were on the air. They have recovered from really scandal after scandal, and the biggest controversy being a couple of years ago when it was revealed that they didn't have any black voters amongst the about 90 voters, members of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. And last year, they were essentially taken off the air. The show wasn't televised. There's been a big rethink, a big revamping of the organisation, which is now a for-profit organisation produced and owned by a media company.
What's Sally? What the fuck? That was ages ago.
Very similar to many other shows that I've seen around the globe, but I think they have more credibility now that some of these huge failings have been exposed and seemingly put right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that was mentioned by some of the winners. Talk us through then, those who got gongs.
Yeah, and it was clearly about Barbenheimer, that word, love it or hate it, that's often bandied around, and we'll probably hear more of it as we approach the Oscars, but a battle between Oppenheimer and Barbie, perhaps a little bit unfair because one is a drama, one is a musical comedy, but it was Oppenheimer winning in 5 of its categories. That was the night's big winner. This film, as you say, about the man who created and invented the atomic bomb, winning in a slew of categories. Barbie, not so successful in the artistic categories, apart from Billie Eilish winning for Best Song, but it significantly won in a brand new category created by the Globes for cinematic achievement, essentially box office achievement. And that's very justified because it was the biggest film of last year, taking about $1.5 billion around the world.
Yeah, and also as well, the French thriller Anatomy of a Fall, which got Best Foreign Language Film. Also interesting, isn't it, to see this one doing so well?
It is interesting, and well, I enjoyed that movie. I think it's a great movie. It's a great thriller. It keeps you on the edge of your seat in the French language until the final moment. And if you haven't seen it, it's about a man who falls to his death, and the entire film is posing the question, did he take his own life, or was his wife involved in his death? They have a difficult relationship leading up until that point. And it, as I say, keeps you really on the edge of your seat right until the final moment, and it's quite a cliffhanger to come. And the very fact that it has done so well, not only at the Golden Globes, but it's predicted to do well in some of the other shows in the coming weeks, and not in the English language film, I think bodes particularly well for it.
And do tell us about Ricky Gervais. He wasn't there to collect his award. It's a new category, I understand. And of course, he used to host the Golden Globes controversially.
Yeah, this is intriguing that he is a former host, a controversial host, because he said it as it is. He poked fun at the great and good of Hollywood. Sometimes they didn't like it. But he was the winner in this second of 2 new categories, the first being for cinematic and box office achievement, but the best stand-up comedy routine he won for. He wasn't here on the night. He wasn't there to pick up his award, perhaps to some relief from certain members of the audience.
And we've got to mention Succession as well, of course, which has been a hugely successful streaming series that many just can't seem to sort of live without currently.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to live without it in the future because it is finished. It is over. And its final season was, I think, by general consensus, considered to be its best, and a slew of awards for most of its actors, actress up for awards in the different categories, and winning for Best Drama in the television section of the Golden Globes. And I think it was one of the producers who said it was a bittersweet moment. Yes, achievement for them, but I get the sense that they didn't really want to end.
And just quickly, Peter, what does this say for future award ceremonies, do you think, in terms of what we can see coming up in, say, in March?
Well, I think Oppenheimer is probably in pole position now. I think it's cemented that position that a lot of people, a lot of critics have been really talking of that film in the last few weeks. I think Barbie, it may be controversial to say this, but I think Barbie is going to struggle in the coming weeks, especially at the Oscars. If it can't do well at the Golden Globes, it's going to be a real fight to achieve anything at the Oscars, I think.
Okay, well, we should keep a close eye for sure. Peter, speak to you soon. Thank you very much. Peter Bowes there. Cold health alerts have been issued for parts of England this week, with temperatures due to plummet, leading to snow and ice. It comes as many areas are still trying to recover from the aftermath of Storm Henk, which caused widespread flooding. About 170 flood warnings are still in place in England and Wales, and the Environment Agency says more properties could flood over the next weeks as river levels go up. Jessica Lane reports.
As the cold weather hits many parts of the country, lots of homes and gardens remain underwater, including here in Nottinghamshire.
There's still water in the conservatory. The conservatory flooded first, so we tried to sandbag a barrier in.
Hit by flooding earlier this week, Erica's had to move in with her neighbours.
And I've had loads of offers from all over the village. The village has been brilliant, and they've all offered to come and clean up. Obviously, I've got to wait for the insurance to come and assess the damage first before I move anything.
Lots of the fields in the area are still underwater. And in fact, there are some houses over here, and the people in those houses are isolated. The fire brigade has had to send boats out filled with bottles of water and tins of food to make sure that they have enough provisions to keep them going for the next few days.
They've also been checking on other isolated people cut off by the sheer amount of water. People alongside the River Lambourne in Berkshire were monitoring water levels all last night after some homes flooded. The Prime Minister met the Environment Agency earlier in Oxford. The government's been accused of being asleep at the wheel by Labour in its response to the widespread flooding chaos. Ministers say affected communities in England will be able to apply for funding to help them through these challenging times.
Even though we've got some dry weather in the forecast, it's going to take a while for the peaks in the rivers to move down through to the sea and take the pressure off communities like those we've seen in recent days.
Here in Collingham, some of the floodwater has receded, but the cold weather is hitting many in the country trying to salvage their homes and businesses. And with the prospect of more flooding to come, it continues to be a worrying time. Jessica Lane, BBC News, Collingham in Nottinghamshire.
Now, final preparations are underway for the launch of a spacecraft which will attempt to land on the moon. That would be interesting enough in itself, but the rocket is also carrying some rather bizarre cargo, as Emily Brown explains.
After nearly a decade of planning and testing, the first American spacecraft set to attempt a lunar landing in more than 50 years. This is the new partnership between NASA and private industry United Launch Alliance. This is their Vulcan Centaur. It's a private competitor to Elon Musk's SpaceX, and it's set to take off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The rocket is carrying Astrobotics Peregrine 1, and that aims to be the first US craft to make a soft lunar landing since the Apollo program. Let's take a look at the rocket in more detail. We know it has a height of nearly 62 meters, a diameter of 5.4 meters, and a total mass of more than 500,000 kilograms. On board are scientific instruments that will probe the lunar environment, hoping to pave the way for the return of astronauts on the moon. But there's also some unusual cargo, a physical Bitcoin, sculptures by the artist Jeff Koons, and controversially, DNA and human remains of the Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry, as well as sci-fi author and scientist Arthur C. Clarke. The Vulcan rocket's upper stage is also carrying late cast members of Star Trek, as well as former presidents John F. Kennedy, Dwight D. Eisenhower, and George Washington. Well, the countdown is on. Takeoff is expected at 2:18 a.m. local time.
And if you want to know what that is in GMT, it's 0718 GMT. And we'll, of course, bring it to you live here on BBC News, so make sure you do tune in. Now, there's more stories we've covered today so far on our website, including, of course, all the glamour and the gossip from the Golden Globes in LA. Just head to bbc.com/news, or the BBC News app is to hand whenever you wish to log in there. I'll be back as promised with the top business stories. We'll have more on the US lockdown that will not be taking place, hopefully, and the other top business news. I'll see you in a moment.
Hello there. While the falling rain has now eased, then there's still plenty of groundwater out there. The rivers will also take some time to subside, and the number of flood warnings has been in steady decline, but there are still plenty of them out there. All of the details on those are on the BBC Weather website. But the weather's certainly changed. For the week ahead, it's still looking mostly dry. A few showers for North Sea facing coast. It will be feeling cold, frost, fog, and ice, all forming through the overnight periods. And it's all thanks to this area of high pressure that's been building in through the course of the weekend. It's set to stick around, and it will block these Atlantic systems moving in from the west. So we should stay mostly dry. And this is how we're starting off on Monday morning, with a widespread frost, some patches of fog out there too, and they will be slow to lift and clear as we head through the morning. Also some icy stretches and still some showers streaming in from the North Sea on quite a brisk northeasterly wind across the London area, East Anglia and the southeast of England. Wintry over the higher ground, we could possibly see a light dusting of snow for some places, but those showers forming in lines. And as the wind picks up, becomes more easterly, it will drive these showers further west into central southern England, perhaps even into eastern Wales. But for many away from the fog patches, there will be some weak spells of winter sunshine, some areas of cloud, thickest I think out towards the east. Again, top temperatures between 2 and 5 degrees Celsius, so feeling cold, but feeling even colder still in exposure to that brisk northeasterly wind, and that is always going to feel strongest towards the south, so here it will feel sub-zero for most of the day. As we head through Tuesday, there's a little more of a breeze towards the south. The wind is picking up, so this will help to break up the cloud. There should be some more sunshine, maybe some showers towards the southwest of England and through the Channel Islands, but otherwise it is looking dry. Again, there will be some weak winter sunshine on offer. Temperatures once more between 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, but plenty of added wind chill again in exposure to that easterly wind. On Wednesday, more cloud, more moisture, and some slightly less cold feeling air perhaps. Most of the cloud will be towards the north of the UK. The best of the sunshine will be further south. And you'll notice that temperatures start to improve a little as we head through Thursday and Friday, but a lot more cloud around, more moisture in the air, still possibly some frost by night.
It's really disheartening to see this amount of waste come forward. If it wasn't for us collecting them, they could go to landfill or incineration.
I feel very proud. I want to encourage other black athletes to take up swim, bike, run, and dream of becoming champions.
مادر دقیقا معنای زندگی آزادی بود. یعنی زنی بود که زندگی ساخت، عشق داد، در راه آزادی هم رفت.
Їй все одно, хто ти чоловік або жінка. Коли ракета потрапляє в будинок, а ракеті все одно, чоловіки, там жінки або діти вмирають всі.
Inspiring short films from the BBC. Watch now on iPlayer.
What does it take to become a top opera star like tenor
What?
Jonas Kaufman, Welsh bass baritone Sabrina Tervel, and Greek American soprano Maria Harris? I'm on a mission to find out how opera is trying to attract new audiences and reinvent itself.
I think music has the power to change the world.
Take me to the opera. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Live from London, this is BBC News. Grounded jets as Alaska Airlines cancels hundreds of flights. What impact will the 737 MAX 9 incident have on Boeing? Shutdown averted for now. US Congress leaders reach a deal over spending worth over $1.6 billion. Diverted ships. Tensions in the Red Sea continue. We look at the impact of the rising cost of insurance on the shipping industry. And fully charged, how 3 former Tesla executives have invested big in a sustainable battery plant in South Wales. We talk to the CEO. Hello, if you've just joined us, good to have you with us. I'm Sally Bundock. We're looking at the top business stories now, starting in the US, where Alaska Airlines says it had to cancel 170 flights on Sunday after the US Federal Aviation Administration grounded all Boeing 737 MAX 9 jets, fitted with the same panel as the one which broke off an Alaska Airlines plane on Friday. The air carrier says the disruption is likely to continue into this week. Now, this comes 4 years after all 737 MAX planes were grounded following 2 fatal crashes in Indonesia and Ethiopia. Since the plane has come back into service, there have been a number of high-profile problems with the program, including electrical faults and quality control issues. So how much of a wake-up call is this for Boeing? Well, let's talk to Jane Foley, Head of Foreign Exchange Strategy at Rabobank. Good morning to you, Jane. More problems for Boeing, more problems with regards to the MAX fleet. Talk us through the implications.
Well, first of all, the airlines that were involved in those awful deadly crashes a few years ago, those were the MAX 8. The airline that covers the incident over the weekend was the MAX 9. So the MAX 8 fleet is not really covered by the grounding orders that we've had over the last few days. That's predominantly the MAX 9. Now, it's United Airlines, Alaska Airlines, by far the biggest customer for those particular MAX 9 airlines. That said, this was going to be a crucial year for Boeing. It really wanted this year to get itself back on track. Analysts assuming that they may have delivered around about 500 MAX 9s this year at a time when the airline industry is really clamoring out for new aircraft because it was been such a busy year last year. So hoping for a profitable year this year, and that now looks far less likely.
Yeah, and also they've got, changes at the top. They've got a new boss in position who, as you say, they wanted to start the year extremely strongly with a strong vision, and now they've got to sort of hunker down, discuss once again safety with an investigation underway, and they've got to wait really, see what the outcome of this is. And it really impacts people's perception of whether they want to get on board these planes or not.
Well, that's right. Reputational risk is huge for any corporation, and particularly when people's safety is at risk. So this, no doubt, it will affect people's perceptions of the whole of the MAX fleet, and that's over 1,000 aircraft, not just the MAX 9s, which were just the ones that were involved in this particular incident in Alaska Airlines over the last few days. So it will cross a huge amount of people's perceptions. Not only that, of course, it's not just about Boeing, it's about their suppliers too. For instance, I was reading this morning a Bloomberg report suggesting that Spirit Aerosystems, which makes about 70% of that framework of that particular plane, well, Bloomberg was reporting that there's been systems with staff retention, with labour strife, with actually the nuts and bolts, literally, of that particular fuselage. So the investigations over the next few days and the next few weeks, maybe even longer, are really going to focus in not just on Boeing, but also on its suppliers.
Okay, Jane, thank you very much indeed. Of course, a story we're keeping a very close eye on, and there's just a lot more detail as well on our website, so do take a look at that. But now let's move on to what's happening in the United States, because many are breathing a sigh of relief in Congress as a $1.6 billion deal has been reached on spending between Republican and Democratic leaders. Politicians have been grappling with the detail on federal budget spending for this year, which they hope will satisfy members on both sides, averting a disastrous government shutdown. Well, let's get more on this from our business reporter, Monica Miller. Hello, Monica. This is sort of like, the sword of Damocles hanging over Congress all the time, the prospect of a government shutdown. What's happened? How they come to this agreement?
Yeah, well, this is nice to see when we talk so much about the divisiveness that happens in the U.S. But basically, the Republicans and Democrats have reached an agreement on just how much the U.S. government can spend this new year, which is a significant step towards avoiding the shutdown. Now, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, says that what this breakdown means is about $886 billion for military spending and $704 billion on non-defense spending. And as you had mentioned earlier, last year, the House of Representatives and Senate Appropriations Committee, they couldn't agree on very much, and they were unable to agree on the 12 annual spending bills that need to be funded by the government, and that they missed that deadline of October 1st because of those disagreements over just how much money should be spent.
But we're not out of the woods yet, are we? Because the deal is not finally clinched. Is that right?
They have a lot of work cut out for them. The congressional members still have to figure out exactly how to spend that money. And the Republican-led House and the Democratic-controlled Senate, well, they don't agree very much, particularly in a political year where there's a huge election coming up. But they need to establish just how much to allocate to certain funds. And that includes everything from the Agriculture Department, Homeland Security, as well as health benefits that American people and the U.S. government workers will need. Now, they need to kind of get their act together and decide how this is going to happen and pass these pieces of legislation by January 19th, which is one of the deadlines which is set for these bills to move through Congress. And there's also another one on February the 2nd for the remainder of them.
Okay, so we will talk about it again in the future. Thank you for now. Now let's bring you an update on what is happening in the Red Sea. Ships across the world are switching away from the shorter trade route via the Suez Canal after Iranian-backed Houthi militants in Yemen stepped up attacks on commercial vessels to show their support for Hamas. On Friday, the container shipping giant Maersk said it's diverting all vessels from Red Sea routes around Africa's Cape of Good Hope for the foreseeable future, warning customers to prepare for significant disruption. Now, as we've been reporting for several weeks now, the crisis is having a significant impact on the cost of shipping goods, with the price of insurance rising substantially for ships transiting through the area. But let's discuss this with Richard Mead, Editor-in-Chief of Lloyd's List, one of the world's oldest maritime journals. Good to have you on the programme, Richard. So let's talk specifically about the insurance cost. How's it changed?
Well, obviously, the insurance costs spiked in the wake of the attacks. That really has probably leveled off since Christmas. The market seems to have priced that into the market now. You're looking at additional premiums settling around 0.3, 0.35% of the whole value of a single standalone transit. So that could put as much as $455,000 on each cost for a brand new tanker, or over $500,000 for a brand new box ship. So that is significant, but it has leveled off. And I think what we're seeing now is the market really taking each day as it comes. We're looking at a daily calculation of risk versus cost for most ship owners now.
And for those that you talk to about this, what are they thinking in terms of how long it's going to take before commercial shipping companies can confidently go through the Suez Canal?
It's different for different ship types at the moment. We've seen a 20% drop off in terms of traffic going through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, but that's almost exclusively driven by container ships. And as you said, Maersk have gone back down a long way, along with everybody else. Now that's adding 10 to 12 days onto a journey for a container ship to Europe, 3,500 nautical miles. And it's probably doubled the freight rates within that market. Now, that's an economic calculation the containers can take at the moment, because they were going through a period of overcapacity, and actually financially it benefits them to do this right now. But we haven't seen the same calculation from tankers, for example. They've not really been targeted as much, and we've seen general cargo and dry bulk carriers also not move. So the vast majority of shipping is still going through the Red Sea at the moment. As I say, it's a daily calculation of risk versus cost. If we see more of the different ship type being attacked, then we may see a different calculation being made. So it's wait and see at the moment.
Yeah, it's very much wait and see, and it's very hard to predict as well, isn't it? Because, of course, we have no idea at this point how things will pan out in terms of the war between Israel and Hamas. So what are your thoughts on impact on global trade for this year? Because there's always the worry about what this means in the long term.
There is. I mean, we're talking about a stretch of water that accounts for 12% of global trade annually. It's $1 trillion worth of goods. You've got 8% of global crude going through the Suez Canal, 4.8 million barrels a day through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This is a significant period of trade that you're looking at going through these waters. So if this continues to be an issue, it will cause disruption to global trade. But as I say, at the moment, it's a little bit wait and see. The containers can absorb this at the moment. If this turns into an issue for tankers, that's a very different story.
Okay, thank you. Richard Mead, Editor-in-Chief at Lloyd's List. We appreciate your time. Let's bring you some more business news. Farmers in Germany are set to blockade roads from today at the start of a week-long protest against plans to phase out fuel subsidies. The proposals were part of the government's efforts to deal with an ongoing budget crisis. Ministers have been desperately seeking savings after a court ruling threw its spending plans into disarray. Train drivers are also expected to strike from Wednesday, piling further pressure on Berlin's governing coalition. Strikes by London Underground workers, which would have crippled services from this morning, have been suspended. Little or no service was expected across the capital's entire network from Sunday evening through to Friday morning. Members of the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union have previously voted to take industrial action over a below-inflation pay increase of 5%. The union said positive discussions meant further talks could take place. In the UK, ministers are set to meet today to consider measures into clearing the names of hundreds of sub-postmasters convicted in the Post Office Horizon scandal. More than 700 branch managers were convicted of false accounting, theft and fraud based on faulty software. The Post Office, which is wholly owned by the government, acted as the prosecutor when it brought the cases against the sub-postmasters, some of whom wrongly went to prison and many were financially ruined. Still to come, Fully Charged, how 3 former Tesla executives have invested big in a sustainable battery plant in South Wales. We'll talk live to the CEO. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
BBC News, bringing you different stories from across the UK. This is New Beginnings, a home for racehorses at the end of their careers. The animals come here to learn new skills before they've found new homes.
They've finished their racing career and they've been an athlete at the top of the game. They're racing fit. So when they're no longer a racehorse, they're just a horse that used to race, then they need to learn to slow down a little bit and to use the body differently and to learn new skills.
We do specialise in quirky, difficult horses. If a horse is, when it finishes racing, straightforward, there's plenty of places that can take that horse and retrain it. But if it's quirky and it's difficult, then you need the expertise to be able to turn that horse around and give it the time and space that it needs to adapt to a new life.
In 14 years, New Beginnings have helped hundreds of former racehorses find new homes. First, they go back to basics, then slowly build from there. For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
Hello again, you're live with BBC News. Let's continue with the top business stories and fasten your seatbelts. This year is going to be an extremely busy one for elections. Of course, the big one that will dominate and is already grabbing headlines is the US election. That's not until November. Here in the UK, we are also headed to the polls. We don't know when, but we're sure it will be this year. The cost of living and what this means for economic growth and jobs is a large concern in both countries. Our correspondents from New York and London sent these reports.
President Joe Biden has a problem. Multiple polls show him losing the economic messaging war to former President Donald Trump, his most likely opponent in this year's presidential election. It's hurting his standing with voters in key battleground states that will determine the outcome of the presidential election. The problem is inflation. Americans are upset about high inflation that aren't going back to pre-pandemic levels. This comes at a time when data shows that the American economy is getting stronger. Growth is solid, unemployment is low, inflation has dropped to 3.2% from a peak of 9.1%. And the country's central bank appears done with interest rate hikes, even on cuts next year. Now, one Democratic pollster told me there are things the White House can do to close the gap between perception and reality by focusing on kitchen table economics and drawing a contrast between the two candidates once the Republican presidential nominee is confirmed. But as long as American voters feel horrible about it, Joe Biden doesn't seem able to benefit politically from this strong opponent. As the new year goes, people here in the UK policymakers are also thinking about holding an election and the economy is going to be strong and strong. But inflation is falling, but it remains almost twice as high as the Bank of England target, which means interest rates here might not go quite as soon or as quickly as in other major economies. But the 14 hikes already in the system are making their mark on the economy's growth. It's pretty stagnant and looking ahead to the next couple of years is expected to remain so. So that will put more pressure on households. And there are signs that employers are curbing that hiring drive as they prepare for a strike as well. Thousands of jobs could go. But against that backdrop,
to all the phase. And no change and no phase. That's why I'm here. The rooster radar.
It certainly will. They're 3 days out on the South Blue. It's going to be a very busy year for lots of reasons. For Africa, it's a crucial one. Global and domestic political and financial upheaval made 2023 an uncertain year for the continent's 54 countries. At the end of last year, questions were raised about the feasibility of international loans to the region after Ethiopia became the most recent African country to go into default. This was in part due to the overwhelming financial strain left over from the COVID pandemic, a strain which has been felt across the region. However, even with all these challenges, Africa's GDP was estimated at over $3 trillion last year. It is an important economic region globally due to its number of countries, growing workforce, and wealth of natural resources. So what are the economic prospects for this year? That is a very big question. We've got Razia Khan joining us, Head of Research for Africa and the Middle East at Standard Chartered. Razia, lovely to see you. It's been a while. So tell us what you will be watching this year. Africa is your beat. What are you going to be looking at?
Thank you, Sally. And one of the key takeaways from the very difficult run of years that we've seen for the Africa region is that we're starting to see important signs of reform. One of the key aspects of the outlook for 2024 will be how much the bigger economies, like South Africa, like Nigeria, can rely on reform to perhaps offset some of the global slowing trend. Nigeria started off in a very encouraging way in 2023. We saw the adoption of fuel subsidy reform, possibly the most contentious in that country's history, as well as foreign exchange liberalization reforms. But these have stalled in the recent past, and the key question for many market participants will be to what extent can those reforms be revised and be successfully seen through despite the difficulties. South Africa too, years of load shedding, now increasingly the expectation that there is going to be much more renewable capacity. Will this be sufficient for South Africa to be able to overcome the economic constraints by its recent problems with electricity? So one of the key aspects, despite this very difficult global backdrop, is how much are we going to be seeing the adoption of reform making a difference to growth trajectories in the region?
What about the political upheaval we saw in 2023? We saw various coups or attempted coups in Central Africa. Also, of course, the impact of climate change on parts such as Sudan, where we're seeing terrible famine again. Your thoughts on how that will impact Africa this coming year?
This remains a key concern, of course. The suggestion that we're likely to see continued political volatility in some of the weaker economies. This is likely to result in pressure almost across the board for expanded fiscal deficits. The concerns of Africa's populations, the recent rise in food prices, the impact of that on political volatility, all of this remains very important. One of the key concerns still is how easy it's going to be for different countries to attract private capital flows. In economy after economy, we've seen much more dependence from the international financial institutions. The reset higher of global interest rates has made it more difficult for private capital. The hurdle is higher, and unfortunately, the overall consequence of this is a slowing down of growth momentum. Now, we see this play out to a varying extent. Some economies are in a better position to be able to proceed with domestically driven reforms. This might give more momentum to that. Other economies will certainly be much more vulnerable to that slowdown. And this could be part of what is driving the political volatility across the region. Of course, it's very difficult to generalize across so many different countries.
Okay, Razia, good to hear from you. Thank you for your expertise on Africa, what's ahead. Now let's talk about batteries. As more and more of us switch to driving electric vehicles, battery production is being ramped up all over the world. A company based in Wales called DG Innovate is pioneering sustainable improvements to electric vehicle batteries and energy storage. They've just received a huge boost as 3 former Tesla executives joined its management team in the last month and invested 2.4 million into this firm. Well, let's talk to one of those. It's Peter Bardenfleck Hansen, who's Director of Business Development at Tesla, but is now Chief Executive of DG Innovate. Welcome to the program. So why did you make that move from Tesla and invest not only your expertise, your time, but also your money in DG Innovate in Caerphilly in South Wales?
That's a great question there. I think basically I've been along with Tesla for quite a few years, 15 years, but actually left 4 years ago to stay within this ecosystem of e-mobility. But basically, coming from the disruptor that Tesla is, I thought there's never been anything we're going to do. That could actually be disrupting the whole industry, but that's exactly what DG Innovate has done. And look, UK has a long history of being within research and development, going back 100 years or even longer when you look at the Industrial Revolution. And it's just, you're very, very good at engineering tough tasks. And what I found in Wales is really regulated. It is really world-class tech that we've found. Basically, the company has 2 main focus areas. One is battery, as you just looked at, specifically within what we call the heavy anode production, where we are focusing on making hard carbon anodes as opposed to lithium-ion anodes, which is what we all know today. Everybody knows or uses the word lithium-ion because that's basically what we use. But all lithium-ion comes out of China, and it's not very sustainable in any way. It's environmentally hazardous, and we're completely in the hands of the Chinese. Here is a
So who decided to? Did you find them or did they find you?
Well, basically, it was a little bit of both. So we were, as mentioned, there's 3 of us, and 3 eyes are better than 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. And basically, we worked together for 10 years, 3 of us, Christian and Lachlan and myself. We were basically approached. We went to. I thought it sounded a little bit too good to be true when often that the last day, but when I came to Wales, I actually managed to see that this was true. I mean, here we have somebody that made technology, electrical motors that are 1/3 the size, 1/3 the weight, and 1/3 the cost. Yet just as efficient, in fact, even more efficient, 98.5% efficient than what's out there. And the same goes with the battery, which is, again, bringing back tech into the UK, having it produced here, and even using local components, local files to make things that we're currently importing from China, for instance.
It's fascinating, and it's great to hear about the investment in Caerphilly, much needed. Peter Bardenfleck Hansen, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Chief Executive of DG Innovate. That's all from me. I'll see you soon.
Hello there. While the falling rain has now eased, then there's still plenty of groundwater out there. The rivers will also take some time to subside, and the number of flood warnings has been in steady decline, but there are still plenty of them out there. All of the details on those are on the BBC Weather website. But the weather's certainly changed. For the week ahead, it's still looking mostly dry, through showers for the North Sea basin coast. It will be feeling cold, frost, fog and ice, all forming through the overnight periods. And it's all thanks to this area of high pressure that's been building in through the course of the week, and it's set to stick around and it will block these Atlantic systems moving in from the west, so it should stay mostly dry. And this is how it's starting off on Monday morning with a widespread frost, some patches of fog out there too, and they will be slow to lift and clear as we head through the morning. Also some icy stretches and still some showers streaming in from the North Sea, a brisk northeasterly wind across the London area, East Anglia and the southeast of England. Wintry over the higher ground, we could possibly see a light dusting of snow for some places, but those showers forming in lines. And as the wind picks up, becomes more easterly, it will drive these showers further west into central southern England, perhaps even into eastern Wales. But for many away from the fog patches, there will be some weak spells of winter sunshine, some areas of cloud. Thickest, I think, out towards the east again, top temperatures between 2 and 5 degrees Celsius. So feeling cold, but feeling even colder still in exposure to that brisk northeasterly wind, and that is always going to feel strongest towards the south. So here it will feel sub-zero, I'm afraid, for most of the day. As we head through Tuesday, there's a little more of a breeze towards the south. The wind is picking up, so this will help break up the cloud. There should be some more sunshine, maybe some showers towards the southwest of England and through the Channel Islands, but otherwise it is looking dry again. There will be some weak winter sunshine on offer. Temperatures once more between 2 to 5 degrees Celsius, but plenty of added wind chill again and exposure to that easterly winds. On Wednesday, more cloud and more moisture and some slightly less cold feeling air perhaps. Most of the clouds will be towards the north of the UK. The best of the sunshine will be further south. And you'll notice that temperatures start to improve a little as we head through Thursday and Friday, but a lot more cloud air, more moisture in the air, still possibly some frost.
And nurse, how's midwife speaking? In hospital, you deal with cases. On the district, you deal with people. There's a real back to school feeling of the year. When mothers come to us, they bring everything they are with them. Brand new Call the Midwife continues Sunday at 8 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Without conflict, there can be no drama.
These roads are often the most rewarding. Oh, I like to think that more for me than just a landlord.
You gutless, lying weasel.
The brand new series of Borthwick Road. Press red to watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Now, Michael McIntyre's back with his big show.
What? Be ready for the unexpected. The new series of Michael McIntyre's Big Show starts Saturday at 6:50 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Well, it's a cold Monday morning, the 8th of January. Welcome to BBC One at 6 o'clock.
Hello there, good morning. Welcome to breakfast this Monday with Sarah Campbell and John King.
Our headlines today: ministers are meeting to look at ways of clearing the names of hundreds of wrongly convicted sub-postmasters.
A plea for more help from unpaid carers who've contacted this programme as we ask, who cares?
Footballers Marcus Stewart and Stephen Darby talk exclusively to breakfast about their March of the Day and life with MND.
Do you feel like you're a hindrance?
Yeah.
But you shouldn't be, should you?
No, sir, I've been back for 35 years.
Good morning. Is that bargain flight really such a good deal? We're taking a look at the hidden holiday costs that add up unexpectedly as you book and how you can avoid them. In sport, all smiles for Liverpool, who reached the fourth round of the FA Cup, knocking out goal-shy Arsenal at the Emirates.
And it is thankfully a much drier week of weather ahead, but it's colder too. So we've got some frost, some fog, and for some of us, some wintry showers. But I'll have all the details throughout the programme.
Good morning. It's Monday, the 8th of January, and our main story is that the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, is going to meet with the minister responsible for the Post Office today to discuss how hundreds of branch managers who were wrongly convicted in the Horizon IT scandal could now be cleared.
Pressure is increasing on Number 10 to take action over what's been described as the most widespread miscarriage of justice in British history. Here's our business correspondent, Mark Ashdown.
Hello, how can I help? Oh, hi. It's Jo Hamilton here from South Bournemouth. I'm trying to produce this week's cash account. Oh, what's the problem?
Jo Hamilton's story was central to the recent ITV drama. She was falsely accused of stealing £36,000 from the village post office she ran in Hampshire.
In the meantime, you'll need to make good the loss. I haven't got that money.
Her conviction has now been quashed, but she's still angry that so many are still waiting for justice.
To know my conviction's quashed and to keep the promise to my parents, who didn't live to see it, sadly, that I would never give up until I overturn my conviction. And it's amazing. It also opens doors to compensation as well, which is life-changing.
Jo is among more than 700 post office managers convicted over a 16-year period from 1999. Faulty software in the Horizon IT system was to blame, but to overturn convictions, each and every person still has to appeal directly to the post office and prove their innocence.
Well, if you meet the victims and how traumatised and broken they are, you can understand why they don't want to go anywhere near a court. So therefore, the government need to come up with a solution which expunges these convictions and restores these people's reputations.
One suggestion is to remove the post office from the appeals process and possibly pass new legislation to exonerate all of the victims as one. Rishi Sunak said the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, is currently weighing up what to do.
The group themselves have not been compensated. They've had literally a tiny interim payment or tiny payment at the beginning given to them, and they're having to fight for the rest of it, submit claims. Months later they come back. They've extended the deadline now from 6th of August this year into next year, and by then it'll be heading for year 6. How can it possibly take that long to pay 500 people?
A public inquiry is ongoing. The post office said it supports it and is keen to establish what went wrong in the past and the accountability for it. A police investigation is also underway into whether crimes were committed by some of those prosecuting hundreds of innocent people in what's become known as Britain's biggest miscarriage of justice. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
So what is the government going to do? What can the government do? Let's go live to Westminster to speak to Henry about this. Morning, Henry. It seems like this TV drama has really focused political minds.
That's right, John. MPs are back in Parliament for the first time in the new year today, and this issue has rocketed to the top of the agenda since that TV drama was aired for the first episode on New Year's Day. The government is trying to get ahead of this. You've got Alex Chalk, who's the Justice Secretary, meeting Kevin Holinrake, the Minister responsible for Postal Services, today. And crucially, they're meeting each other in the presence of government lawyers. Why? Because they want to look at potential legal remedies to this situation. There are various different options being looked at. Government hasn't spoken publicly about what they are, but we think they include potentially looking at ways to remove the post office's role in the appeals process, because sub-postmasters have to appeal initially to the post office, the people who prosecuted them in the first place, and potentially, if they don't think that will do enough, just passing an act of parliament that would quash all of the convictions of sub-postmasters where Horizon was involved all together. So that's the government end. There's also the Parliament end. You've got various senior MPs, including David Davis, the former Cabinet Minister, and Kevan Jones, a Labour MP, who want to find a way to scrutinise a minister on this today. And they in particular want to push the Post Office to be more generous in its approach to all of this, change its approach. They're asking, why is the Post Office behaving like a private company that wants to protect its shareholders when its shareholder here is the government, is the taxpayer? And we know from various petitions and so on that millions of taxpayers have watched this drama, and the thing that they seem to want is for the Post Office to pay out to as many victims as possible. There's also a string of historic questions. Why has it taken so long for this piecemeal compensation to be arranged, with many postmasters still not having seen any of it. And also historic questions for Sir Ed Davey, who's the leader of the Liberal Democrats now, but back in the day was the minister responsible for the post office. He now says that he regrets not doing enough. He believes he was lied to, in his words, by the post office. So there's lots of questions there. Underlying them all, one big question, which I think we'll hear a lot of this week: how on earth did this happen?
Henry, for now, thank you very much indeed. Right, throughout the programme this morning, we're going to talk about this a lot. We're going to speak to Sir Bob Neill, who's an MP who chairs the Justice Select Committee. What are they doing about this? We're going to speak to two former post office managers who are victims of the scandal, get their verdict on it. And if you want to find out more, there's loads more background on this story, on this whole case, on Panorama. It's on the iPlayer. It's called The Post Office Scandal. It's still there to watch back and get all the information you need how the scandal came about over the years. But at 7 minutes past 6, let's get some more news from Sarah. And that bad weather last week continued to have an impact this morning.
Indeed, thanks, John. Yeah, the Environment Agency has warned that more homes could still be hit by flooding, despite a cold snap beginning across the UK. More than 1,800 properties have been flooded across central and southern England. There are more than 180 flood warnings in these areas. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, says Palestinians must not be pressured into leaving Gaza and must be allowed to return to their homes once conditions allow. Mr. Blinken also condemned statements by some Israeli ministers who called for the resettlement of Palestinians elsewhere. Well, our correspondent Yolande Nell joins us now from Jerusalem. Yolande, Mr. Blinken, he's due to arrive in Tel Aviv later today, having spent the weekend talking to leaders across the region. How are these latest comments likely to have been received in Israel?
Well, Mr. Blinken comes here with a really packed agenda. We know, of course, that he's going to repeat the US call as well to lower the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, which has been just so devastating. And in response to that, we did have some strong Israeli comments in the past day or so. The Israeli Prime Minister speaking at a cabinet meeting saying the war would go on until there was total victory over Hamas. And we've also had the Israeli Defense Minister writing in an American newspaper today, the Wall Street Journal, really blaming Iran for the regional spillover, for ratcheting up the tensions around the region because of the different armed groups that it backs. But really, this is going to be a very important trip for Mr. Blinken, his fourth back here since the start of the war. He said already that he comes here at a moment of profound tension. So he has tried to speak to other Arab leaders about containing the regional spillover of the war. When he comes here, he said it's imperative about putting a premium on the lives of civilians in Gaza, trying to reduce the relentless bombardment, which has continued over the weekend. We have seen dozens killed in big Israeli airstrikes on Jabalia in the north of Gaza, in Khan Yunis and Rafah in the south as well, and real concern about the deepening humanitarian situation. The Americans would also like to talk about the future, what happens post the war in Gaza, but it may be that this is he's got such a full agenda that it doesn't really come to detailed discussions of that.
Okay, Yolande Nell in Jerusalem, thank you. The partner of the former Conservative MP Peter Bone has been selected to replace him as the Tory candidate in the Wellingborough by-election. Helen Harrison is currently a Conservative councillor in Northamptonshire. The by-election was triggered following Mr Bone's suspension from the House of Commons over bullying and sexual misconduct claims. He denies the allegations. Transport for London has said there will still be some disruption to tube services this morning, despite the RMT union calling off a planned strike. Passengers are being advised to check before they travel. London Underground workers had been due to walk out until the end of the week in a dispute over a 5% pay offer. The union said positive discussions meant further talks would now take place. Thousands of old green metal street cabinets, once used to store broadband and phone cabling, are set to be converted into electric vehicle charging points. BT Group is setting up a pilot project which it's hoped will boost the number of charging stations across the country. Oppenheimer was the big winner at the Golden Globe Awards, taking home 5 awards, including the top prize. Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. were both recognised for their acting performances, while Christopher Nolan won Best Director. Our LA correspondent, Emma Vardy, has this.
With her her signature pink adorning the red carpet, the Hi Barbie influence was everywhere. But the night really belonged to Oppenheimer. It won 5 Golden Globes, including Best Picture, Best Director, and there was a mistimed kiss for Oppenheimer star Cillian Murphy as he accepted Best Actor in a Drama.
First question, do I have lipstick all over my nose? I'm just going to leave it.
Barbie won the new Golden Globes category, Box Office Achievement, celebrating films that were a big hit at the cinema.
Thank you. We would like to dedicate this to every single person on the planet who dressed up and went to the greatest place on earth, the movie theaters.
What was I made for?
And Billie Eilish picked up the Best Original Song. In the TV categories, the big winners were Beef, The Bear, and Succession.
Lily Gladstone!
There was an emotional speech by Lily Gladstone, winning for her role in Killers of the Flower Moon, the first Native American actress to win a Golden Globe.
This is an historic win. It doesn't belong to just me. I'm holding it right now. I'm holding it with all my beautiful sisters and the film at this table over here, and my mother, Tantu Cardinal, standing on all of your shoulders.
This is the first major award since months of actors and writers' strikes saw productions halted and red carpet events cancelled. So for many here, they're glad to get back to the business of promoting their films, not to mention enjoying a party.
It's a who's who of Hollywood.
The Golden Globes lived up to its reputation as a rather boozy affair. Before stars even got in, there was a bar on the red carpet. With the rather more formal Oscars approaching in 2 months' time, critics will be looking to see if Oppenheimer will be toasting the same success. Emma Vardy, BBC News, Beverly Hills.
That's one big red carpet,
Isn't it just?
It's wild.
Isn't it just? Now, I love this story. It does sound like something from a fairy tale or the film Ratatouille. Remember that?
Yeah.
Because when retired postman Rodney Holbrook noticed the workbench in his garden shed kept being mysteriously tidied, he decided to do a little bit of detective work.
He set up a night vision camera, and this is what he found: a secret helper. It was a little mouse picking up all the pegs and corks and nuts and bolts, and he's given this little mouse a nickname, which is Welsh Tidy. It's like Beatrix Potter or something, isn't it?
So cute, isn't it?
I need that mouse to sort out my house.
Isn't it pretty? Look, putting it all in this. I think I was reading about it and saying that it's because he hides sort of acorns and hides food and stuff. So it's this kind of nesting instinct that's places to hide food.
So if I want to borrow the mouse, I need to do the same thing. Little bits of peanut butter everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that will help.
Okay, good stuff. Right, it's coming up to 6:15. Sarah can tell us whether the weather this week is going to be quite as dramatic as it was last week. Morning, Sarah.
Morning, Sarah. Good morning to you, John and Sarah. Morning to you at home too. Well, after all of that rain we've had over the past few weeks, thankfully things are looking drier this week. So still lots of flood warnings in force, particularly across much of England. But most of the rain has cleared away and it's turned much colder. So today we've got some frost and some fog out there. And for some of us, some wintry showers that are bringing some icy stretches too. But here is our friend high pressure that's squeezing away most of the rain. So largely dry, but breezy conditions in the south. And we've got showers, particular parts of Kent and Sussex. Could be a couple of centimetres of snow over the North Downs, perhaps even just a slight dusting and some icy conditions at low levels. For Northern Ireland too, we've got some rain showers this morning, but they're falling on sub-zero surfaces, so some ice possible there. But the rest of us this morning, quite a lot of dry weather, a few showers across the northeast of England and some lingering mist and fog patches, particularly for Scotland and for Northern Ireland too. Variable amounts of cloud, but most of us should see some sunshine around today, although it's feeling cold with those temperatures only about 3 to 6 degrees and colder where you're exposed to the brisk winds in the south. Now the winds will drive these sleet and snow showers westwards through this evening and tonight as well. They'll eventually fade away, I think, but it's going to be a really cold night, like last night, some mist, some frostiness, and we could see temperatures perhaps as low as -8 for rural parts of Scotland first thing. So tomorrow, like today, chilly start, could be some icy stretches around with some mist and some fog patches that will slowly clear.
Plenty of sunshine, I think, but more tomorrow than we're going to be seeing out there today. But again, it's going to feel cold, so only about 3 to 6 degrees tomorrow. It does look like the temperatures might lift a little bit into the middle part of the week, at least for a time. But the good news, really where we've got the flooding situation, is that things are looking much, much drier through the week ahead. Sarah and John.
Well, I have it a bit chillier as well. Sarah, thank you very much indeed. No, speak a bit later.
It's 17 minutes past 6. Now, rugby fans have watched the incredible efforts of Doddy Weir, Bob Burrow and Kevin Sinfield to raise awareness of motor neurone disease.
And now, two former footballers, Stephen Darby and Marcus Stewart, both living with the incurable condition, are hoping that the football community is going to do the same.
Yeah, they've spoken to BBC Breakfast together for the first time about Live with MND, and also about a 175-mile walking challenge between 17 football stadiums to help to raise awareness. Here's Graham Satchell.
Two former footballers, Stephen Darby and Marcus Stewart, at Anfield in Liverpool. Adversity has brought them together. They're both living with motor neuron disease, a life-limiting degenerative disorder with no treatment and no cure.
When I was diagnosed, didn't feel alone.
No. So I called you. Oh no, I emailed you, didn't I? So the first thing I wanted to do was get in contact with someone at M&D, because you're a footballer as well. I just thought it was the right thing to do to contact someone who played football, and I knew your name, of course.
Stephen Darby started his career at Liverpool and then was captain of Bradford. Marcus Stewart was a prolific striker for Ipswich, Sunderland and other clubs.
Last time I was here, got the winner, I think.
No, I probably want to go.
How you doing?
Next to, 5, store. Physical things are harder, and I need a lot more help than today.
But psychologically, which is important, I've still got that. Do you think that comes from your football background, that mental determination?
Yeah, definitely. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I do. You know, I think that football background, that being an elite sport, I think, although you don't know at the time, it kind of prepares you for what's happening now a little bit psychologically. I think we're used to living in the moment as a player, you know, day by day, week by week. You can't look 4 months ahead, you can't look a year ahead because you don't know what's going to go on. So I think, for me, I can relate to it because that's how it is now. I live in the moment, and I live week to week, and don't look about next year, don't look about next month, just every day. I can't grip anything in this hand now.
No.
You know, when you go to pick your phone up from the car seat,
No.
I could do that. You don't have to go. Now I've got to reach over and pick it with my right hand.
Yeah.
But now this hand's starting to go a little bit. I still got the strength in it, but cramps and that finger just stays like that all the time. So it's always like that. And the higher I go, the more it bends over.
Stephen and Marcus take a closer look at the pitch. And with their families, there are memories of the glory days.
What about the golf?
Jamie Kaplan played it to me. I think Marcus Babbel dived in. And I had to take it at that moment with my right foot. I'm left footed. I remember Jimmy Chilton. Do you remember Jimmy Chilton? No. He was one of the Liverpool player as well. And he just tapping my way.
From playing in front of thousands at Anfield, both Stephen and Marcus are now becoming dependent upon others for their everyday needs.
Do you feel like you're a hindrance?
Yes, I've been left for places that I live. So
you still want to do things on your own, don't you? As well.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
yeah.
Like, I still try and do my own lace up now and again. But yeah, all day. Because you just can't do it, but I'll try.
I must know me.
Yeah.
Stephen is hoping to get football players past and present to take part in the war. Both men have been touched by the support they've had from former teammates.
Here's the name of
Different on the business.
and then things all types of skills together. More better for all time to me. Same thing, and that's the final feeling of sure. I'm sure the cause is there. And that's good.
And we will, of course, be following those journeys on March 59 over the weekend.
Yeah. Let's take a look at today's papers. We start with the Times reporting that poor mental health is driving a surge in disability claims, and the paper predicts that the cost of disability benefits will rise by more than 50% by 2030.
There's a media story in The Guardian which says that Channel 4 is going up plans to cut as many as 200 jobs. It would be the biggest round of redundancies in more than 15 years. Over that restructuring is intended to focus on accelerating its digital streaming strategy.
As the front page of the Mirror, together we must end this horror now. That is the headline. It is promoting a campaign to stop youth crime led by the actor Idris Elba.
I think it's got a parliament today. Most MPs on that. Most of us probably taking part in Christmas preparations over the weekend, but take a look at this if you're looking for inspiration on how to get rid of your Christmas cake.
I tell you what, this is Berlin's annual Christmas tree throwing competition, known as the Nut Fest. That's KNUT.
It's about the festival hurl the trees as far as they possibly can, and that signifies the end of festivities and the start of the new year. You've got to be careful where you stand.
Do you know what, I love that though, because you know, I love Christmas, I love Christmas decorations, but I'm now in January, I'm over them. I can feel myself not really
Interestingly, I'm loving this debate in the Times letter. I think the Bishop of Gloucester wrote to the Times a couple of weeks ago that it was far too early for Easter eggs to be on display. An opera font, which we've now all seen. Sue Barnard writes to the Times in reply to that today, said, well, if that was too early for Easter eggs, I don't want any Christmas cards in the shops in August either.
I can't support both of them, I think, I don't know. Let's have a look at this. This is about new tech. This is in the Times this morning. It's talking, it's a sort of consumer tech industry, so what they show off with the new and latest things. We've got a voice-activated bingo. Fancy one of those? Not cheap, so more than $2,000. But yeah, it has various modes, LED lights, warm air dryer that can be controlled through your voice, through Amazon Alexa or Google Home. No need to touch anything.
Good. They've also got smart lipstick apparently, which can diagnose how your skin is before you put it on.
Can diagnose what, sorry?
Your skin conditions. See, like if you're dry here, it'll give it a bit more here.
Okay.
I haven't used it, but yeah.
That sounds intriguing.
Everything you need, phone charging, counter talk, an AI guide dog, amazing things being invented on display.
Just a little update on a story that was quite big over the weekend. Do you remember the plane, this Alaskan Airlines plane? It detached, basically the door blew out when it was 18,000 feet up. They found the door. Apparently it was in the back garden of a teacher called Bob, who said, here is the door plug, please investigate.
Right. Keep an eye on that. Right, it's coming up to 6:30. Coming up here on Breakfast this Monday morning, we're going to be joined by Emma Webb, who you'll remember walked 150 miles pulling him. Miles the horse.
This is Miles from Chepstow to London. This is, of course, in memory of her daughter, Brodie. She was a rising star of the show jumping world who took her own life aged just 60.
Miles is here already. Emma will be here shortly to tell us about that journey and what she intends to do next to keep raising the profile and the issue of justice.
Perfect time to get the news, the travel and the weather ready.
Hello, I'm David Allen with the headlines in the south. There have been record river levels at the Thames in Reading following last week's heavy rainfall. Although the worst of the rain has passed, the runoff from fields is still contributing to rising water levels in some places. There are more than 70 flood warnings still in place across the south this morning, according to the Environment Agency. Meanwhile, an amber cold health alert has been issued for parts of the south this week. The UK Health Security Agency and the Met Office warn that Dorset and Wiltshire are likely to experience extra pressure on the local health service for an extended period of time. Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council has urged people to check in on vulnerable neighbours and to take care on frozen roads and pavements following the recent wet weather. They say highways teams are on standby with a fleet of 14 Britain vehicles and almost 3,000 tonnes of dry rock salt. West Sussex-based Rolls-Royce has announced the most successful year in the company's history. The luxury motor car brand based in Goodwood says it sold 6,032 vehicles over the past 12 months. The biggest market was in the USA. The Headington Shark House in Oxford is opening its doors to the public as an Airbnb. The iconic building has a 25-foot shark's tail crashing through its roof, which was installed in 1986 by sculptor John Buckley and the late Bill Hine. A Dorset grandmother has bowled her way to gold at the 10-pin bowling World Championships in Colombia. 68-year-old Lynn Squibb, who lives in Christchurch, came home with a team gold medal for the super senior ladies and a bronze medal in the doubles. Well done to Lynn. A very chilly start to the day. Let's get the latest forecast now with B. Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We're in for a fairly cold week across the south and temperatures already quite low out there at the moment. I think we'll see quite a widespread frost, a cold day, not helped by the winds, and there will be the risk of a few wintry showers. Largely dry at the moment. There will be a few showers pushing in further east. They could be wintry at times, perhaps a centimetre or so over the high ground. Anywhere could see a wintry shower. The winds are fairly strong, east and northeasterly. That'll move the showers through quickly, and I think we'll see a good deal of sunshine. But those winds making it feel colder, particularly along the far south coast. The showers spread further west overnight tonight. We could see a couple of centimetres over the high ground. Another cold night with a fair amount of low cloud moving in towards dawn. Not as cold as last night, but still the potential for a frost. A cloudier day tomorrow, particularly through the morning. Clouds should clear into the afternoon. Windy with some sunshine later, but feeling cold.
On to the travel news then, and on the roads. The M4 is closed in both directions this morning between junction 14 for Hungerford and 15 for Swindon East. That's due to accident investigation work. In Oxford, the A4144 Abingdon Road is closed in both directions due to flooding from Old Abingdon Road to Lincoln Road. In fact, flooding is affecting many other roads across the region too. They're either closed or partially open. Your BBC local radio station will have all the latest details for your area. That's it. I'm back with another update in half an hour. Now, though, it is back to John and Sarah. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Morning, everybody. 6:30. Breakfast today with Sarah Campbell and John Kemp.
Now, over the last week, Breakfast has been looking at the state of the care system across the UK, and we have been overwhelmed with the response, with so many of you getting in touch to share your own experiences.
Tons of texts and emails. So Jane has been going through them, and today she joins us from Blackpool, a carers centre which provides advice and support and respite for unpaid carers. Good morning.
Morning, Jane.
Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. And let me say good morning to the fabulous team down at Blackpool Carer Centre. Good morning, everybody. Let me do the introductions, brief introductions. Alison, Emma, Julie, and Carla. Make it all happen down here, don't you? We're going to talk to you a bit in a minute, but come with me. Because as Sarah said, there's a reason we're down here this morning, and that is We started a conversation last week asking a question: who cares for the carers in 2024? And so many of you got back in touch that we knew we had to keep this conversation going, because places like this are so necessary, but few and far between. So before we hear more about it, I want you to have a look at this film. It touches on some of the issues that we raised last week. It touches on some of the comments we had back from people, so many of them. Please do keep them coming. But it also touches on how vital it is, how life-changing it can be when carers are cared for. Have a look at this. Last week, Breakfast asked a question. Who cares?
This has been the hardest thing that I have ever done. There are days that I get up and I think, I don't know if I'm going to have the time or the energy to be able to do this one more day.
Do you think unpaid carers are often overlooked?
Oh gosh, yes. From the army of unpaid carers, the young carers, the foster carers, we heard the same message time and time again. Carers don't always feel cared for.
We asked for help and they cut it off.
Yeah.
Scared, yeah. I know you're scared. I'm all right, yeah.
I'm David. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm Max.
Bear with me. So many of you contacted Breakfast with your own stories.
And this is Toby. My name is Catherine Taylor. I am a mum and a carer.
My name is Neil, and I'm in Leeds.
So when you heard that question on BBC Breakfast, who cares? Who do you feel cares for you?
Nobody really.
Barbara is a full-time carer for her husband David, who has multiple sclerosis. What needs to change, would you say, Bert?
Do you know what needs to change? They say, oh, let's give them a coffee morning, a carer's coffee morning. Well, what I would actually need and prefer is help.
But Kathy contacted us to say that fighting for help for her autistic son Noah can be all-consuming.
You can become anxious to the point where he might run out of the house. He might say that he doesn't want his life anymore. As a carer, I struggle to get the support. And fighting that system, I would say, is one of the hardest things.
How much time does that fight take up?
It takes up such a significant amount of time that it compromises my ability to care for my son.
How are we going? Carers told us they need much more help, more support, and that is the aim of places like Blackpool Carer Centre.
You'll be able to say that you've made some biscuits and someone from the BBC camera crew is eating some.
I'm definitely not to help with that.
Tell me about your mum, Cherry.
Well, her name's Sarah, and she has ataxia with cerebellum, but it's basically like MS. So, walking's a big struggle.
There's a lot of stuff you can't do.
Yeah.
Which you don't have to do.
Yeah.
Breaking all the rules now, yeah.
What difference does it make coming here? A huge difference. My worker right now, Cassie, is amazing. She takes up a very big weight, and I can just have a minute to be with me, have a laugh. We can, I can vent, I can
offload.
Yeah.
She sat there smiling and listening in right now.
Cassie is amazing.
Are you crying?
Oh, and that's something with young carers, is that a lot of them just accept life as it is, and they don't get a lot of support. Shall we present yours to the cameraman? Go on then. You help lift that weight off. Yeah, they're caring for whoever at home. Cameraman approves. And then you can be that little bit of a release for them, and it's nice to hear that actually you're making a difference, you're making an impact in their lives.
Carers need to be cared for.
Yeah, definitely.
Carers need to be cared for, and look at the difference that it made to Cherry there with the support of Cassandra. Good morning to you, Cherry, if you're waking up, and thank you so much for your input in today's report. Really appreciate it. You can see the difference it makes. Let's touch to Alison Brown now, who is the big boss lady down here. Alison, good morning.
Good morning. I'm just one of many of a wonderful team here. The term boss lady, don't quite say it, but
it is a wonderful team. It is. You heard Kathy in that report there say, I don't want a coffee morning, I want help. You do coffee mornings
we
here,
do coffee mornings, but we do so much more as well. It is about helping sort of carers across the board. Our carers range from the ages of 5 right through to 95. So we offer lots of different sort of support, whether that's the one-to-one support, like we saw in the film with Cherry and Cassie, right through to respite activities, peer support. So lots of things going on, both at Beaverbrook House, here at the centre, and across out in the community. We do fun activities. Our young carers get to have their own sessions after school where they can come. And I think the biggest thing about that is they can develop friendships with other children who understand what it's like to be a carer. So they can come in feeling a little bit down.
Yeah.
And it's the friends who cheer them up. And they develop lasting friendships, which I know, again, like Cherry has done. That friendship then continues as they get older.
Absolutely. And respite is so important, isn't it? Doing something fun is so important, because Cherry kind of told me about how she lost a sense of herself.
Yes.
Because so much of her thought process is taken up by thinking about, well, I can't do that because I need to think about mum.
Yeah. And it does. The respite is sort of where we come from for our respite. It's to reduce that isolation that so many carers, across the week, they feel isolated. So it reduces that. It gives them a sense of well-being. It gives them some self-esteem, some confidence, develop that resilience that they all need to be able to go on.
There's not much out there, Alison.
There isn't much out there. You would have heard lots of carers. And again, part of being here at the centre and all the things we do, it allows the carers to have a voice. We hear that voice, and it's, we're passionate about making sure our carers' voices are heard. So we will sort of get involved in policy if we can. We'll talk to the funders, the sort of statutory services, just to give them a view and a vision. We advocate for those carers as well.
Thank you for your time. Some carers are more invisible than other carers. Carla, you work with a group of carers who don't even realise the work they're doing.
Yeah, so I tend to support carers who are affected by another person's problematic substance misuse or severe and enduring mental ill health. And obviously the nature of the caring role for them is less of a practical nature. So traditionally people think of carers as having a practical caring role. So the carers that we tend to support on the Refocus project is around an emotional impact. So lots of these carers are going through massive amounts of stress, anxiety. It's that unpredictability and changeability of a caring role, not knowing what each day is going to bring, what the next hour is going to bring,
They see this situation as their lot to be endured rather than something to reach out and get help.
Yeah.
That's why places like this are here. They are few and far between, but we want to keep hearing your stories. Please do keep getting in touch with us at BBC Breakfast, because this is a subject we want to stick through with 2024. Back to you, Sarah and John.
Indeed. Jane, thank you very much indeed. Details on the screen there of how you can get involved. You can get involved any time of day, whenever you like, throughout the programme or just during the week. Lots more emails coming in again this morning, which we'll pass on to Jane to follow.
Certainly will. But now it's time for sport. John is here. Good morning to you, John.
Morning all. Yeah, third round weekend in the FA Cup, which has been great. It's fair to say. Yeah. Big game yesterday, all Premier League tie, Liverpool against Arsenal. But, as they say, you've got to put the ball in the back of the net. And Arsenal didn't manage to do that against Liverpool, which meant they left it late and they knocked out Arsenal, who won the FA Cup more times than any other team. So Arsenal, I think, will be a little frustrated. Yeah, it's fair to say. And I'll be wondering, where are those goals coming from? Because they're just not managing to find them at the moment, it's fair to say. Yes, good morning. Not that it will probably feel like a good morning for the Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta and his side. The record winners out of the competition, beaten 2-0 by Liverpool yesterday. A team who took their chances as Arsenal failed to take theirs, as Andy Swiss now reports.
Top of the league and on course in the Cup, Liverpool's elation was matched only by Arsenal's frustration. Playing in white, the Gunners should have been in front. Martin Ødegaard thumped the bar as either side of the break they created chance after chance, but could they actually convert one?
How many more chances are Arsenal going to pass up?
Well, their manager's reaction said it all, and with 10 minutes left, they paid the price.
Liverpool find a way!
Arsenal at last finding the net, but unfortunately their own, by Jakob Kivior's header, and deep into stoppage time, their misery was complete.
And it's Luis Diaz! And he's sealed it!
They'd been second best for much of the game, but Liverpool had done it.
I'm just super proud. It's a super difficult draw. Maybe most difficult we could have got. They really wanted it, and so we got it.
For Arsenal, meanwhile, a third defeat in a row. Testing times for them, triumphant ones for their opponents. Andy Swiss, BBC News.
There were no problems for the defending champions Manchester City, who were boosted by the return of Kevin De Bruyne from injury. They thrashed championship strugglers Huddersfield 5-0 at the Etihad. Phil Foden scoring twice, that a pick of them. And De Bruyne, who's been out for a long time, setting up Jeremy Doku to round off the win. City fans were pleased to see him back. That was Doku's first goal since November. Luton Town, meanwhile, were held to a goalless draw by League One side Bolton, whilst Nottingham Forest had to come from 2-0 down to avoid a shock against another League One side in the shape of Blackpool. Morgan Gibbs-White with Forest's equaliser at the City Ground. A replay between the two sides now awaits, as it does for West Ham and Championship side Bristol City. West Ham led early, but this goal from Tommy Conway meant it finished 1-1 at the London Stadium. If all sounds as expected, there was a bit of a shock yesterday. League Two side Wrexham booking their place in the fourth round. They beat Shrewsbury from the division above. A bit of good fortune about their goal. I'd say a shock. Never a shock what Wrexham are doing at the moment, is it? Goal of the day, though, and possibly the weekend, maybe even the season. Have a look at this from Patrick Bamford. An unbelievable piece of skill to control that ball before volleying it home. 3-0, they beat Peterborough. Absolutely brilliant goal from him. Now, for the Women's Super League, and a major setback for league leaders Chelsea, star striker Sam Kerr is set to miss the rest of the season after suffering an anterior cruciate ligament injury at the club's training camp in Morocco. She scored 4 goals in the league this season, 5 in the Champions League, so you can see what a big loss she's going to be, but a really, really bad injury for her. To rugby union, in the Premiership, Gloucester's miserable season continues. Tom de Glanville setting off here to run in 2 of Bath's 3 tries. That condemns them to a record-breaking 9th consecutive league defeat. 17-10 they lost at the Rec. The win moving Bath up to 3rd, just 3 points behind the leaders, Northampton. The 7-time champion Ronnie O'Sullivan is back in action at Snooker's Masters today. He faces Ding Junhui this afternoon. Meanwhile, there's already been a shock at the 50th edition of the tournament as world champion Luke Brazil was beaten by England's Jack Lisowski at Alexandra Palace. Lisowski winning 6 frames to 2 to reach the quarterfinals. And Lisowski will face Sean Murphy next after he beat Zhang Anda in the evening session last night. Murphy, who won the tournament back in 2015, won 6 frames to 2 to reach the final 8. And this was brilliant yesterday. Talk about snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Try and keep your eyes peeled on the pink hat of jockey Joe Anderson at the 6th hurdle at Plumpton. You could just see there, just comes unseated and manages to only get back in the saddle, get his feet back in the stirrups before going back on to win the whole race. So it's worth having another look here. You could just see pink hat, white trousers just slipping over, almost coming off the front there of his horse, but managed to stay on, and then probably went and won the whole thing. When you look see, isn't it?
It's like a fucking Bronco.
Isn't it just? Unbelievable that he managed to keep a hold of it.
And then he won.
And he went on and won. He looks in.
That's incredible. I feel like I need to see that again. I think we'll probably show it again a bit later in the programme. That's astonishing.
Great. Back on the saddle. Monday morning. Let's see what the weather's going to do this week, shall we? Morning, Sarah.
Morning, Sarah. Good morning to you, Sarah, and John. Morning to you at home too. Well, thankfully, a much drier week ahead. We've been crossing our fingers for some dry weather. We've got it out there. We've also got some colder weather through the next few days. So some frost, some fog around, some of us some ice as well. But thankfully dry. Now, if you're stepping out first thing this morning, these are the current temperatures out there. It is a really cold start to the day. Many of us sub-zero, as low as -7 across parts of Highland Scotland. But across England, Wales and Northern Ireland, all seeing some sub-zero temperatures in places. So some icy stretches here and there, particularly where you've had that very wet ground recently. But here's the high pressure that's in charge. It's squeezing away most of the showers. And a cold air mass with us. So the blue colours show that cold air mass rotating around that area of high pressure, bringing in the winds from the east or the northeast. So some showers this morning, a little bit wintry for parts of Kent and Sussex. Could be a couple of centimetres of snow across the North Downs, for instance, even the dusting at low levels. And the Northern Ireland this morning, we've got rain showers, but they're falling onto sub-zero surfaces. So certainly a chance of some icy stretches here over the next couple of hours. A few showers also moving into the coast of northeast England. These showers in the south could be some sleet and snow mixed in, drift their way gradually further westwards as that breeze picks up through the day. So quite blustery conditions in the south and the east. Further north, some mist and some fog patches that will be slow to clear through the day. So for most of us, top temperatures between about 3 to 6 degrees. But if you are stuck under some of those misty, foggy patches, it could feel colder than that all day. And particularly in the south, this is what it's going to feel like. It's going to feel sub-zero when you add on those gusts of wind coming in from the east. So into this evening and tonight, then still some sleet and some snow flurries drifting their way across southern England, South Wales too, tending to peter out. Most of us dry tonight. Lightest winds in the north, and this is where again we'll have some mist and some fog patches. Another really cold night, so a bit like last night, we could see temperatures as low as -7 or -8 across rural parts of Scotland. A chilly, misty, murky start for some of us to Tuesday morning. Areas of cloud, particularly in the south and southwest, that should slowly start to drift away. A bit more cloud coming in across the northeast of England and eastern Scotland as well. So it won't be wall-to-wall sunshine, but certainly a much, much drier day once again, and plenty of sunshine around. Top temperatures only about 2 to 5 degrees for most of us. So again, it's going to feel cold, particularly if you're exposed to that easterly breeze. Into Wednesday, not much change, perhaps a little bit more cloud drifting in across the northern half of the UK. Probably the best of the sunshine to be found further south. So could be again some frost and some fog patches, but probably not quite as extensive by this period. Still quite chilly, I think, on Wednesday, but temperatures will just start to rise. So we're looking at something a little bit milder, perhaps from Wednesday through to the latter part of the working week, but then the temperatures might dip away once again into the weekend. So it's much colder than it has been, and thankfully it's much drier. John and Sarah. Lovely, thanks, Sarah. So sort of chilly, cold, just a time to plan for holiday, don't you think?
Yeah, you're thinking about escaping the UK.
Yeah.
Holiday later this year. You might need to put a few extra pennies aside.
Yeah, absolutely, because we all know there's some firms add extra fees to the price, but you'll only see these during the checkout process, all those sort of hidden costs. Ben is here this morning to tell us more about this, not just holidays, but so many things.
Yeah, I was looking right at this yesterday, and I thought, oh, that's a really good deal. That's a bargain.
649.
We looked at the cost per month, the seats, the two seats to sit together, and it all adds up. And by the time you get to the end, you're thinking, actually, it's not such a good deal. Let me explain the pitfalls and how you can avoid them. Good morning to you. January, one of the busiest months for holiday booking. It's hardly surprising. Festive celebrations are over, the weather's miserable, and you start planning a getaway to look forward to. But of course, it's easy to forget about hidden costs, and there are two main ways that companies can surprise you with unexpected fees and charges. The first is so-called drip pricing. It's most commonly used by airlines and train companies. So you might spot a cheap flight. It looks like a bargain, but then the airline has hidden extra costs for things like luggage fees, faster boarding, even picking your own seat so you can sit together. You tend to only find out about these things towards the very end of the booking process. Then the other one is called microcharging, and that's extra fees for add-on services which used to be free, like printing off your boarding pass at an airport. And it's not just limited to travel. These add-on fees appear for all sorts of things, from theatre and concert tickets to insurance policies and hotels, adding up to an eye-watering £1.6 billion a year for those booking or buying things online. And of that,
over £740 million a year of those extra fees were for flights or holidays. And last September, the government launched a consultation proposing to crack down on what it calls sneaky fees and charges to make online shopping more transparent. And there should be an update on this consultation in a few weeks. But in the meantime, there are a couple of things to remember. The first one, always triple check your booking before you click the buy button. Mistakes can be expensive, including if you need to correct your name or passport details if you've entered them wrongly. In fact, changing any aspect of a booking can be expensive. And don't assume that the cheapest option is always best. Look at what the add-on charges are for luggage and seats before you start the final booking process. So that's just some advice. We'll have plenty more advice for you. We've got next Simon Folger joining us later in the programme, and we will be putting him on the spot to ask him for his top tips and advice. So if you've got any questions, John, happy to make it.
Okay, thank you, Ben. And Simon Folger will always have the answers, won't he?
Wasn't put him on the spot. That's what I hope you do, Ben. Now, if your children didn't go back to school at the end of last week, then maybe this is the first time they're going back this morning. The Christmas break is over. You're racing around the house now looking for shoes and bags and books and everything.
So pleased I'm not there. But with levels of flu, of norovirus and COVID all on the rise, parents are being urged to protect their children against winter viruses. We are now joined by Professor Susan Hopkins from the UK Health Security Agency. Professor Hopkins, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, we mentioned a few of them there, flu, norovirus and COVID. So how are we in terms of levels at the moment?
So, as you know, we haven't got widespread community testing anymore, but what we do know is that just before Christmas, our winter coronavirus infection survey, we got the highest levels we've seen for some time. So at that point, about 44% of the overall population had evidence of COVID-19, but that was about 1 in 30 in children of school-going age. So they're seeing less COVID than the older age groups, particularly young adults. We expect flu to be circulating at about the same levels, and I'm sure many of you will have heard of people with vomiting and diarrhea around the Christmas period. So we are seeing very high levels of that at the moment, 50% higher than we saw last season, for example, at the same time.
50% higher? That seems a lot higher. Is there any particular reason why it's so high at the moment?
Well, I think that we see as we go through winter cascades of infection. And what happens is that if you're, particularly over Christmas, households are in close proximity to each other, the infections can spread very rapidly. That's why when we recommend that children can go to school for coughs, colds, sneezes, minor things, but if they have things like vomiting and diarrhea, they should stay at home to prevent that spread, because it spreads so rapidly in school settings and in home settings as well.
We know at the moment, don't we, Professor, that school absence is such a huge issue. And with children and with illness, what level would you advise? At what point should parents say my child is well enough to go to school, even if they've got a bit of a cough, a bit of a sniffle? Because I think we got so used over COVID, didn't we, of thinking if you've got any kind of sign, you've got to stay at home, you've got to isolate yourself. Should we all now be getting back to the stage where children go back to school and people go back to the office, actually?
So we know that school is really important for children, for their attainment, to ensure that they can reach their potential in every way possible. So we encourage children to go to school, and we encourage parents to bring them to school where they can, when they've got a mild of surface cough, runny noses. They won't be able to concentrate anyway when they've got a high fever in school, but they know their fever has settled to allow them to go to school. And again, vomiting and diarrhea, as I mentioned, because those types of diseases like norovirus can spread very, very rapidly. And a short period at home can prevent the whole class or the whole school coming down with illnesses like that.
And Professor, we haven't got long left, but just your sort of top tips of how to stop the spread. What should we be teaching our children to do?
So hand hygiene is really important. Washing the hands after being in the toilet before eating food. Maybe do a cover their face when they're coughing or sneezing, have tissues with them, get them vaccinated. Childhood diseases, flu every winter. If you haven't got your 2 to 3 year old preschool to the GP, do that this week. There's still lots of flu circulating.
Beth Hopkins, thank you. Great advice there.
You're absolutely right. It is so hard to know these days, isn't it? It's a much bigger decision than you're saying.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. It is. What is the time? It's 6:56. So that means it's time to get the news, travel, and the weather where you are.
Good morning, I'm David Allard with the news here in the south. There have been record river levels at the Thames in Reading following last week's heavy rainfall. Although the worst of the rain has passed, the runoff from fields is still contributing to rising water levels in some places. There are more than 70 flood warnings still in place across the south this morning, according to the Environment Agency. Health bosses in the south are urging more people to attend urgent treatment centres for minor complaints instead of A&E. Despite the pressures brought by the junior doctors' strike, Millington's urgent treatment centre has seen fewer patients attend than normal. For non-life-threatening conditions, a network of UTCs has been set up to relieve demands on acute hospital trusts so they can care for more serious cases. We've not noticed anything specifically different at the moment. This industrial action falls during winter being typically a very busy time for us and for the whole NHS. I would say we probably experienced perhaps a few people staying away more than we expect normally, which is not what we want people to do. Rather people who are unwell to come and get their care rather than put it off, because it's best off being dealt with at the time. West Sussex-based Rolls-Royce has announced the most successful year in the company's history. The luxury car brand, based in Goodwood, says it sold 6,032 cars over the past 12 months. The biggest market was in the USA. It is back to school and work for some today, and there could be snow on the way. Here's Lee Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We're in for a fairly cold week across the south, and temperatures already quite low out there at the moment. I think we'll see quite a widespread frost, a cold day, not helped by the winds, and there will be the risk of a few wintry showers. Largely dry at the moment. There will be a few showers pushing in further east. They could be wintry at times, perhaps a centimetre or so over the high ground. Anywhere could see a wintry shower. The winds are fairly strong, east and northeasterly. That'll move the showers through quickly. I think we'll see a good deal of sunshine, but it's making it feel colder, particularly along the far south coast. The showers spread further west overnight tonight. We could see a couple of centimetres over the high ground. Another cold night with a fair amount of low cloud moving in towards dawn. Not as cold as last night, but still the potential for a frost. A cloudier day tomorrow, particularly through the morning. Clouds should clear into the afternoon. Windy with some sunshine later, but feeling cold.
Travel news now on the roads. The M4 is closed in both directions between junction 14 for Hungerford and 15 for Swindon East. That's due to accident investigation work following an incident last night. In Oxford, the A4144 Abingdon Road is closed in both directions due to flooding from Old Abingdon Road to Lincoln Road. On the Isle of Wight, flooding is also closed. The A3055 Moreton Common in both directions from Haram Way at Sandown to Greenwood Lane Brading. Many other roads across the region remain closed or partially open due to flooding. Your BBC local radio station will have all the latest details for your area. You can also listen via BBC Sound. That is it from me for now. So it's back to John and Sarah for the main news of the day. Bye-bye.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock, Monday morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Sarah Campbell and John Kane.
Our headlines today. Ministers are meeting to look at ways of clearing the names of hundreds of wrongly convicted sub-postmasters.
The victims investigating their own crimes as new research suggests more police officers are needed in England and Wales.
In the next 20 minutes, a rocket is due to blast off from Cape Canaveral in Florida bound for the moon. Its mission, the first American soft landing on the lunar surface in more than 50 years.
Oppenheimer is the big winner at the Golden Globes in Hollywood, taking home 5 awards.
He's fall out of the FA Cup and out of goals. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says his side need a reset after losing to Liverpool in the third round.
Good morning. It's a chilly start to the day. We've got some frost, some icy stretches, and for some of us, some wintry showers. But thankfully, a much drier week ahead. I'll bring you all the details coming up shortly.
Morning, everybody. Monday, the 8th of January, and the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, is going to meet with the Minister responsible for the Post Office today to discuss how hundreds of branch managers who were wrongly convicted in the Horizon IT scandal could now be cleared.
Pressure is increasing on Number 10 to take action over what's been described as the most widespread miscarriage of justice in British history. Here's our business correspondent, Mark Ashdown.
Hello, how can I help? Oh, hi. It's Joe Hamilton here from South Warburg. I'm trying to produce this week's cash account.
Jo Hamilton's story was central to the recent ITV drama. She was falsely accused of stealing £36,000 from the village post office she ran in Hampshire.
In the meantime, you'll need to make up the loss. I haven't got that money.
Her conviction has now been quashed, but she's still angry that so many are still waiting for justice.
To know my conviction to quash and to keep the promise to my parents, who didn't live to see it sadly, that I would never give up until I overturned my conviction. And it's amazing. It also opens doors to compensation as well, which is life-changing.
Jo is among more than 700 post office managers convicted over a 16-year period from 1999. Faulty software in the Horizon IT system was to blame, but to overturn convictions, each and every person still has to appeal directly to the post office and prove their innocence.
Well, if you meet the victims and how traumatised and broken they are, you can understand why they don't want to go anywhere near a court. So therefore, the government needs to come up with a solution which expunges these convictions and restores these people's reputations.
One suggestion is to remove the post office from the appeals process and possibly pass new legislation to exonerate all of the victims as one. Rishi Sunak said the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, is currently weighing up what to do.
The group themselves have not been compensated. They've had literally a tiny interim payment or tiny payment at the beginning given to them, and they're having to fight for the rest of it. Submit claims. Months later, they come back. They've extended the deadline now from 6th of August this year into next year. And by then it'll be heading for year 6. How can it possibly take that long to pay 500 people?
A public inquiry is ongoing. The post office said it supports it and is keen to establish what went wrong in the past and the accountability for it. A police investigation is also underway into whether crimes were committed by some of those prosecuting hundreds of innocent people in what's become known as Britain's biggest miscarriage of justice. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
Well, we're hearing this morning that a petition calling for the former post office boss, Paula Venables, to lose her CBE over the Horizon scandal has now attracted more than 1 million signatures. Let's talk about the politics of all this, shall we? Chief political correspondent Henry Zechman joins us now from Westminster. And Henry, it seems to be gathering real steam, this, as MPs return to Parliament.
That's absolutely right. I think it's at the top of the parliamentary and government agenda this morning, John, and it will be until the government moves in some way. Alex Chalk, who's the Justice Secretary, is going to be meeting Kevin Holinrake, a business minister, later today, and they're going to be doing so with government lawyers present because they're looking at potential legal remedies to some of what the government now believes is a massive miscarriage of justice. 2 options being considered among many, both at different ends of the spectrum. One, a bit less dramatic, would be to remove the post office's role in the appeals process. At the moment, if you want to overturn your conviction, you actually have to go through the post office who pursued you in the first place. The other move that we think is being much more dramatic and constitutionally quite interesting would be for the government to propose legislation to Parliament to just quash all of the convictions altogether. So those are the questions going forward. There are also questions looking backwards. You mentioned there questions about Paula Venables and her CBE. There are also just more general questions that MPs want answered about why the post office was so aggressive in the way it pursues these sub-postmasters. Questions for former government ministers, including Sir Ed Davey, now the Liberal Democrat leader, but then a minister overseeing the post office. And questions, I think, all around that will just be asked is, how on earth did this happen?
It's a question we're going to be asking during the programme this morning, Henry. Thank you for now. And there's loads more background on this whole case. On Panorama's edition, it's called The Post Office Scandal. It's available to watch right now on the BBC iPlayer. But at 6 minutes past 7, what else do we need to know this morning? Still some of that weather hanging around from last week, Sarah.
And here's John, thank you. The Environment Agency has warned that more homes could still be hit by flooding despite a cold snap beginning across the UK. More than 1,800 properties have been flooded across central and southern England. There are more than 180 flood warnings in these areas. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Palestinians must not be pressurised into leaving Gaza and must be allowed to return to their homes once conditions allow. Our correspondent Yolande Nell joins us now from Jerusalem. Yolande, good morning to you. Mr. Blinken is due to arrive in Tel Aviv on this, his latest tour of the Middle East since the war started. How have his comments been received there?
Well, already we've had some quite defiant statements from Israeli leaders. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that the war in Gaza will go on until there is total victory. We've had the Israeli Defense Minister writing in one of the American newspapers, the Wall Street Journal, this morning, talking about how Israel's war shows the determination to destroy Hamas, the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, and it also sends a message he's indicating to other Iran-backed groups around the region. Now, of course, what Mr. Blinken has been calling for in this tour of shuttle diplomacy, he's already been to Turkey and met Arab leaders around this region. He has been trying to contain regional spillover from the war. He said that it could easily satirise this conflict in Gaza. He also wants to see a lowering of the intensity of the fighting in Gaza, with so many people having been killed, even in just the past couple of days, dozens killed in Jabalia, in the south of the Gaza Strip, and we're hearing from the Israeli military that it hit 30 targets in Khan Yunis in the south overnight. So that just really spells out what some of his challenges are going to be as he heads this way.
Yolande Nell in Jerusalem, thank you. Today is the last full day of the 6-day strike by junior doctors in England, the longest period of industrial action by NHS workers in its history. The current strike will officially end at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Junior doctors are currently in a long-running dispute with the government over pay. Ministers say their demand for a 35% increase to make up for years of below-inflation settlements is unaffordable.
Greedy bastards.
The actor Idris Elba
NHS, your fucking shit.
immediately ban the sale of
You locked me up for 18 years, you cheeky bastards.
to help stop more young people losing their lives. Along with
I'm just on Facebook and I'm dealing with all my people on my groups. I've got selling groups all over the country. And basically what it is, I've got 7,000 people on Lordsdale, and I'm dealing with businesses and I'm getting rid of them, removing them.
Authorities have been searching for the door plug in Portland, the city the Boeing 737 MAX 9 had just departed.
There will be a charge at some point when I get round to it, $29.99 to use my groups.
Oppenheimer was the big winner at the Golden Globes, taking home 5 top awards, including the top prize. Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. were both recognised for their acting performances, while Christopher Nolan won Best Director. One upset of the night was Barbie, losing out to the film Poor Things for Best Musical or Comedy. Our LA correspondent Emma Vardy reports.
With her signature pink adorning the red carpet, the Hi Barbie influence was everywhere. But the night really belonged to Oppenheimer.
I don't know if we can be trusted. Position right with him.
Oppenheimer! It won 5 Golden Globes, including Best Picture, Best Director, and there was a mistimed kiss for Oppenheimer star Cillian Murphy as he accepted Best Actor in a Drama.
First question, do I have lipstick all over my nose? I'm just going to leave it.
Barbie won the new Golden Globes category, Box Office Achievement, celebrating films that were a big hit at the cinema.
I don't have anything big planned, just a giant blowout party with all the Barbies and planned choreography and episodes on. You should stop by.
So cool.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. We would like to dedicate this to every single person on the planet who dressed up and went to the greatest place on earth, the movie theaters.
What was I made for?
And Billie Eilish picked up the Best Original Song. In the TV categories, the big winners were Beef, The Bear, and Succession.
Lily Gladstone!
There was an emotional speech by Lily Gladstone, winning for her role in Killers of the Flower Moon, the first Native American actress to win a Golden Globe.
This is an historic win. It doesn't belong to just me. I'm holding it right now. I'm holding it with all my beautiful sisters and the film at this table over here, and my mother, Tantu Cardinal, standing on all of your shoulders.
This is the first major award since months of actors and writers' strikes saw productions halted and red carpet events cancelled. So for many here, they're glad to get back to the business of promoting their films, not to mention enjoying a party.
It's a who's who of Hollywood.
The Golden Globes lived up to its reputation as a rather boozy affair. Before stars even got in, there was a bar on the red carpet. With the rather more formal Oscars approaching in 2 months' time, critics will be looking to see if Oppenheimer will be toasting the same success. Emma Vardy, BBC News, Beverly Hills.
Yeah, that's the start of the award season, isn't it? It's going every week from now on.
Every week, and Emma Bardi will be at all of them. Maybe she's got some outfits sorted.
Some grips on those shoes for the red carpet. Right, 13 minutes past 7. Let's stay with showbiz, because you know that phrase, the show must go on. Well, one actress has raced 150 miles across the country here to make sure that a performance of Evita could happen.
Oh yeah, amazing story. So when the lead actor and her understudy both became ill, the producers called Jessica Daly. So she travelled from her home in Middlesbrough to Leicester's Curve Theatre to star as Eva Peron.
And they loved it. The audience went wild. They were incredibly grateful the show could go ahead. And Sir Tim Rice, who co-wrote Evita, was among those congratulated on her performance. Well done. Absolutely great.
Well done. It is. It's just going up to 7:14, so it's time for a look at the weather. And gosh, it's been chilly, hasn't it? Morning, Sarah.
Yeah, good morning to you, Sarah, and John. Morning to you two at home. Yeah, it's come as a bit of a shock, hasn't it, as temperatures really plummeted over the past 24 hours or so. But thankfully, all that rain that we've seen recently is now clearing away. Still plenty of flood warnings in force. But today, it's all about that drier story. We've got some frost, some fog patches out there, and for some of us, some wintry showers around as well. So you might just see a little bit of white falling out of the sky in places. But high pressure very much in charge of things for the next couple of days, so keeping the weather fronts at bay. But some of these wintry showers in the southeast could bring some icy stretches over the next few hours. Over the higher ground, the North Downs, for instance, could be a couple of centimetres of snow, even a dusting at low levels. And the Northern Ireland in the south in particular, we've got some rain showers that are falling on sub-zero surfaces. So do take care if you're heading out. Some icy stretches out there. Some fog patches too, parts of Scotland, Northern England, Northern Ireland. Breezier conditions in the south. And that breeze coming in from the east or northeast will draw some of those wintry showers gradually further west through the day. And it's going to feel chilly, I think, wherever you are. Top temperatures about 3 to 6 degrees. This evening, still a chance of 1 or 2 wintry flurries. Shouldn't be too much, but you might just see a dusting in the south. Further north, it's looking dry and cold once again. So some fairly dense fog patches, a bit like we had last night, and some frost as well. So temperatures could be as low as -8, in fact, for rural parts of Scotland. Like today, some of the mist and fog will be slow to clear. So if you are stuck under it, for parts of Scotland, for instance, could feel really chilly all day. Probably a bit more sunshine in general than we've got out there today, but areas of cloud just drifting their way westwards on the breeze. Top temperatures only about 2 to 6 degrees, and the fairly dry but chilly theme to weather is set to continue really for the rest of this week. Sarah, John.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. Should we go to Florida instead then? Do you fancy that?
Let's go.
Let's
go. You might wonder why we're taking you to Florida, so let's explain. Preparations there are underway. A very exciting rocket launch in the next few minutes.
Yeah, literally in about 3 minutes' time. We're going to try to take it here live on breakfast because if it all goes to plan, it's called Peregrine Mission 1. It will be the first US mission to land on the moon in more than 50 years.
Yeah, so its aim is to carry out experiments on the lunar surface. You can see it right there. It'll help pave the way for future space exploration. And I'm very pleased to say we're joined now by Dr. Catherine Joy, a professor in Earth and Environmental Sciences at Manchester University. Thank you so much for joining us and talking us through this. So how significant is this particular mission? There seem to have been loads of space launches recently. There's a lot going on in the space world, but this one is particularly exciting because we've not been back to the moon for 50 years when NASA hadn't and the US hadn't. And this is the first time there's going to be a commercial lander. So rather than NASA developing their own landing system, they've contracted a commercial lander to develop a robotic vehicle for getting us to the moon's surface.
And we're watching these live pictures now coming from Cape Canaveral in Florida. I think it's part of a NASA broadcast. And 2 minutes to go, a minute and a half.
Yeah, and the weather's looking good, which is amazing. I mean, it's a lot warmer than it is in the UK at the moment, but the wind speed seems to have dropped. There's no storms, there's no rain system, so I think it's go for weather. So it's just a case of they're doing all the final checkouts. I was going to say, what will be happening now? They're going to go around all the different controllers in the flight room to say, are you ready to go? Are you ready to go? Check with the engineers that the rocket's fueled up correctly. And then when everybody says go or no go, they'll decide whether to do the launch in a couple of minutes' time.
So that's one of the NASA broadcasters. It's a feed from NASA that we're getting. She was smiling at me. So
That's good.
She looked positive, I think. Those final checks now underway, and in the next minute or so, we're expecting them to take off. And then how long does it take to get to the moon?
Well, if you've got a really big rocket like they did with the Apollo astronauts, it takes 3 to 4 days. This one's going to take a little bit longer. It's got a bit more of a complex flight path, so they're going to launch into near-Earth orbit, fire the big rocket and head off towards the moon. But they're not going to actually get to the moon for a couple of weeks. They're going to go into a series of different orbits and then eventually get into a circular orbit about 100 kilometers above the moon's surface sometime in February. They'll hang out there for a little while, and then when the lighting conditions on the moon are just right, they'll release the spacecraft and it will go down to the moon's surface. I just heard them say that T-minus 1 minute, so it must be down to about 45 seconds now. So it's looking good because there have been a few aborted landings for this one so far, so fingers crossed. Yep, fingers crossed that all goes well. This is the first time this particular rocket, a Vulcan rocket, has launched as well, so there's a lot riding on this, both for the rocket company and for the company that provided the moon lander.
Should we listen in? Let's take this live here on BBC Breakfast.
Status check. Go Vulcan. Go Centaur. Go Peregrine. 15.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We have ignition. And liftoff of the first United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket, launching a new era in spaceflight to the moon and beyond.
Peregrine Mission 1 has taken off successfully after several previous attempts. This time it has worked. Dr. Catherine Joy, Professor in Earth and Environmental Sciences, joins us on the sofa. So far, so good?
So far, so good. We'll see how it goes at the rocket separation and then onwards to the moon.
Do we get to see that?
It may be in a few minutes' time, but it'll probably be after we've moved on. And just to talk about this will be the first time a US mission would have made a soft landing on the moon in 50 years. That's incredible, isn't it? It's been a long time. So we have had some amazing landing missions by our Chinese colleagues where they've sent robotic landers, rovers. We've even had a mission back in the 1970s by the Soviet Union or Russia at that point in time. But this is the first time it'll be a US led mission to land safely on the moon.
And do all sorts of fantastic scientific experiments when they get there.
Yeah, there's some scientific payloads on board, including one which is being developed here in the UK. It's a little instrument to measure the gas chemistry of the moon's near surface environment, developed by the Open University. So we as the lunar community in the UK, we're really excited to see the first UK hardware, hopefully in just over a month, land on the surface of the moon so it can carry out its exciting science.
Crossed. So far, so good. Catherine, thanks so much for talking us through that. Fascinating.
Now, still to come on breakfast, you'll know the incredible rugby community have come together to raise awareness of motor neurone disease. Now, two former footballers living with the condition, Stephen Darby and Marcus Stewart, are hoping the football community can do the same. They've spoken to BBC Breakfast together for the first time about life with MND.
Do you feel
Like you're a hindrance.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't be, should you?
Yes, I've been there for 35 years. So I'm scared.
You still want to do things on your own, don't you? As well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I still try and do my own list up now and again. Right. I'll be there all day. Because I just can't do it, but I'll try.
And that's part of family. Try not to let them win.
It's a really powerful full film. We'll play the full thing a little bit later in the break.
Well, let's get back to our top story now. And ministers will meet later to consider measures into clearing the names of hundreds of sub-postmasters convicted in the Post Office Horizon scandal.
Yeah, more than 700 branch managers were convicted of false accounting, theft and fraud based on faulty software. And two former sub-postmasters, Tracy Felstead and Jenna Skinner, join us now on the sofa. Good morning to both of you. It's something we've talked about here on Breakfast over the years. It's been in the papers over the years. But this drama on ITV last week just seems to have taken it to a whole new level. And the pressure on the politicians to a whole new level. How are you guys dealing with this and finding all this attention on you finally?
Quite hard work, isn't it? It's really hard, but it's for the good.
It needed to be done. I think people needed to get a better insight of what we've had to actually go through for the past, 2 decades. And I think people get more understanding of what it's been about. I know there was quite a few people who were aware of the story. I just don't think they understood what the story was.
Take us through your story.
I had a shortfall of 59,000 in 2006, and I was sent to prison in 2007.
And both of you were sent to prison.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think when you were only 19.
Yeah, I was 19 when I went to prison.
So how did that come about? What were the circumstances for you? Because I think with this story, you're absolutely right in saying we kind of knew about the story, but it's hearing the personal experiences from real people that really brings it home how shocking it was.
Yeah, I mean, I was accused of stealing £11,500, and I wouldn't plead guilty to something I hadn't done. My family repaid the money to the post office without my knowing, and then it kind of spiralled from there. I went to court, was found guilty through just my signature on paperwork. There was no actual evidence of theft, and I was sent to Holloway at the age of 19.
So your family paid back the money, and you still ended up in prison.
Yes.
Good as you say it is to have more people aware of what you and so many others have gone through because of the drama, how painful is it as well to have to go back through all of this? Or you just go through it?
I think we're just going through it anyway, aren't we? Because of the inquiry, I mean, there's still quite a lot going on with that. And so, I mean, we are co-participants of the inquiry anyway. So, I mean, it's been ongoing for us since forever. But the drama, I think it just highlights everything. And watching it, I found it very emotional watching it because we could relate to everything that was there.
Yeah.
Henry, our chief political correspondent, was in Westminster earlier and telling us that MPs go back today after their Christmas break, and he was saying this is now at the very top of the political agenda for pressure on the government, MPs to try and sort it out. What do you think they should be doing? What would you like to see happen straight away?
Remove the post office.
Remove the post office from the processes.
From the processes completely, because they have too much power over convictions being overturned or being referred to the courts, and also even with relation to compensation, they are the ones that are running the show. They need to be taken. They need to be removed from it completely. It needs to be an independent body for the prosecutions and for the compensation schemes.
I think that's one of the things that people have found really hard to get their head around, that this has happened now, but in order for the appeals process to be overturned, the post office has to be involved in that decision-making process.
It was 5 years ago, wasn't it? We submitted our cases in 2015 to the CCRC, and then they did the referral in 2020, and we didn't actually have our convictions overturned until 2021. But when they'd referred our cases, there was 2 charges. So there was you had Lim 1, which was the actual conviction, and then you had Lim 2, which was an abuse of process. Now Lim 1, which was the conviction, they didn't contest, but Lim 2 they did. So they decide what they're going to contest and what they're not going to contest.
The government, Rishi Sunak, yesterday being questioned on the BBC by Lord Coonsberry, was saying, we're acting on this. The Justice Secretary's, got various options in front of him. To what extent do you think they're taking this seriously because of the profile of the drama?
I don't think he took it very seriously, to be honest. He made a couple of mistakes when he was speaking about it yesterday. So it's something that's happened in the 90s. It was rolled out in 1999, and then the issues became apparent in 2000, no sooner had it been rolled out. And then he also stated that everybody was to receive up to a £600,000 interim payment. No, it's not. It's a £600,000 take it or leave it payment. It's what it is, full and final. It's not interim, and that's what he was stated yesterday.
And Tracy, in terms of there's now a police investigation. The Metropolitan Police have got involved because no member of the post office or anyone involved with it, there's never been any sort of criminal conviction on that front. What would you like to see happen?
Somebody held accountable, most definitely. I mean, they need to look at it. We were classed as criminals by the post office. Now it's their turn to actually be investigated and find out who knew what, why, and when this all happened, it's just, somebody needs to be held accountable for everybody.
Hearing that it wouldn't be too complicated for Parliament to pass some kind of act which could overturn all of these convictions in one go, rather than having to be individual appeals go through the post office, that it could be relatively straightforward if the political will was there. Do you think the will is there now?
I think it is, and I think it needs to be independent. At the same time, I think we need to be really careful that we're not just going to go and turn everybody's convictions over, just in case you have that one person that has committed a crime and you've just turned over their conviction. So I think we have to be careful with what we're doing. I do think it's possible, and I do think the will's there, and I do think that they have the power to do that. But I think we need to be really careful when we're doing it, but it also needs to be quicker.
Independent.
And independent.
Yeah. And both of you, there is an online petition, about 1 million people I think have signed it so far, calling for Paula Reynolds, who ran the post office throughout much of the 2010s, to have her CBE removed. Would you support that?
Yes. She should have.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In my eyes, she shouldn't have had it in the first place.
No, I mean, to be fair, if she had any decency, she would just hand it back.
Thank you
you
both
both.
of us.
Thank you both for coming in. I got a message from one of our viewers a few moments ago saying her CB should be removed and added to Alan Bates instead.
I think there's a lot of people that deserve recognition for this story.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Indeed. Right, it's exactly 7:30.
Yeah, it is. So it's time for the news, the travel and the weather where you are.
Hello, I'm David Allard with the news in the south. There have been record river levels at the Thames in Reading following last week's heavy rainfall. Although the worst of the rain has passed, the runoff from fields is still contributing to rising water levels in some places. There are more than 70 flood warnings still in place in the south this morning, according to the Environment Agency. Meanwhile, an amber cold health alert has been issued for parts of the south this week. The UK Health Security Agency and the Met Office warn that Dorset and Wiltshire are likely to experience extra pressure on the local health service for an extended period of time. Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council has urged people to check in on vulnerable neighbours and to take care on frozen roads and pavements. They say highways teams are on standby with a fleet of 14 gritting vehicles on almost 3,000 tonnes of dry rock salt. West Sussex-based Rolls-Royce has announced the most expensive...
This is quite a mad job to do. Yeah, I mean, when you own a selling group, I've actually got quite a few selling groups, and there's businesses I'm removing. But I will be sorting it out so that they can pay me a certain amount a month or whatever it is to try to sell their business and that.
On to the weather. It's certainly a day to wrap up warm. Here's B.
Hi, good morning. We're in for a fairly cold week across the south, and temperatures already quite low out there at the moment. I think we'll see quite a widespread frost, a cold day, not helped by the winds, and there will be the risk of a few wintry showers. Largely dry at the moment. There will be a few showers pushing in further east. They could be wintry at times, perhaps a centimetre or so over the high ground. Anywhere could see a wintry shower. The winds are fairly strong, east to northeasterly. That'll move the showers through quickly, and I think we'll see a good deal of sunshine. But those winds making it feel colder, particularly along the far south coast. The showers spread further west overnight tonight. We could see a couple of centimetres over the high ground. Another cold night with a fair amount of low cloud moving in towards dawn. Not as cold as last night, but still the potential for a frost. A cloudier day tomorrow, particularly through the morning. Clouds should clear into the afternoon. Windy with some sunshine later, but feeling cold.
Quite a few problems on the roads this morning. The M4 is closed in both directions between junction 14 for Hungerford and 15 for Swindon East. That's due to accident investigation work. In Oxford, the A4144 Abingdon Road is closed in both directions due to flooding from Old Abingdon Road to Lincoln Road. On the Isle of Wight, flooding has also closed the A3055 Moreton Common in both directions from Perone Way in Sandown to Greenwood Lane in Brading. On the trains, there are delays and cancellations on some GWR services from London Paddington to Reading. That's due to a track fault at Twyford. A number of other roads across the region remain closed or only partially open due to flooding. Your BBC local radio station will have the latest details for your area, or you can listen, of course, via BBC Sounds. That is it from us for now. I'm back with another update just before 8 o'clock. Now, though, it is back to Sally and John. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Good morning, welcome to breakfast this chilly Monday morning. The programme today with Sarah Campbell and John Kay. It's a busy one as well.
We've had a rocket launch already, and it's only, 7:34 nearly.
Cram it all in.
Cram it all in. It's time to cram a bit of sporting now, a bit of FA Cup action with John.
Yes,
Hello,
thanks
John.
both. Hello, good morning everybody. We're going to begin with what was a busy FA Cup weekend for a team nicknamed the Gunners. Arsenal are lacking a little bit of firepower at the moment. Their failure to score yesterday saw them lose to Liverpool as they were knocked out of the competition in the third round, and their manager Mikel Arteta says they need an urgent reset. They were the better side for long periods in this one, but just couldn't score, at least in the right net. An own goal from Jakob Kielwolf put Liverpool ahead, and the away side went on to seal it late on. Luis Diaz with the finish to put Liverpool into the fourth round at the expense of Arsenal. So a third straight defeat for the Gunners in all competitions. Just to illustrate, 48 shots in the last two home games, but they failed to score.
The performance for sure was there, as you said, a man of chances, situations, and performance. Well, we decided to win the game. There's no question about that. But actually, we lost it, so we are not capitalizing. And in football and sports, you have to capitalize to win games. And at the moment, we are doing it. So what can you do? I cannot tell them, listen, play worse than Liverpool, be worse, shoot one on target, and we're going to win the game. No, we're going to have to generate more and help them more and give them confidence. And when my team plays with that attitude at this high, what can I do? Just stay behind them 100%.
It's an open game, and an open game you can always win. And scoring these wonderful goals, bringing the kids on, and they did incredibly well. Individual performances, that's what today was outstanding. From a specific moment on, we really fought the whole 95 minutes, but from a specific moment on, we played football as well. And yeah, it's cool now. We have a winter break. That was the biggest bonus ever.
Yeah, there weren't too many shocks on third round weekend, but a contender for goal of the season came from Leeds United's Patrick Bamford. Perhaps Arsenal need this guy. Just have a look at this. Unbelievable piece of control from Bamford, and then a volley to match that goal coming in their 3-0 win over Peterborough. Sometimes you think it helps players if they have less time to think about it, but well worth seeing again. Brilliant piece of control, lovely volley. The goalkeeper stood no chance. Brilliant goal from Patrick Bamford for Leeds. Standout moment of the weekend. Now, it won't be lost on Manchester United that no Premier League side has lost to lower league opposition in the third round yet. They face Wigan Athletic. The draw for the fourth round of the Cup will then take place tonight before the final match of the third round. Manchester United taking that short distance to face Wigan Athletic, who are 53 places below them. They're currently 18th in League One. Their manager, Sean Maloney, has been working overtime on ways to bridge that gap.
When you have a level of opponent that is different league or far superior resources, is that it comes from the manager. There has to be a belief within the manager that we can win this game, and that has to then transfer to the players. And I know it's going to be very difficult. Everyone will expect one result, expect Manchester United to be very, very dominant, but I still have to give my players the belief that there's moments in this game where I know that they can show their talent. And it's part of my job to create those moments.
Yeah, absolutely. When there's a will, there's a way. The FA Cup third round of January. Sporting tradition, isn't it? And so too in tennis, the Australian Open, which gets underway on Sunday. Mixed fortunes overnight for two British players preparing for this year's first Grand Slam. Disappointment for Katie Bolter, who was beaten in straight sets by Romania's Anna Bogdan at the Adelaide International. Better news, though, for Jack Draper at the same tournament. He looked impressive on his way to a 6-1, 6-3 win over Argentina's Sebastian Baez. Interesting to hear comments coming from Draper saying how he's been inspired by Andy Murray. He's still just 21. He became the youngest Brit since Murray to reach an ATP Tour final last November. In Rugby Union's Premiership, Gloucester's miserable season continues. Tom de Glanville setting off here to run in two of Bath's 3 tries against their local rivals. That condemned them to a record-breaking 9th consecutive league defeat. 17 points to 10 they lost. That win moves Bath up to third, just 3 points behind leaders Northampton. Not a great season, though, for Gloucester so far. It's one of those things. New year, perhaps you think it's going to bring about new results, but not so for Gloucester at the moment. But that is just about it from me for now. It's back to you, Sarah and John.
Thank you, John.
It's 7:38. Now, you'll remember that just before Christmas, we followed the story of Emma Webb, who set herself the extraordinary challenge of pulling a life-size horse for 157 miles in memory of her teenage daughter, Brodie, who took her own life.
So Emma walked from Brodie's favourite showground in Chepstow, South Wales, all the way to the International Horse Show in London to raise awareness of mental health in young people. Emma will join us in a moment with Miles the horse, of course, but let's take a look back at their journey.
It took more than 2 weeks, crossing hundreds of miles from Wales to England. Emma and her resin horse capturing the hearts of everyone she met. All in memory of Emma's daughter Brodie, a rising star of the show jumping world, who spent every spare minute with her beloved horse Archie. She took her own life in 2020, aged just 16. The route saw Emma and Miles walk the 158-mile stretch from Brodie's favourite showground in Chepstow to the London International Horse Show, and Prince William was among those who showed support. Reaching London, Emma navigated Christmas shoppers along Oxford Street. By her side, those who'd also lost loved ones, sharing her passion to raise awareness about suicide prevention.
We know how hard grief hits you. You know, Brodie was Emma's only daughter, but Emma's lifted herself back up and she's pulling this horse in memory of Brodie because she believes other families do not have to go through this grief.
The constant updates on social media meant she never walked alone. By the time she reached the finish line, a huge crowd waited for her. Thanks to the kind strangers, many who she now calls friends, Emma's challenge raised almost £60,000 for charity.
Oh, it really was an incredible effort. I'm very pleased to say Emma is with us. And of course, Miles, come and join us here. Hello. So nice to see you.
Nice
What
to
an
see you.
extraordinary effort that was. Looking back on it now, looking back at those pictures, what are your memories? What do you think?
It was just an absolute a journey, really. Things went well, things didn't go well. yeah, it was just one of those lifetime experiences that, you know, I'll never forget. So, yeah.
And Miles got a little bit damaged. It wasn't easy going for Miles altogether, was it? Tell us about it.
He broke twice on the way. So, luckily each time that he broke, we were really lucky enough to be saved by somebody. So the first time was along the canal path, and there was a lady waiting. She'd been following the tracker and asked us if we'd like to go in for a cup of coffee. And so she said her husband was an engineer and he could fix him. And then the second time then, we were lucky as well. We were walking along and somebody came out to fix the T-bar because the T-bar broke just in the bottom there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Having seen you, these pictures of you travelling through the wind and the rain and the mud over the night, it's great to have you here in the studio with us this morning. And I have to say, I think you're both looking great.
Yeah.
Miles is looking in particularly amazing nick, and he's got like some diamonds or something on his.
Yeah, it's a nice bridle. One of Brodie's close friends is that's her pony bridle. So
wow.
Yeah, so it's quite special.
Oh, fantastic. You had so much support along the way, didn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. So I didn't walk a step on my own. Support from the 3 dads walking, from the 3 mums walking, and then just people that I didn't know, family and friends. And so it was really lovely to have all that support along the way.
Including one very special supporter that you didn't know. Shall we have a look at that?
Yeah, I think so.
Will you?
A bit shocked.
That's quite somebody to bump into.
It was indeed. Yeah, I was really, really shocked when he came around the corner and shouted "boo." And
I love the fact that you just took a moment, didn't you, to think, hang on a minute.
Yeah, I did, because I just thought, oh my goodness, you know, I don't know how to address Prince William, and that's when he stepped forward and put his arms out for a hug. So that was really, really nice.
So you didn't need to worry about titles or anything.
I didn't know, like old friends.
I mean, that is just one person who stopped you. Yes, the Prince of Wales, but it shows you must reflect on just how your story, Brodie's story, has affected so many people.
Yeah, you know, the impact was amazing, really, which is what I wanted to create. I thought that I could walk along on my own with a T-shirt on, and thought, well, that's not going to raise a lot of awareness for me. In particular, what can I do to sort of create that buzz around everything? And Miles was the perfect thought, the mad thought.
Do you miss when you're walking around normally now, if you just nip it down to the shops and you don't have Miles, I'm assuming you don't have Miles with you, you've got to miss him. You've got so used to
I really do. I felt quite silly when I first started training with him, and now I feel silly without him. So I actually took him back out last week to be weighed. So, and the amount of support still.
Has he lost weight?
Yeah, no. I put on a bit, I think. But the amount of support that still is out there, people would be paying, stopping, still donating, you know, and it's just so important that those donations have come in, and it's just been absolutely fantastic.
Just tell us about Brodie.
Oh, Brodie was my absolute world. You know, we loved each other to bits. She was so loving, a funny girl. Loved her horses, and really, really academically bright, you know, and she was just my world, my absolute world.
And of course, this has all been about raising mental health issues, which is such an issue for so many young people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, I've walked up Papyrus before, but it's so important, you know, that suicide is the biggest killer of under 35s in the UK, and Papyrus are particularly amazing. They've got their Hope Line, 24-hour Hope Line, that people can ring in a crisis, and also concerned others can call in as well if you're concerned about somebody that may be thinking of taking their own life. You can call in and get advice from them. So yeah, it's so important that we carry on creating this awareness, and you know, hopefully, you know, we'll get there.
How important is it for you that Brodie's name, Brodie's legacy is part of that she lives on through all of that?
Oh, it's really important, I think, to, you know, to lose your child and to lose your everything. It is so important for people to still to speak their name, and I hope Brodie would be proud of me for what I'm doing, but it also shows how proud I am of her, because I am really, really proud of my daughter.
What's next? What's the next challenge?
So next challenge is maybe another walk with Miles somewhere, but also I've sort of been creating some ideas about some children's books, a series of books which involve Miles and mental health and well-being, and also ideas for a tiny little real Miles, a miniature Shetland pony that I can take around to various settings as a as a therapy pony. So
Not a resin one.
not a resin one, a real one, a real mini.
Oh wow!
Mini
how
Miles.
impressive would that be?
I know, yeah. I just think it would, I was at the show and people were saying that he was almost like a beacon of light in the equestrian world for mental health now. And I just thought, well, I don't want to let that slip. I want to carry on with what I'm trying to achieve.
If I decide to do that, you must let us know. You have to meet the real Miles.
Oh, absolutely.
It's been lovely to you, and resin Miles as well. Where'd you keep him?
He's in the living room at the moment,
No.
actually.
No way.
He is, yeah. He lives with us, myself and my mum and our 3 dogs. So I'll never get rid of him now. I can't. I'm too attached to him. So, so he's staying.
How big's your living room?
It's not very big.
Emma, it's been so lovely to see you this morning, and thank you so much. Really inspiring stories.
I'm now imagining you sitting on him watching telly or something like that. That's becoming
Thank you. Time now to have a look at the weather. So I'll hand over to Sarah. Morning again, Sarah.
Good morning to you. Well, it is a chilly start to the day out there today. We've lost the relentless rain that's brought all the floods over the past week or so. Still lots of flood warnings in force, but the waters are now starting to recede. So a much drier picture, much colder. We've got some frost, some fog patches, and for some of us, some wintry showers that are bringing some icy stretches. But here's the area of high pressure that's going to be with us really throughout the coming week. So good news in terms of what's falling out of the sky. Might be a little bit of winteriness out of the sky, though. We've got some of these showers across the likes of Kent and Sussex. Could be a couple of centimetres of snow for the North Downs, even a slight dusting at low levels. So some ice there. Some ice also possible across southern parts of Northern Ireland. Rain and sleet showers falling on that sub-zero ground. A few showers too for parts of the northeast of England. We've got more cloud generally in the east, drifting in on these brisk northeasterly winds. There'll be more of these sleety showers just drifting westwards across southern parts of England and Wales through the course of the day. They're going to be hit and miss, and we won't all see them. Top temperatures somewhere between 3 to 6 degrees for most, but if you're stuck under the lingering mist and fog across parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, it's going to feel really chilly out there. A few more wintry showers just pushing across South Wales and southern England through this evening and tonight, but elsewhere it's looking dry and cold again. Some frost and some fog patches across parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland too. So a chilly start to the day tomorrow, but thankfully things are looking dry through tomorrow and really through much of the week.
Hello.
John and Sarah.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah.
Now, new research commissioned by the BBC's Panorama suggests that police
Hello.
forces in England and Wales need an extra 18,000
Hello.
officers just to keep up with population.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, the Home Office says officer numbers are now at a record high, but their own figures.
Who are you?
In 20 crimes in England and Wales now result, only 1 in 20 in a suspect being charged.
So it's led to some
Oh, right,
businesses
yeah.
taking steps to investigate their own crimes, as Connor Munro reports.
When I got up at 7 o'clock,
I can't see you.
the TV was off the wall on the floor. The drawers in my living room were open, and there were footprints through the kitchen.
Sarah Good's home
Sorry?
in Blackburn was burgled 3 months ago while she was sleeping. Her keys, laptop, and cash were taken.
I feel completely violated. Yeah, okay, Sarah. I feel a little bit emotional. I'm sorry.
What?
You all right? Yeah, it's okay. I feel like it's all happening all at the minute.
Do you?
Yeah.
Have you stayed here much since this happened?
No.
You're not
No, not at all. Not at all.
The police came, but they didn't ask all Sarah's neighbours for their CCTV. So she got some of the footage herself. Sarah recognised a man acting suspiciously outside her house and told the police his name. But they didn't question him or come back for the rest of the CCTV. Hello, how you doing? We talked to Sarah's neighbours. The reason I'm knocking the door is because there's a lady on the street who was burgled. And what I was doing was looking to see if anybody had any footage. We found 3 cameras with footage the police failed to collect. The CCTV shows the suspect Sarah identified going round the back of her house and coming out the front door. Sarah hasn't seen this footage before. So that's about 2 minutes to 4.
I think that's him.
He comes out the front door.
He does.
He comes out the front door.
Yeah. All right. So that's him coming out your door. You all right?
Yeah.
Do you want to know this, Sarah?
Yeah.
So he looks like he goes down the street, right?
Yeah.
But what he actually does is he comes back and he comes back into the house.
Are you joking?
No, I'm not. And then he leaves again very soon after that.
Right.
This time he's carrying a bag, what appears to be a white bag.
Right, okay.
I don't know. And that's him.
Right. Coming out with my stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The man says he didn't burgle Sarah. Lancashire Police says it deployed crime scene investigators, completed house-to-house inquiries, and obtained CCTV footage before Sarah's case was closed. The Home Office says there are now the highest number of police officers on record in England and Wales to deal with crime.
It does happen at the end. Yeah.
But Sarah has decided she can no longer live in her home. She's moving out.
The effect that it's had on my mental health has been horrendous.
The police are promising to attend all home burglaries and follow all reasonable inquiries. But only 1 in 20 offenders now get charged, and it's their victims who are paying the price. Brona Monroe, BBC News.
Well, you can see more on that story on Panorama on BBC One. That's at 8 o'clock tonight.
Let's talk about this a bit more, shall we? Because we're joined on the sofa by Baroness Helen Newland, who's the former Victims Commissioner for England Wales. Morning to you. Thanks so much for coming in. I guess the key question is, are the police taking crimes like that seriously enough?
Well, obviously the survey that's out shows that they aren't, and I have to say that, yes, I'm back in my role as Victims Commissioner, but the majority of my emails and shows that the police are not, especially with antisocial behaviour. They're not joining the dots. It's very much in isolation. I'm watching that clip just brings me back to my last report, Living Nightmare, where again the victims are having to move away and the police are not dealing with the root cause and the offenders once again.
I mean, you can see the emotional impact,
Yes.
can't you, there on a burglary, so much so that Sarah, like you say, had to move out of the house. And you're saying that this is something that you hear in your position.
Yes, as I say, it's 17 years this year when I've lost Gary, and I feel like I'm on a carousel because nothing is really changing. They might, whatever they say, there's more police officers. At the end of the day, you've got victims who are doing their own investigation, even for serious crimes such as rape and sexual assault, and that shows that the police are not, really doing what they're supposed to do.
The police is shit.
There are more police officers. We've been told that in some areas, crime
NHS and police are fucking rubbish. They're no good.
not being investigated more. What do you think's going on?
Well, I quite agree with you because I have had victims and I don't get involved in personal cases.
I'm owed fucking loads of money, compensation, 18 years of bullshit, right? I've got lots of things going on in my life, I've got like selling groups on Facebook, a fucking lot of them, and I've got businesses around that want to pay me money to use my groups, but I mean, I've been in section units for fucking ages.
Whatsoever to that victim who feels unheard and feels they've got to do their own investigation.
My mum done that. My mum got me sectioned.
Radio 5 Live, they conducted, haven't they, a survey of 2,000 UK adults looking at.
She's a fucking cleaner. Well, she was a cleaner, and that was it. And I was the piano man, covering Somerset to London, and the Dutch Embassy. And my mum, she fucked up. She fucked up. That's it. She never told the police about Mark White selling all the cannabis, did she? No.
Not really, in a sense. I mean, I'm disappointed again.
And Lee and Russell and Mark all smoking drugs in her house, in the council house.
It doesn't come as some shock because that's again, if you've got no confidence in the police, then where do you go? Because it's the police that you go to. And antisocial behaviour is seen in isolation. It's never seen in the several occasions. And it's not seen as criminal activity. It's seen within the police as low level. Well, if you start the baseline at low level, nobody's going to sit up and do anything. And until it gets to,
and gets serious, then they do something. But that's too late. That's reactive, not proactive. And these victims need to be able to feel that they're being believed and looked into. And police is the only way you can do this and stop passing the pillar to post for people. We've not learnt anything, have we, from both the Fiona Pilkington case? You know, it used to be log a diary, and now most police forces have
NHS, your
so
fucking
it's not,
history,
you know,
I say.
going to an internet system from a paper system. It's not good enough, and it really is not good enough for people to feel unsafe where you live.
So what's the answer then? I mean, now police forces have gone digital and it's portals and all of that. So you raise your eyes, but you know, do they need to leave some of that behind and get more out on the street?
They need to, yeah, they do. They need to police. You need to see police officers visible. You need police officers actually to have that people bedside skill, and they need to understand the impacts of antisocial
You think
behaviour.
they've lost that skill, some of them?
I do actually, and I think it's a skill that through the training that police need to fully understand. You can read as many books as you want, but if you don't really understand the impacts of antisocial behaviour to that individual suffering inside their homes, you really have lost what really needs to do to protect them people. It's not adequate. It's a society problem as well as a community problem.
And is there anything else apart from that? We've got the Victims Bill going through the House of Lords at the moment. What do you think really needs to be in it?
Victims of antisocial behaviour are not in the Victims and Prisoners Bill. They're not recognised, and we need to stop saying it's low level and wait. You know, persistent antisocial behaviour is criminal, and it should be in there, and we should give them the support they need, because that's a huge impact on their mental and health well-being, which then affects the estates. You know, the state then pays out more. So if you nipped it in the bud, you know, if they did that for Gary, who, you know, it was antisocial behaviour, he lost his life. But everybody forgets Gary was a third attack, and there was lots of antisocial behaviour in our community. And if you really don't understand antisocial behaviour, you're in the wrong job, because I will fight tooth and nail in the Victims and Prisoners Bill to recognise the impact of antisocial behaviour that it has on individuals as well as communities.
Thank you so much for coming in and joining us
Thank
and
you.
discussing the survey and that panorama tonight, Baroness Newlove. We'll also be on Radio 5 Live a bit later this morning, talking about antisocial behaviour and policing in the UK. Just had a message from Les, who'd emailed earlier to complain about the fact that the time was wrong on the screen and saying we'd got it wrong. He just emailed back to say, ignore that last email. One of my grandchildren had paused the TV for a while. I think they wanted to get out of going to school. Busted. You've got to go to school.
You have got to go to school. Time now to get the news, travel, and weather where you are.
See you in a sec.
Hello, I'm David Allard with the headlines in the south. There have been record river levels at the Thames in Reading following last week's heavy rainfall. Although the worst of the rain has passed, the runoff from fields is still contributing to rising water levels in some places. There are more than 70 flood warnings still in place in the south this morning, according to the Environment Agency. Meanwhile, an amber cold health alert has been issued for parts of the south this week. The UK Health Security Agency and the Met Office warn that Dorset and Wiltshire are likely to experience extra pressure on the local health service for an extended period of time. Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council has urged people to check in on vulnerable neighbours. And turning to the forecast today, cloudy skies and the chance of snow showers moving in this morning, remaining largely cloudy through the afternoon with more wintry showers drifting in from the east. Highs between 1 and 4 Celsius. Onto the travel and on the roads this morning, the M4 is closed in both directions between junction 14 for Hungerford and 15 for Swindon East. That's due to accident investigation work. In Oxford, the A4144 Abingdon Road is closed in both directions due to flooding. That's from Old Abingdon Road to Lincoln Road. In fact, a number of other roads across the south remain closed or only partially open due to flooding. The BBC local radio station has the latest details. That's it from me. Up next, John and Sarah with the national and international headlines. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Good morning. Welcome to Breakfast with Sarah Campbell and John Kane.
Our headlines today. Ministers are meeting to look at ways of clearing the names of hundreds of wrongly convicted sub-postmasters.
Meanwhile, a petition to strip the former Post Office boss, Paula Venables, of her CBE over the scandal passes more than 1 million signatures.
We need more help. That's the plea from the unpaid carers who contacted this programme as we ask, who cares?
Footballers Marcus Stewart and Stephen Darby talk exclusively to breakfast about what they're calling their March of the Day, about their life with MND.
Do you feel like you're a hindrance?
Yeah.
But you shouldn't do, should you?
Yes, I've been left for 35 years.
Good morning. Is that bargain flight really such a good deal? We're taking a look at the hidden holiday costs that add up unexpectedly during the booking process and how you can avoid them.
The Golden Globe goes to
Golden in Hollywood taking home 5 awards.
And sport out of the FA Cup and out of goals. Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says he's been in a reset after losing to Liverpool in the third round.
And good morning, there's some good news with the weather. Things are looking drier today and through the week ahead. But colder too, we've got some frost, some fog, and also a few wintry showers. I'll be back with more details in about 10 minutes.
Monday, the 8th of January, and the Justice Secretary Alex George will meet with the Minister responsible for the Home Office today to discuss how hundreds of branch managers who were wrongly convicted in the Horizon IT scandal could be cleared.
Pressure is increasing on number 10 to take action over what's been described as the most widespread miscarriage of justice in British history. Here's our business correspondent, Mark Ashdown.
Hello, how can I help? Oh, hi. It's Joan Hamilton here from South Warnborough. I'm trying to produce this week's cash account.
Jo Hamilton's story was central to the recent ITV drama. She was falsely accused of stealing £36,000 from the village post office she ran in Hampshire.
In the meantime, you'll need to make up the loss. I haven't got that money.
Her conviction has now been quashed, but she's still angry that so many are still waiting for justice.
To know my conviction's quashed and to keep the promise to my parents, who didn't live to see it sadly, that I would never give up until I overturned my conviction. And it's amazing. It also opens doors to compensation as well, which is life-changing.
Jo is among more than 700 post office managers convicted over a 16-year period from 1999.
I think it was the Chinese people that actually set up the Horizon situation for the post offices. Now it's their problem. They sold UK faulty goods for the post offices. Why can't we make them pay? I'd go to China and make them fucking pay straight away.
Expunge these convictions and restores these people's reputations.
One suggestion is to remove the post office from the appeals process and possibly pass new legislation to exonerate all of the victims as one. Rishi Sunak said that
make the Chinese pay the British post office people, because there's British post office people that are suffering, right, because of the Chinese with their fucking shit, which they sold the UK for the post office.
And they're having to fight for the rest of it. Submit claims. Months later, they come back. They've extended the deadline now from 6th of August this year into next year. And by then it'll be heading for year 6. How can it possibly take that long to pay 500 people?
A public inquiry is ongoing. The post office said it supports it and is
phone up the fucking post office and tell them straight.
And the accountability for it.
Say, look, Gordon White, that's me, right, wants you to get onto China and make them fucking pay the post office staff who actually has to pay loads of money because they thought they were being robbed by the post office staff, and it's not staff, it's the fucking computers.
Use her CVE over the Horizon scandal has attracted more than 1 million signatures, including the support of 2 former post workers who sat right here on the sofa a little bit earlier. They say that is what should happen, among other things. This is right at the top of the political agenda as MPs return to Westminster today. Henry is there for us this morning. And Henry, I mean, this was kind of nowhere as an issue before Christmas when they went off on leave, but right now it's the big issue.
Exactly right, John. I think today is a day for questions. Question 1, what is the government going going to do about this now that after years of campaigning, it does seem to be at the top of their agenda. Well, Alex Chalk, who's the Justice Secretary, is meeting Kevin Hollinrake, a minister responsible for the Post Office, for overseeing the Post Office, today. And we think there's a couple of different issues they are looking at. One is whether they might be able to remove the Post Office's role from the appeals process. To many, it's extraordinary that postmasters have to appeal to the very body which pursued them for their conviction in the first place. But the other option that they're looking at, a much bolder option, is potentially to propose a law, a simple law in Parliament, asking Parliament to quash all of the convictions. And that seems to be where the political momentum is building this morning. Chris Hodges, who oversees for the government the compensation system as it currently exists, suggests that the government should do that. But there are questions about the past as well. Why did the Post Office pursue these people so doggedly? Why did the Post Office tell postmasters that they were the only ones affected? What were government ministers of various parties, including the now Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, doing when they refused to meet the people affected? And the big overall question, how on earth could this have happened?
Indeed, Henry, thank you very much indeed. You know, as well as the drama that we've all been talking about that was on the telly last week, there's lots of more real life background on this case, on this story, on an edition of Panorama. You can watch it now on the BBC iPlayer. It's called The Post Office Scandal, and it is available to view right now. It's 7 minutes past 8. A new week begins, but that industrial action in the NHS still having an impact, Sarah.
Indeed, John, thank you. Yes, today is the last full day of the 6-day strike by junior doctors in England, the longest period of industrial action by NHS workers in its history. Junior doctors are in a long-running dispute with the government over pay, with ministers saying that their demand for a 35% increase is unaffordable. Well, the BBC
Good. Don't pay them fuck all.
Is outside
NHS is shit.
University Hospital for us this morning. Good morning to you, Hugh. After 6 days of strike, then, what has been the impact as far as the NHS and the way it works, the day-to-day running?
Well, Sarah, here at Milton Keynes University Hospital, they say it's been very, very busy over the weekend and overnight into this morning. A lot of sick patients coming in. But this is what you tend to find at this time of year in the NHS, the most pressurised time with sickness in the community. Now, they say they've been coping with that, providing the emergency care which has been required. But of course, it's been without most of their junior doctors have been on strike, more than 2/3 here at this hospital. And they say the real concern, I think, in one sense, is the pressure on consultants who've had to cover for junior doctors. Now, consultants I speak to say they're willing to do that, but the worry is that it's an exhausting schedule doing 6 days of these shifts, and I think there's concern about the impact on consultants in the weeks ahead. Now, as for patients, here much of the planned treatment has been postponed, but important cancer work is going ahead and some planned operations and appointments. When the strike ends in just under 24 hours' time, all eyes will be on whether talks can get going. It looks likely that they will between the government and the British Medical Association, but can they bridge that gap between what the BMA say they want is a more credible offer than what's on the table, and ministers are saying, well, they feel it's a better offer than other health unions have had, and really it is time to settle.
I'll better take you, Pim. Thank you. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Palestinians must not be pressured into leaving Gaza and must be allowed to return to their homes once conditions allow. Mr. Blinken also condemned statements by some Israeli ministers who called for the resettlement of Palestinians elsewhere. The US official is on his latest Middle East tour and is due to arrive in Tel Aviv later today. Transport for London has said there will still be some disruption to tube services this morning, despite the RMT union calling off a planned strike. Passengers are being advised to check before they travel. London Underground workers had been due to walk out until the end of the week in a dispute over a 5% pay offer. The union said positive discussions meant further talks would now take place. Thousands of old green metal street cabinets, once used to store broadband and phone cabling, are set to be converted into electric vehicle charging points. BT Group is setting up a pilot project which it's hoped will boost the number of charging stations across the country. Now, in the last hour, a rocket has been launched to the moon, and if successful, it'll be the first US lunar landing since Apollo 17 in 1972.
5, 4, 3. We have ignition. And liftoff of the first United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket.
Well, as you saw there, that was the spectacular moment. The Vulcan rocket lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida earlier this morning. The mission will carry out a number of NASA experiments and will form part of the space agency's goal to get man back on the moon by the end of the decade.
50 minutes in, all going to plan, apparently.
So far, so good.
It's 11 minutes past 8, and we've got a lovely story for this morning. It's like something, it feels like something out of Beatrix Potter book.
I love it.
Ratatouille, the film, because when retired postman Rodney Holbrook noticed that his workbench in the garden shed kept being mysteriously tidied up, he decided he'd do a bit of detective work.
And here's what he found when he set up a night vision camera. How cute is that? His secret helper was, in fact, a little mouse, picking up pegs and corks and nuts and bolts, and he's since given his mystery friend a nickname. Welsh Tidy Mouse.
Does what it says on the tin. Look at him, he's working hard, isn't he, all night long? Didn't you say that Rodney had got a special technique for getting them out? He's trained it basically now.
Yeah, well, I think it's what they're doing is their homing instincts, aren't they? Their nesting instincts. But the trick is, though, if you want to leave things messy, you might have a nighttime visit. It might help you tidy up. What?
Your papers. Could do with a mouse to clear them up.
Sorry.
Sarah's got the weather for us this morning. Sarah, it's looking slightly less eventful this week.
Yeah, it certainly is. Good morning. A much calmer week of weather for you. Really good news. We won't be seeing any more rain falling out of the sky, not much more anyway, but the flood warnings really still in force widely. We've still got about 170 flood warnings, particularly across parts of central England and also one still for South Wales too. But it is a quieter day. It's a colder start to the day too. This is a picture of Portrush this morning. Beautiful start to the day there. Elsewhere though, we've got some mist, some fog patches, some frost on the ground.
It is a bit cold.
Wintry showers in the forecast as well. So you might well see some icy stretches underfoot. High pressure, though, is driving our weather at the moment. So we'll still see just 1 or 2 showers rotating around that area of high pressure coming in on an easterly breeze, particularly for the likes of Kent, Sussex, the London area as well later on. Some of these showers falling as sleet and snow, mainly over the higher ground, but there could be a dusting at low levels. And some icy conditions for Northern Ireland first thing as well, because rain showers are falling on freezing surfaces. A few showers too coming in across the northeast of England and eastern Scotland, but most of us looking predominantly dry, quite a bit of sunshine in the north and the west, but some of us will stick with some freezing fog patches all day. Top temperatures generally around about 3 to 6, but it will feel colder in the breeze and where you see the fog lingering. Now, these sleet and snow showers drift westwards across southern England and South Wales later on today and through this evening as well, generally fading away overnight. So another really cold night, again with some mist and some fog patches. Could see temperatures as low as -8 across rural parts of Scotland. Another predominantly dry day tomorrow, fewer showers than we've got out there today. Some areas of cloud just drifting westwards in the breeze, and again some mist and fog could be quite slow to clear. Top temperatures similar to today, around about 3 to 6 degrees, and the good news is that the dry theme for the weather continues for much of the week ahead. Sarah and John.
Thank you. Thanks very much indeed, Sarah.
Now then, rugby fans have watched the incredible efforts of Dolly Weir, of Rob Burrow and Kevin Sinfield to raise the awareness of motor neurone disease.
Yeah, but now 2 former footballers, Stephen Darby and Marcus Stewart, who are also living with the incurable condition, well, they're hoping that the football community is about to do the same.
They've spoken to BBC Breakfast together for the first time about life with MND and about a 175-mile walking challenge between 17 football stadiums, which will help to raise awareness. Here's Graham Satchell.
2 former footballers, Stephen Darby and Marcus Stewart, at Anfield in Liverpool. Adversity has brought them together. They're both living with motor neuron disease, a life-limiting degenerative disorder with no treatment and no cure.
I'm not into football.
when you were diagnosed?
I'm not a football fan because I'm not happy with the way the fans go crazy. They get elated, they go crazy, they drink loads of alcohol, they watch football, and then they get upset when a football team actually loses, and they probably attack their own family or friends and go crazy. I mean, the football is nuts. It's impossible. It's people's behaviour is unbelievable.
And I knew your name, of course.
Stephen Darby started his career at Liverpool and then was captain of Bradford. Marcus Stewart was a prolific striker for Ipswich, Sunderland and other clubs.
Last time I was here, got the winner, I think.
No, I probably won them both.
How you doing?
Mental, 5, strong. Physical, things harder, and I need a lot more help. Thanks to day.
Well, psychologically, which is important, I've still got that. Do you think that comes from your football background, that mental determination?
Yeah, definitely. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I do. You know, I think that football background, that being an elite sport, I think, although you don't know it at the time, it kind of prepares you for what's happening now a little bit psychologically. I think we're used to living in the moment as a player. You live day by day, week by week. You know, you can't look 4 months ahead, you can't look a year ahead because you don't know what's going to go on. So I think, for me, I can relate to it because that's how it is now. I live in the moment and I live week to week and don't look about next year, don't look about next month, just every day. I can't grip anything with this hand now. You know, when you go to pick your phone up from the car seat, I could do that a year and a half ago. Now I've got to reach over and pick it with my right hand. But now this hand's starting to go a little bit. I still got strength in it, but cramps and
you got cramps and I've got backache.
Like that all the time. So it's
Yeah, you're into football and I'm into pianos. I like music and you like kicking a ball around the floor.
And with their families, there are memories of the glory days.
What about the golf?
Jamie Clapham played it to me.
It's crazy. Look, someone scored a goal, right, and everybody went crazy. They got mental problems. Football fans have got mental problems. They got a disability, right? They watch a ball go into a goal, and they go crazy. It's a mental problem.
Thousands at Anfield, both Stephen and Marcus are now becoming dependent on others for their everyday needs.
Do you feel like you're a hindrance?
I was in the section unit, right? And I insisted, turn that fucking telly off, right, or change the channel. The telly was full volume and it was football. And the staff and the patients were going crazy. Right, and I told them to fuck off. I said, turn that shit off. I said, turn it over. I want to watch something different. And I don't want it full volume. It's giving me a headache. You know what I mean? And it took about 10 minutes. And I got them to change the channel and turn the volume down. And they cried. They were like babies, you know what I mean? Fucking idiots.
He was found by his wife, Steph Orson.
I know you're craving attention. That fall.
I would always be the piano man. I don't give a fuck about football.
I did Steph push you over.
John, be honest.
What are you going to say?
Honest. I mean,
I'm also the family friend because I've been helping families, people in the family, different families around. I've been looking after them. I've been treating them with different things here and there.
And then no contact, and then staff running. having set up for me.
One family went up to Derby to see their dad. Another family had some food in their cupboards, and their daughters had some fucking McDonald's. And other people, they've had clothes and McDonald's and KFCs and all that sort of stuff. And I've driven people around, looked after people.
And I'm feeling so ready to see them fall. No.
For me, what you just said, I wouldn't just be able to speak about that. I don't want to. You're braver than I am. So I can't speak about that. I think that, but I don't speak about it. Because I wouldn't be as brave as you just were.
Along with the late Doddy Weir and Rob Burrow, Stephen Darby has played a key role in raising the profile of MND. He's been inspired by the extraordinary fundraising efforts of Kevin Sinfield and is organising his own charity event, a walk between football clubs.
It's funny how people get on television. You know, all this football bollocks and fucking. What about the piano man? The family friend, eh? No one gives a fuck about me. It's sad, really. NHS, you're shit. You're fucking rubbish, you know what I mean? Mental health, you don't even know what mental health is.
The walk is being called March of the Day. It will cover 175 miles, starting at Bradford, where Stephen was captain, and stopping at almost 20 clubs, including Leeds, Man United and Everton, before ending at Liverpool, Stephen's first club.
I want to hear my coming out. After 175 miles, how many miles in motion?
Am I going to walk? Can I finish at Old Trafford instead of coming in? No. So if I start at Bradford, finish at Old Trafford, you carry on here, I'll have a couple of drinks at Old Trafford and we'll FaceTime each other. What about your ex-teammates? How many of them are on the walk? Are you paying them to come?
I think scared.
I think it could be one of the biggest events that a football family can get involved in. That's how I see it. What do you think?
No, I think nice football has the power to make a real difference in people's lives.
Stephen is hoping to get football players past and present to take part in the walk. Both men have been touched.
I'm not walking nowhere.
From former
Not into football.
He's the main man.
The player. His friend's got an idea, isn't he?
MND brings all types of people together. But what's better for all fans to the same thing, and that's to find the achievement and cure and to support each other in that journey.
I certainly won't, will they? That March of the Day, they're calling it, will be in
March of the Day. For fuck's sake. You know what I mean? What the hell?
Now, Morning Live follows breakfast on BBC One.
It's match of the day, isn't it? City football all the fucking time.
Isn't it? So let's find out what they have in store. Morning, Michelle. Morning, Gethin. What you got?
Good morning. Love the fact you finally got the message, or John has, at least. Coming up at 9:30. How about this for kicking off your week in style? We're telling you how you could get your hands on free money with today's roundup of the best banking deals. Our finance expert, Laura Pomfret, has the details.
Morning
When
live.
it comes to banking,
Yeah,
well,
that's
what
great.
a bunch. Half of
It's
customers
now
have never changed their
8:26.
bank account, but with interest rates high, some have huge incentives, and today is the day to stop missing out. In fact, one is even offering new customers £175 in cash today.
Yeah, and staying with cash, there are new warnings about surging money mules. And before you think that could never be you, make sure you don't miss this film.
The police now came to my house, they raided my house and searched everywhere and then took me to the station for an interview. I trusted this person. It's just such a shame. It could happen to anyone.
It's really shocking. This woman almost ended up in prison after being tricked by a so-called friend who pretended to accidentally overpay a small loan from her to get her to unknowingly launder money. We'll be sharing the top warning signs to make sure you don't get scammed.
Also on the show, colds, flu, and COVID are all on the rise, and as millions return to schools,
COVID is a load of bollocks.
is helping you avoid the winter.
They locked me up in a room and wouldn't let me watch telly because I had COVID for a week, and it's a load of shit. There was nothing wrong with me. I was fit and healthy. I felt fine. It was NHS just scared and nervous and saying a load of shit to everyone, right? And treating me like shit. You know what I mean? Dragging me around section units, fucking bastards. I chose this place. I moved to this place, right, to rest and relax. You know, after selling loads of pianos all over the country, right, and helping a lot of people, right. I decided to rest in this place, and the NHS fucking fucked up.
It's back this weekend. There it is, the theme music. Bring it all back. That's all this week. The brand new Gladiators have taken over Strictly Fitness, teaming up with Reese.
I want lawyers to come forward and fucking deal with everything, really.
So good to see you in the studio.
But no lawyer's going to come forward and help me because I had lawyers in section units, right, and they were shit. They were fucking rubbish.
Good luck with that, again. You've got a house full. Reese definitely on fire this morning. 8:28 now. Calm down. I'll be here in an hour.
Yeah, well, it's time to get the news traveller weather where you are. So go away.
I'm going to have to go to the shopping a bit and get some more tobacco.
With the headlines in the south, there have been record river levels at the Thames in Reading following last week's heavy rainfall. Although the worst of the rain has passed, the runoff from fields is still contributing to rising water levels in some places. There are more than 70 flood warnings still in place in the south this morning, according to the Environment Agency. Meanwhile, an amber cold health alert has been issued for parts of the south this week. The UK Health Security Agency and the Met Office warn that Dorset and Wiltshire are likely to experience extra pressure on the local health service for an extended period of time. Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council has urged people to check in on vulnerable neighbours. Staff at a space research centre in Oxfordshire have watched...
My neighbour helps me. She's pretty cool. When I had my free hanger, I had my long hair down and everything. I was looking good. She got a bit too fresh and we had some fun. But like I said, I did say we're just neighbours. That's what we are. We're neighbours. And she, well, sometimes she helps out. You know, I'll chuck her a few quid, you know.
West Sussex-based Rolls-Royce has announced the most successful year in the company's
It's
history.
like Kate across the road at 72 Cox Road. She done me Christmas dinners and also a few breakfasts. And so I'll give her a gold ring with rubies and everything on it and all that. And yeah, she loved it. And I'll give her a mini teddy. And I asked her, have you been cuddled? And give it a cuddle. And she says, yeah, she gives that cuddle and all that.
Okay, let's get the weather now quickly.
Hi, good morning. We're in for a fairly cold week across the south and temperatures already quite low out there at the moment. I think we'll see quite a widespread frost, a cold day, not helped by the winds, and there will be the risk of a few wintry showers. Largely dry at the moment. There will be a few showers pushing in further east. They could be wintry at times, perhaps a centimetre or so over the high ground. Anywhere could see a wintry shower. The winds are fairly strong, east and northeasterly. That'll move the showers through quickly. And I think we'll see a good deal of sunshine. But those winds making it feel colder, particularly along the far south coast. The showers spread further west overnight tonight. We could see a couple of centimetres over the high ground. Another cold night with a fair amount of low cloud moving in towards dawn. Not as cold as last night, but still the potential for a frost. A cloudier day tomorrow, particularly through the morning. Clouds should clear into the afternoon. Windy with some sunshine later, but feeling cold.
Turning to the travel then, and on the roads, the M4 is closed in both directions between junction 14 for Hungerford and 15 for Swindon East. That's after an accident last night. Investigation work's likely to take several hours there. In Oxford, the A4 144 Abingdon Road is closed in both directions due to flooding from Old Abingdon Road to Lincoln Road. At Pulborough in West Sussex, the A283 Station Road is blocked in both directions due to a sinkhole at Water's Edge. A number of other roads across the region remain closed or only partially open due to flooding. Your BBC local radio station will have the latest details. That is it from me for now, so it is back to John and Sarah from the team here. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Just after 8:30, breakfast today with Sarah and John.
Now, over the last week, you'll remember Breakfast has been looking at the state of the care system across the UK, and we have been overwhelmed with the response, with so many of you getting in touch to share your own experiences.
So we thought we'd try and put it all together today, and Jane has gone to Blackpool to a carer centre which provides advice, support.
I've phoned up adult social care and I've said to them I'd like someone to come around and do some washing up for me, a little bit of tidying, you know, just help me out a little bit. I've got a lower backache. I've been lifting piano for years, and I'm half blind, and I've got a hernia on my stomach. And I've got no help at all from the adult social care. They're fucking shit. They're rubbish. They're no good.
Debbie and Julie, and these people make a difference. They make a difference. Two people who know what a difference they make are Colin and Shirley. Good morning. We're going to chat to you in a second. So many people contacted us last week when we started this conversation asking who cares, and who cares?
Yeah, who cares? No one fucking cares.
We can't leave the conversation just last week. We have to carry it on into this week and the rest of the year. So have a look at this film now. Get a sense of the themes we spoke about last week, but also the conversations that you came back with. Have a look at this. Last week, Breakfast asked a question. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? Well, I reckon all the people that watch football and go to football don't care. They don't give a fuck. As long as they can watch the ball go along the ground, they're happy.
I don't know if I'm going to have the time or the energy to be able to do this one more day.
Do you think unpaid carers are often overlooked?
Oh gosh, yes. From the army of unpaid carers, the young carers, the foster carers, we heard the same message time and time again. Carers don't always feel cared for.
We asked for help and they cut it off.
Yeah.
Scared, yeah. I know you're scared. I'm all right.
But when the support is right, everything can change.
I appreciate everything they've done. They're very important to me.
I think it's part of my life. Simple as. I'm David. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Bear with me.
So many of you contacted Breakfast with your own stories.
And this is Toby. My name is Catherine Taylor. I am a mum and a carer.
My name is Neil.
Yeah, forget football, right? Don't raise money for football, right? Don't do no sponsored walks or whatever you're doing. Forget it, right? Okay, think about the carers in the United Kingdom. Carers. Because they actually do a good job. They look after the older people and all that.
Nobody really. Barbara is a full-time carer for her husband David, who has multiple sclerosis. What needs to change, would you say, Babs?
Do you know what needs to change? They say, oh, let's give them a coffee morning, a carer's coffee morning. Well, what I would actually need and prefer is help.
But Kathy contacted us to say that fighting for help...
I was raising money for Help the Aged, right? Age UK when I was a child. I was a Cub Scout Army cadet. and I've done so well over the years, and I'm treated like shit.
As a carer, I struggle to get the support, and fighting that system, I would say, is one of the hardest things.
How much time does that fight take up?
It takes up such a significant amount of time that it compromises my ability to care for my son.
Myself, my history is I was in the army for over 20 years. I was a sniper. I've done things like Northern Ireland, Bosnia, Kosovo, and Iraq. But when my mum was diagnosed with a stage 4 glioblastoma, it was the hardest thing I've had to do.
In the months before Neil's mother died, just before Christmas, he cared for her with the support of carers from the local hospice. A gift he says he will never forget.
The carers that came in were phenomenal. They were so loving and gentle with my mum. It was amazing. And I just sat there and thought,
So many people told us the right support is invaluable.
should be paid much more than what we do.
But so hard to come by.
You got in touch with us, and generally people get in touch because they feel a strong emotion to something. The emotion that drove you to contact us, was it anger? Was it fury? Desperation?
The emotion that came to me was the love.
I love David to bits. I would do anything for him, and he would do. He was always apologising, saying, "I'm sorry you having to do this." And I say, if the situation were reversed, you'd do the same for me. And I feel like it's just me and David against the world.
You can sense the isolation, can't you, that people feel, the desperation people feel, but the love they feel too. And I want to read this message that came through on social media from Karen White. Good morning, Karen. Thanks for getting in touch. She said, Barbara is all of us in her response when I asked her, who cares for you, Barbara, while you're doing all this caring? She said, no one. Caring is a lonely road. I look after my dad, and 9 times out of 10, the question is, how's your dad? Not how are you? Come and meet Colin and Shirley, who have been coming here now, Colin, for 8 years, haven't you?
Yes.
You
yeah.
care for your son and
the
you care
wife.
for your wife.
That's correct, yeah.
And coming here made the dark clouds lift. How?
Well, for many years, I was just a lone voice trying to navigate what is a difficult and complicated system. To be fair, I was at my wit's end when I was advised to come in. I came in burdened and left elated. And from then on, I was so inspired, I've become a voice for other carers. And luckily, I now work on the Carers and Service Users Council. And I've made a big difference.
You heard Barbara in the report, though, say, I don't want a coffee morning, I want help. And nobody in this centre is going to come into your house and help look after your son or your wife. But what do they do that make the difference?
Well, I would say that's wrong. Please come and have a coffee, because from my experience, I've seen people attend one of our groups here and they come in with a dark cloud over the face. Yeah. We share stories and our experiences, and you can see it lift. And then they're a different person. They're recharged.
Yeah. The coffee starts something.
And the coffee starts.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Colin. Let me introduce Shirley. We hear from the carers there. People lose a sense of themselves. You cared for your mum, then your husband, then
my daughter fell ill a couple of years ago, and my little granddaughter I found was falling into the same carers role as what I was. So that's how I became involved with the carers centre. I brought my granddaughter in.
Looking for help for her, and then you ended up getting help for you.
And then I ended up getting help from myself, yes. So I've been coming about 4 or 5 months now, and it's...
I've got to tell you, when I first met Shirley this morning, she said, this is so far out of my comfort zone. I do not want to be on television. But when they asked me, I had to say yes, because you appreciate all they've done for you.
So very much. They've been absolutely brilliant. Yes, I couldn't manage without them.
Let's do a little spin round.
let's do a name check to Leah. Your
Oh, Leah.
Go
Oh,
on,
what
tell
can I
me
say about
her.
Leah? Leah, it's been absolutely fantastic. She's given me my life back. She truly has. And she's always been there. For instance, she knew I was so worried about Christmas. And what did she do the day after Boxing Day? She rang me to check that I was okay and that everything had gone okay. That's how fantastic she is.
She is
really
brilliant. Listen, Leah is helping get you on track, looking after you. She's here to make you do art classes and maybe get back into part-time work. That's what it's all about. Alison, let me drag the big boss lady over again, Alison. Alison, you know what this is all about. You run this place, but you are a carer yourself. There are people watching this morning who are on this treadmill of chores and care, and it's a relentless, competitive task. What would you like to say to them this morning?
I think you've heard the stories both of the roles and responsibility carers face on a daily basis. We are here to help. We value everything and really appreciate everything carers do in their day-to-day life. But please get in touch with us if you're local to us, or a local carer centre or local council.
Don't be put off by the coffee mornings. Go join a coffee morning because it opens the door to other things. Please do keep getting in touch with us as well. We're not going to leave this story in 2024. Your stories matter to us. Keep them coming in through all the usual emails and social media channels, and we read every single one of them. Back to you, John. Sarah.
Thank you so much, James. Lots more emails and messages coming in already this morning, again, including this one from Donna, who's just been in touch. Morning, Donna, who says that she has fibromyalgia, spondylitis, arthritis, sciatica, and depression. She relies on her 2 young sons to care for her. She says, I blame and hate myself every day for having to ask my boys to help me, but I can't do anything else. And those 2 young boys, one of them gets an evening in a club every 6 weeks, 1 evening a week, every 6 weeks, where he can go and chill out. The older one gets a monthly phone call from the Care Association. That's the only backup they get.
Please keep sharing your stories with us. It's so important, and so important to shine a spotlight on people doing so much and often not talked about and often not given the credit. So please keep sending those stories in. It is 8:42 and it's time for the sport. John is here.
Hello again. FA Cup third round continues tonight. Manchester United will be in action. We've got the draw as well for the 4th round later. We've seen Arsenal go out yesterday losing to Liverpool. And I think, not only this defeat, but it kind of points to more concerning things, I think it's fair to say, for Arsenal at the moment. They just can't seem to score. That seems to be where the problem
That's a problem in football, isn't it?
It is a bit of a problem. Yeah, it's quite useful, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you can score, it usually wins you matches, doesn't it? Yes, good morning. It is a question that Mikel Arteta will be wondering. How does he get his team scoring again? They've been missing chances, and with it goes silverware. They are out of the FA Cup, and according to their manager, in need of a reset now, despite being the better side for much of their tie against Liverpool yesterday. They just couldn't score, and not in the right net as well. There was an own goal from Jakub Kiewor putting Liverpool ahead, and the away side sealed it late on. Luis Diaz with the finish to put Liverpool into the 4th round. So a 3rd straight defeat for Arsenal now in all competitions. 48 shots in their last 2 games, but they've failed to score. No wonder he looks a bit blunt. Well, away from football, not long to wait until the first Grand Slam of the tennis season. The Australian Open gets underway on Sunday. Mixed fortunes overnight for 2 British players preparing for the year's first Grand Slam. Disappointment for Katie Porter, who was beaten in straight sets by Romania's Adelaide International. But better news, though, for the upcoming Jack Draper at the same tournament. He looked impressive on the way to a straight sets win over Argentina's Sebastian Baez. Interesting to hear comments from Draper saying how much he's been inspired by Andy Murray, of course, played alongside him in the Davis Cup. He's still just 21 and became the youngest Brit since Murray to reach an ATP Tour final last November. I hope for him this year. And this was great yesterday. Talk about snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Look out for the pink hats being worn by this jockey approaching the fence, and keep your eyes peeled for those white joppers, or the back of them, which you see there as the jockey became unseated. Joey Anderson there, this was at Bumpton, but only managed to cling on, got back on the saddle, back on the horse, in the saddle, and went on to win. So it was a crazy turn of events. You can see how close he came to coming off altogether, but feet back in the stirrups, and away he went, and won, no less.
Thanks, John, but probably a little bit bruised and battered, I would imagine.
Oh,
It's causing denial. Wintry weather is making you think about the summer, maybe planning a holiday. You might need to put a few extra pounds and pennies aside because it might cost you more than you expect.
Yeah, some firms add those extra fees to the price, and you'll only see those during the checkout process. Ben is here to tell us more, tell us about those hidden costs.
Yeah, I even fell victim to them myself. I was browsing for flights yesterday. I thought, that's a really good deal. And then once you factor in the extra luggage, the pay to, pick your seat so you can sit together, all of that, I thought actually it's not so bad after all. I'm sure many people have been in a similar situation. January is one of the busiest months for holiday bookings. It's hardly surprising that the festive celebrations are over, the weather's miserable. Of course, you start planning a getaway to look forward to. But it's so easy to forget about hidden costs. And there are two main ways that companies can surprise you with unexpected fees and charges. The first, here it is so-called drip pricing. It's most commonly used by airlines and train companies. So you might spot a cheap flight, it looks like a bargain, then the airline has hidden extra costs for things like luggage fees, faster boarding, even picking your own seat so you can sit with your family or friends. You tend to only find out about all of these things towards the end of the booking process. Then there's another type of pricing called microcharging, and these are the extra fees for add-on services that used to be free, like printing off your boarding pass at the airport. And it's not just limited to travel. These add-on fees appear for all sorts of things, from theatre and concert tickets to insurance policies and hotels, altogether adding up to an eye-watering £1.6 billion a year for those who are booking these things online. And of that, over £740 million of those extra fees were for flights or holidays. Now, last September, the government launched a consultation proposing to crack down on what it calls sneaky fees and charges to make online shopping more transparent. We should get an update on that consultation in a few weeks, but in the meantime, a couple of things to remember. Always triple check your booking before you click the buy button. Why? Because mistakes can be costly, including correcting your name or passport details if you've entered them wrongly. In fact, changing any aspect of a booking can get expensive. And this is important. Don't assume the cheapest option is always the best. Look at what the add-on charges are for luggage and seats, for example, before starting the final booking process. So that's some advice from me, but there are plenty of other pitfalls to
These are Italian. They're common projects. That's who the makers are. They're pretty cool. I bought them. I do like them. I'm going to wear them today, I think.
Well, you've got to do a lot of your own work. And yes, it's great we've got these flight comparison sites, and you can see immediately how much the basic price is. But bear in mind, with a lot of airlines, you're only buying the flight. For example, tomorrow morning, you could fly from Birmingham to Faro on the beautiful, sunny Algarve coast of Portugal for a week for £33.
Let's go. Let's go.
I've just checked that it is available, okay? But for that...
They got 4 seats.
They have, actually. But for that, you can only take one. And this is regulation size.
Oh, man. I can't wait to lose weight.
If you want, for instance, take a roll-along case, that is going to more than double the price. Now, on some airlines, you'll be able to take one of those bags and a roll-along bag, and it will cost you a penny more. So you've got to do the work, or you can get a travel agent to do it for you.
Simon, sorry, can I say, things like the printing off of boarding passes, which we've had news stories about this costing tens of pounds, when you get to the airport. What do the airlines say to justify that sort of cost? I think it's just a way to earn money.
Well, yes, the airlines that do this are Ryanair, which has a charge of £55, and Wizz Air, which has a slightly smaller charge. Now, they say, we don't want your money for this. We just want to train you to check in online so that we don't have to have an expensive desk at an airport staffed and so on. So that is totally disproportionate. The way that the airlines characterise it to me, and the airline boss was telling me this after the King's speech, in which they said they're going to take a good price, was a pizza. You can have a basic pizza, you're only buying the flying. In other words, just a seat and a small cabin bag. If you want other stuff, olives, pepperoni, whatever it is, that's going to cost you more, which is fair enough. And of course, it's been 3 decades. I know none of you were born, but when EasyJet and Ryanair started out in 1995, I remember having to explain to the BBC, yes, you can fly from England to Scotland for less than 30 quid, but you're going to have to pay 50 pence for your cup of tea. And the trouble now is now so disproportionate, so that of course it doesn't cost the airline tomorrow more for me to take my roll-along bag than it does just to take me.
Simon, you mentioned the King's Speech, and the government don't want to abolish this so-called Brit pricing. Do you think that there could be a point soon where
got my boots on now.
hidden fees in the
I don't think so. I think a couple of things will happen. First of all, the airlines are robustly fighting back. They say that so-called unbundling has done the consumer a world of good, and it certainly has. I mean,
I don't know where to wear this one.
This year, some prices are rising, but you still fight for far less.
It is fucking cold out.
Being able to do so, as long as you comply with their rules. But I think there might be a move to making these extra charges proportionate to what they actually cost the airline, rather than just what appears in many cases just to be a money-making exercise.
Okay, Simon, thank you very much. I know Saturday was Sunshine Saturday, the time for booking holidays. Very grateful you didn't give in to temptation and jet off and be with us here this morning, so thank you for all the advice as well.
Oh, indeed, to Los Angeles now. Should we go to Hollywood?
Let's go.
The sunshine, it costs you nothing. We're going there because Oppenheimer was the big winner at the Golden Globe last night, taking home 5 awards, including the top prize. Cillian Murphy and Robert Pattinson, who were both recognised as well for their acting performances, and Christopher Nolan won Best Director.
One upset.
My trousers are a bit thin, but that's right.
Now
You know.
film all things for best musical or comedy. Our LA correspondent Emma Vardy.
I'll probably get freezing legs when I get back. I'm like, oh my god.
Her signature pink adorning the red carpet, the Hi Barbie influence was everywhere. But the one really belonged to Oppenheimer.
Oh.
I don't know if we can be trusted. But that's what I went.
Oh.
Oppenheimer! It won 5 Golden Globes, including Best Picture, Best Director, and there was a mistimed kiss for Oppenheimer star Cillian Murphy as he accepted Best Actor in a Drama.
Our first question, do I have lipstick all over my nose? I was going to leave it.
Barbie won the new Golden Globes category, Box Office Achievement, celebrating films that were a big hit at the cinema.
I don't know if you big dance, a giant blowout party with all the Barbies and playing choreography and episode on. You should stop by.
So cool.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. We would like to dedicate this to every single person on the planet who dressed up and went to the movie theater.
What was I made for?
And Billie Eilish picked up the Best Original Song. In the TV categories, the big winners were Beef, The Bear, and Succession.
Lily Gladstone!
There was an emotional speech by Lily Gladstone, winning for her role in Killers of the Flower Moon, the first Native American actress to win a Golden Globe.
This is an historic win. It doesn't belong to just me. I'm holding it right now. I'm holding it with all my beautiful sisters and the film at this table over here. My mother, Tansy Cardinal, standing on all of your shoulders.
This is the first major award since months of actors and writers' strikes saw productions halted and red carpet events cancelled. So for many here, they're glad to get back to the business of promoting their films, not to mention enjoying a party.
It's a who's who of Hollywood.
The Golden Globes lived up to its reputation as a rather boozy affair. Before stars even got in, there was a bar on the red carpet. With the rather more formal Oscars approaching in 2 months' time, critics will be looking to see if Oppenheimer will be toasting the same success. Emma Vardy, BBC News, Beverly Hills.
From the red carpet to the red sofa, we're joined now by film critic and podcast host Anna Smith. Good morning.
Good morning.
I mean, Oppenheimer, the big win.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it was fairly expected to win well. It's such a thorough, detailed film. I've interviewed quite a lot of people involved in this film, and it really is exceptional, the level of attention to detail that's gone into this. And yes, so to win the Big Five, it's not particularly surprising, and I think deserved. quite a tricky subject, but one which I don't know, was it made more successful because of a link with Barbie as well? The Barbenheimer phenomenon was quite something, wasn't it? It was great fun, and I think actually both films helped each other at the box office because people were making a thing of it. Some brave people went in for a double bill. They both did really, really well. But I did expect to see Barbie do better in this Golden Globes, actually. It won 2 awards, but I do think it was an exceptional film. I'd love to have seen Greta Gerwig get Best Director, for example, for this. What she did with that film and with that property is extraordinary.
The one that they won was Cinematic and Box Office Achievement, which is Box Office Achievement is a new category, which is basically you didn't win one of the main prizes, but a lot of people went to watch it.
Well, it's a weird one because it feels like you've already won it. I mean, they know it was successful, but wonderful to see everyone up there and to see it honoured. And of course, it is an incredible achievement. I mean, the first female director to make $1 billion in the box office. Yeah, and is that a way to help almost the award shows in a sense? Because there's been lots of criticism over the years, hasn't it? You've got these fantastically successful movies that everyone's been and gone and seen, but then they don't win any awards. Yes, the Oscars floated this idea a while ago of having a popular movie award, which is sort of shouted down. But now they've done this with the Golden Globes, and I think at least it was a way to honour the film that everybody loves, almost everybody. Okay, what was your sort of favourite award? What was a surprise? I love to see Poor Things recognised. This is soon coming out in the UK, and this is from the writer and the director of The Favourite, starring Emma Stone, who won last night. And I think this is one to watch in award season. It's everything you expect, suitably quirky and weird and joyful and funny.
And this is the one that won the category that people thought Barbie was going to win, comedy and musical, yeah.
That's right, it was neck and neck. So the Golden Globes are different because they separate into drama and comedy and musical. And it was between Barbie and Poor Things. It's very interesting looking ahead to the Oscars to see that Poor Things has taken this one.
Well, what is Poor Things? You say it's out here in the weeks ahead. Because I guess we now get a lot of these films we're talking about this morning are going to be heading into our cinemas. What's this one about?
So it's based on a novel, and it's kind of a female Frankenstein story about a mad scientist that sort of creates or brings a woman back to life, played by Emma Stone, and she has the mind of a child. But as the film develops in this sort of parallel Victoriana world, which is very fantastical and beautiful, she becomes more sophisticated, more educated, more feminist, and kind of overtakes the men around her. So it's kind of a feminist tale. It's very interesting, very entertaining. We should say the Globes is about TV as well as movies, and Succession. It was its final season last year, and it won big. Who could dispute that? I mean, that
I've got to charge my phone.
Incredible drama I've ever seen on the big or small screen. You know, we were all on the edge of our seats with that. Performances rightly, acknowledged in this. So Succession, a rightful winner. And I think pretty much all of the main characters now have won a really major award, because we had Sarah Snook and Kieran Culkin winning, which meant that everybody got an award, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when you see it, really is a great example of a fantastic ensemble drama. Everybody brings so much to the table with Succession.
We've talked about Poor Things. Give us a couple of things to look out for in the weeks ahead. What have we got on a cold, wintry Monday morning?
Oh, well, The Holdovers, which also won last night, is a lovely one to warm your cockles. So Paul Giamatti, lovely comedy. It's got a nice cynical bent. It's a nostalgic boarding school drama comedy from Alexander, who gave us Sideways. And another great film, All of Us Strangers. This is one of my favourite films of the year. All of Us Strangers. Andrew Scott was nominated for this last night. Wonderful British drama. Check it out. Anna Smith, thank you so much. My appetite is now wetted for the
Cinnamon tablets.
They are my coffee.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much for coming in. Still lots more to come here on Breakfast. We are on, of course, now until 9:30. But at the moment, it's 8:59.
Every story has its hero.
This is where it begins.
My vitamins.
I'm kind of a big deal around here.
You're fine.
For 2024. From BBC iPlayer.
Good morning, exactly 9 o'clock. Welcome to Breakfast today with Sarah Campbell and John Kay.
Our headlines. The ministers are meeting today to look at ways of clearing the names of hundreds of wrongly convicted sub-postmasters.
Meanwhile, a petition to strip the former post office boss, Paula Reynolds, of her CBE over the scandal passes more than 1 million signatures.
The victims investigating their own crimes, as new research suggests more police officers are needed in England and Wales.
And liftoff of the first United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket.
A rocket blasts off from Cape Canaveral in Florida, bound for the moon. It's the first American soft landing on the lunar surface in more than 50 years.
And it's a chilly start to the day. We've got some frost, some fog patches, and for some of us, some wintry showers. But thankfully, a drier week of weather ahead. I'll have a full forecast coming up shortly.
Good morning. Monday, the 8th of January, and the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, will meet the minister responsible for the post office today.
I'll tell you something, right? I'm at Cox Road, right? I've been here since October 99. You know who I am. I'm the piano man, the family friend, right? And basically what it is, there was, behind me, there was Trudy and her partner, Trudy, right? Roughly about 40 to 45, maybe 50 years old. Nasty bastards, horrible people. They stole my chairs and my tents. And I said to Ian, the policeman, about what happened, and he said I was unwell because he's a wanker. He's a policeman that's a fucking load of shit. Right, he's gone now. He's moved to a different area. I'm glad he's gone because I don't like the cunt no more. Because he would not charge Trudy for stealing my tents and my chairs. So yeah, if you do see that, Trudy, do something about it. Phone the police and say, look, that woman stole his Gordon's tents and chairs. She's a horrible woman. And if you don't want to call the police, just give her a slap. You know, go up to the woman and fucking slap her around the face. And tell her she's a bitch.
Directly to the post office and prove their innocence. Well, if you meet the victims, how traumatised and broken they are, you can understand why they don't want to go anywhere near a court. So therefore, we need to come up with a solution which expunges these convictions and restores these people's reputations.
One suggestion is to remove the post office from the appeals process and possibly pass new legislation to exonerate all of the victims as one. Rishi Sunak said the Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, is currently weighing up what to do.
That Horizon was a load of bollocks. That's the post office computer business and all that. I'm sure it was the Chinese that actually fucking made it and supplied it to the UK. And it was fucked. It was no good. It was rubbish. I mean, we should blame the fucking Chinese. Make them pay.
Pay 500 people.
A public inquiry is ongoing. The post office said it supports it and is keen to establish what went wrong in the past and the accountability for it. A police investigation is also underway into whether crimes were committed by some of those prosecuting hundreds of innocent people in what's become known as Britain's biggest miscarriage of justice. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
Well, another update for you on this is this morning.
Miscarriage of justice, yeah, all that. Yeah, I've got defamation of character against the NHS. I mean, because they don't even fucking know me. You know, and me and my daughter, we went back from Weston-super-Mare to Mowbray Lodge, and I was the patient, okay, but they called me a doctor. They said I was a doctor, and they nearly locked up my daughter and sectioned her and said she was a patient.
In the last few short days, it seems that the consensus now, since this drama was aired,
NHS are fucking rubbish. Be careful.
Is that there was a massive miscarriage of justice, and the only question hanging over politics now today is what they're going to do about it. Today, you've got Alex Chalk, who's the Justice Secretary, meeting Kevin Hollinrake, who's a business minister responsible for overseeing the post office, and they're meeting in the presence of government lawyers because they want their advice on what the best legal remedy is to what they now believe was a massive miscarriage of justice. There's two things in particular we think they're examining, both at, I think, different ends of the sort of radical spectrum. One that's a bit more procedural would be to remove the post office's role from the appeals, because at the moment, if you're a postmaster who wants to appeal, you have to appeal to the people who pursued you in the first place. The other option, much more radical, would be for Parliament to just pass a law quashing all of the convictions of all of the postmasters over many years. There's also questions about the past, about what different ministers should have done. There's questions about the behaviour of the post office. I can't tell you how energised various different people in Parliament and government are by this issue, to which a postmaster could be forgiven for asking, what took you so long?
Indeed, Henry, for now, thank you very much indeed. Here on Breakfast in the next few minutes, we will speak to Sir Bob Neal. He's the MP who chairs the Justice Select Committee. We'll be asking him exactly that. What can his committee now try to force further onto the political agenda? Lots more on this, the real life side of it, not just the TV drama. On the case on Panorama, there's a special edition called The Post Office Scandal. You can watch it anytime on the BBC iPlayer. But now it's 6 minutes past 9. What else do we need to know this morning? Sarah.
Thanks, John. Well, the Environment Agency has warned that more homes could still be hit by flooding despite a cold snap beginning across the UK. More than 1,800 properties have been flooded across central and southern England, and there are more than 180 flood warnings in these areas. The actor Idris Elba is calling on the government to immediately ban the sale of so-called zombie knives and machetes to help stop more young people losing their lives. Along with victims' families, he's launching a campaign to address the increase in serious knife crime by youths across the UK. Earlier, he told the Today programme that the problem isn't being tackled quickly enough.
Let's really look at the supply chain. Let's really look at what can we do to get rid of and take these knives off the streets. For one, it shows a massive symbol to our society that we're not going to tolerate it by putting an absolute ban on it. I know it's been proven that machetes and zombie knives are going to be banned. It's been put into legislation, but it's a slow process.
Today is the last full day of the 6-day strike by junior doctors in England, the longest period of industrial action by NHS workers in its history. The current strike will officially end at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Junior doctors are currently in a long-running dispute with the government over pay. Ministers say their demand for a 35% increase to make up for years of below inflation settlements is unaffordable.
Work for nothing, you lazy bastards. Striking all the time. Want more money, dear? You greedy bastards. NHS, you're fucked up.
Electric vehicle charging points. BT Group is setting up a pilot project which its hope will boost the number of charging stations across the country. The missing parts of the Alaska Airlines plane that detached while the plane was in the air on Friday has been found, investigators say. The authorities have been searching for the door plug in Portland, the city the Boeing 737 MAX 9 had just departed. Investigators said a teacher called Bob found the missing section in his yard. Some 171 of the planes remain grounded as safety checks continue. And the last hour, a rocket has been launched to the moon, and if successful, it will be the first US lunar landing since Apollo 17 in 1972.
5, 4, 3. We have ignition. And liftoff of the first United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket.
This was the moment the Vulcan rocket lifted off from Cape Canaveral in Florida earlier this morning. The mission will carry out a number of NASA experiments and will form part of the space agency's goal to get man back on the moon by the end of the decade.
We've got a story of an actor now who didn't go quite as far as the rocket, but did go to extraordinary lengths to make sure that the show would go on this weekend. An actress who raced 150 miles across the country to make sure a performance of Evita could happen.
Yeah, so this was the lead actor and her understudy. Both became ill, so the producers called Jessica Daly. There she is. She then travelled from her home in Middlesbrough to Leicester's Curve Theatre to star as Eva Peron. Sir Tim Rice, who co-wrote the musical, was among many congratulating Daly on her performance. Well done, Hannah.
She had a full house there, full standing
Absolutely.
ovation. Absolutely, absolutely brilliant effort there from Jessica. Right, it's 10 minutes past 9. This time last week, we were predicting all kinds of chaos with the weather.
Hello.
It's still having an impact, as Sarah was
Hello.
telling us, but it feels like things have calmed
Oh,
down
hello,
a
Jake.
little bit.
You all right, mate?
Yes, some good news on the weather front. This
8867.
was much quieter. We started off 2024 with
8867.
all that flooding and floodwaters still very high.
August.
150 flood warnings in force, but
Yeah, I'm struggling with that washing up in the kitchen because I've got to sit down all the time. I've got a lower backache and it does kill me.
So some frost and some fog around for most of us, but also a few wintry showers that are bringing some icy stretches out.
My postcode is SO53 3 Foxtrot uniform.
Most of the showers and the weather fronts that we've seen of late are staying out in the Atlantic.
I'm just trying to tell you now.
Still rotating around that area of high pressure, so some wind.
Yeah. I'm with that adult social care, but they're not doing anything for me. Yeah, not at all. I mean, they're nothing. Julie Bassey, sorry? No, it's Sunday today, isn't it? Oh, was it Monday today? Really? Honestly? Oh my God. Are you sure? Really? Oh man, that's crazy. Well, you know, I don't know what to say really. I mean, I've helped a lot of people over the years, and I supplied a lot of pianos to all the families from Somerset to London. I've always looked for happiness in people. I treat people to make people feel good and happy and everything. And I could probably still carry on, but I can't drive no more. But I do have a lower backache, which kills me. I did actually get my shopping. I got my shopping yesterday. I done it online with Asda, and they brought it around last night. Sorry? You got the shopping? Yeah, it come around last night. Yeah. Oh, you did pay for it in the end? No, I used a voucher, didn't I? With Asda. What, the voucher actually worked? Yeah, it worked. I think I'd already put in some information, and so that's why it didn't work at Sainsbury's. But I carried on and completed the issue and got it sorted, and they brought the food round last night. Okay, no worries. Did you want to come with us we're basically going for a walk, and I said about if you wanted to sit in the cafe while we did the walk, and then we'll come back and meet you. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. Yeah. Okay. I've got to do something. I mean, shortly. You know. I'll come and pick you up. Right? What time are you going to pick me up? In about 20 minutes, half an hour. Oh, about half an hour. Right. I've got to go up the shop and get some tobacco. Okay, mate. Yeah. Quick then, and I'll see you in half an hour, right? All right, then, mate. Okay. All right, mate. Bye bye. I'm going out. I'm going out. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going out. That's Headway, brain injury people. They're pretty cool. They're a bit more helpful than adult social care. When I say I want to go out for a bit, they will take me out. Like I say, I mean, I'm not just a mental patient. I'm not a mental patient. I'm fucking not. My mother got me sectioned. My mother, I don't know what her problem is. My brother never got arrested for selling cannabis, but I got sectioned for 18 fucking years. Russell Bossy is fucking bossy as fuck. He was getting the section units to take my phone off me. My daughter was a legend, and she nearly got sectioned when they thought I was a doctor and my daughter was a patient. Well, I'm going to go because I've got to go to the shop now to get some tobacco. And, he said about half an hour. So, This, this news, I've heard it again and again and again and again. I think I'm trying to tell you off. Yeah, that's off. I've got gloves. Just in case my hands get cold. Oh. I'm nearly out of tobacco. It's nearly gone. Got my gold on. I got my PIP Friday, £691. So actually, I went and got my gold out. I've got more gold, but I can't afford to get it out at the moment. But the situation is, I should get compensation at the NHS. I should be able to get that gold out just like that. I should have enough money to live on. But like I say, I mean, I've never paid tax. I've always been signing on dole. So they probably got it on record that I've always been on the dole. But I've actually not been on the dole. I've been working and claiming and all that. My partner and my daughter were living fine in 27 Wood Close, Shoreditch. And that's where I was selling pianos from. I was going from Shoreditch down to Bern, and then going selling pianos all over the country. I was going to go to a business course in Kent. I think I did go, actually. I'm not sure. I stayed in a hotel. Yeah. I remember that. That was quite mad. Oh, shit. Should I have one more smoke? Yeah, I'll have one more smoke and then I'll go up the shop. He just said it's Monday. I can't believe it. I thought it was Sunday. That's crazy, isn't it? Oh. Tobacco. I'll finish my Coke. Wow. I'm a bit worried about my trousers because they're a bit thin. I'll probably be freezing in a minute. I'll be walking up the shop and my legs will be cold as hell. I'll be like, oh my God. Oh. Yeah, I'll probably go live again later. I don't know when. I've been live all night, I think. Let's see now. 5 hours and 37 minutes. That's Facebook. Let's have a look at YouTube. YouTube, 5 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube, and I'm going to end that broadcast now. And I'll come back and end my Facebook live broadcast, and nip over to the shop, get my tobacco, and come back and get picked up by Headway. And I don't know where we're going. We're going somewhere. He's doing a little walk with and going somewhere. I don't know what he's doing. But I've said, oh, go on, I'll go with you. You know, and all that. He's all right. Actually. He's quite a good nipper, really. Yeah. Right. Goodbye, YouTube. See ya.